Or, but we need to give you guys audio back. One sec, sorry. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, you should have audio again. What were we on? We were on this scene. Hello and welcome back to the Blobber. Grumbles about Rosewater. We did not enjoy the visit the carnival people, the actor colony. Hopefully the next adventure is a bit more enjoyable.
Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
I have to say, I've learned quite a bit about coyotes lately.
They are fascinating creatures, aren't they? I'm sure you can understand why there are so many stories and legends about them.
Did you get a chance to speak with Mrs. Fortine?
I did, for a short while.
What did she have to say?
Oh, she was just curious about my background. Told me about hers, that sort of thing. It was a nice conversation.
Think Miss Atomi's show will be a success?
I hope
I'd like to
not.
think so. We certainly left it better than when we found it.
Phil?
Harley?
How do you think Miss Atomi's show will do?
I believe it has a chance to succeed.
How are you liking the guitar?
It is a fine instrument. I have not had the opportunity to play in some time.
We'll talk more later.
I look forward to it.
We're slowing down again.
Do my eyes deceive me?
What is it?
That establishment by the roadside. It is flying the flag of New Spain. Come, Harley. Let us have a look inside. Ándale! Now we are talking! Come, let us have a drink, Harley.
Sure. Be right there. Looks like he's already had too much. Must have been a spill at this table.
Well, if we can pick it up, we must. It is a point and click.
Yuck. Looks like it hasn't been cleaned in months. Hey, that kind of looks like Phil.
Oh my.
Gives the patrons something to look at, besides each other's ugly mugs. Wonder if that's the mascot. Surprisingly well stocked for such a remote place. Not a bad-looking fellow. Not a
Really, we
bad-looking
can't talk to
fellow.
him. I am shocked that we
Tell me,
cannot talk to the
Harley,
bartender.
have you ever had real tequila?
You mean the stuff you put in Danny's chili?
No. That was mezcal. I am talking about the stuff made from blue agave. Bartender, 2 shots of your finest tequila, if you please. To what shall we toast?
Let's raise a glass to our newfound friendship.
Now you're talking. Salud. What do you think?
I thought tequila was supposed to burn like hell.
Only the inferior kind. Good tequila is smooth as water. I like this place. Reminds me of home.
You must really miss it, huh?
It is a wound in my heart. But I cannot go home until I know I am not leading my men into a massacre at the border. Until I have more recruits and sufficient supplies and equipment, my only option is to stay here and plan. Yet, every moment I remain in exile, the corpse of the revolution rots.
Write a manifesto?
Instead of lamenting your exile, why not do something about it from here?
Like what?
Send word to the people back in New Spain? Publish a manifesto? Something is better than nothing.
I am a fighter, not a writer.
That's what I once thought, too.
All well and good, but I am not like you. For me, the sword is mightier than the pen. Shall we have another?
I'll gladly raise another glass with you as long as mine's water.
Ah, it is bad luck to toast with water.
I've found it's worse luck to ignore your limits. Anyway, it's not about what's in the glass. It's what's in your heart.
G'day, Maud.
Well said. Bartender, another one for me, and, water for my friend.
The same animation.
This time,
Slightly
I have
cheap, but
something.
oh well.
To the success of the new Spanish Revolution. Viva la Revolución de Nueva España.
There you
Salud.
go, Maud Calv.
La revolución. General Márquez.
Hernández.
Friend of yours?
Friend, that man is a traitor.
Mm.
Traidor, toma.
¡Ay!
Good
After
lord,
do
that
not let
escalated
snake
quickly.
escape.
Bill?
Over here. He cannot have gone far. There is no way out of here, but it is too dark to see back there.
Who is that? And what's happening right now?
No time to explain. We need to find Hernandez quickly. That traitorous bastard is hiding in the dark like the rat he is. We must flush him out so he cannot take us by surprise.
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, stick and then stick lighted on the overhead candle seems reasonable, Maud. I agree.
Oof! It's heavier than it looks.
Oh, it's such a heavy stick.
Damn. It just burns out right away.
Well, how fortunate that we picked up... No, come on. Give me my inventory, game. Alcohol-soaked rag on stick becomes
That's-
torch. Surely. Yeah. No. Really? Okay, no, it's that if you put it down, it goes out.
That's better.
The blood trail ends here. He's either in that back room or behind those crates. You take one, I will take the other.
I'll do the crates then.
Aha!
Phil, wait!
Wait for what? This man is a traitor, pure and simple. And there is only one way to deal with traitors.
Por favor, no me mates. Te lo ruego. Tengo familia.
What's he saying?
He's begging for his life. Says he has a family. Clearly a lie, or he would be with them instead of face down in his drink. No me mientas, bastardo.
I am not lying, I swear.
Oh, so you finally learned some English, did you? What other tricks have you learned since you deserted, I wonder?
I feel like I'm missing something. What's the story here?
The story is this man is a deserter. He abandoned his compadres when they needed him the most.
No, it is not like that.
Cállate, cabrón.
Look, I helped you find the man. At least tell me what happened.
Fine. Hernandez was one of the revolution's best defenders. I thought he was loyal.
I was. I am.
But he was among the first to flee when the Spanish army came to Jicotea.
No, I can explain.
So can I. You chose to run like a coward instead of staying and fighting like a man. It takes a low sword to abandon someone who is counting on you. You said so yourself, Harley.
That's
How about
true,
you let him
but
speak for
everyone
himself?
deserves a chance to tell their side of the story.
I do not understand. When Stokes left us to the Otham, you weren't interested in hearing his explanation. Yet now, you are willing to listen to this traitor?
If I ever see him again, then I'll demand his explanation.
You can damn well bet I'd demand an explanation from Stokes if I ever saw him again. But I'm pretty sure I'll never get that chance. You've got it now. Don't squander it.
There is some truth to what you say. Rare is the opportunity to confront those who have wronged us, but I don't care to listen to his excuses. His actions told me enough.
So you're just going to kill him?
No, I am not just going to kill him. I am bringing a traitor to justice.
General, please. We were outnumbered 10 to 1. It was hopeless. I have a family who needs me. What was I meant to do?
You were meant to fight for your freedom. For your family's freedom. To die for it if necessary. Do you know how many of your brothers gave their lives so you could run off and make merry in some alpine cantina?
As many as gave their lives so you could do the same.
What? How dare you?
I heard
Ooh.
about the massacre at Jicotea. And yet I see you standing here before me. Did you stand and fight? Did you die gloriously for freedom? No, you ran, just as I did. Because there was no victory possible. The only difference is that you justified your cowardice by calling it a retreat.
Is he entirely
Not
wrong?
completely wrong.
I did not run away. I assessed the situation and made strategic decisions. That is what a general does. If our front line had not broken and scattered before the enemy, more lives might have been saved in an orderly retreat. But I preserved what forces I could to fight another day. I wept for every man, woman, and child who died at Jicotea. I should have died alongside them.
And so did I. I ran to Vespuccia, just like you. Because New Spain is no place now for revolutionaries. Was I a coward? Yes. And I cannot escape that shame. If you feel you must execute me for that, then so be it. But a traitor? Never. I love my country, and my heart still beats for her freedom. I will gladly return to fight for it, if you will have me back.
Ay, Hernandez, why do you do this to me? I never doubted your loyalty until you broke. But now, what would you do if you were in my position, Harley?
Let him go take care of his family, rejoin the fight, or don't put this on me. Or just outright murder him.
One moment of weakness shouldn't define your whole life. We're all better than who we are on our worst day. Seems to me your government would like nothing better than to have one less rebel in the world. Why give them the satisfaction? Give him a chance to redeem himself. Let him rejoin the fight.
Mostly, Maud. Mostly.
Very well. I am rebuilding my army and preparing to return home to liberate New Spain. The revolution is not dead, but she needs soldiers to defend her. I will send word to you here, at this saloon, when it is time to report for duty. Until then, go back to your family.
Gracias, General. Gracias.
You should not just be thanking me, eh? You owe your life to my wise friend here.
Thank you, señorita.
Don't mention it. Now, can we put this all behind us and get back to the bar? I'm mighty thirsty all of a sudden.
Indeed. Our friend can treat your wound, Hernandez. Perhaps afterwards you will join us for a drink, in honor of the martyred dead of Jicotea.
You see, now this segment I liked. It builds up the backstory of one of our traveling companions. Instead of visiting
Why
the
don't you go on ahead?
stupid
I'd like a
actors in the
minute
middle
to
of
collect my
nowhere.
thoughts.
Very well.
Alright. Apparently we don't have anything to do here.
Oh, good, you're back. We're low on food. If we want to eat tonight, we'll need to hunt for more. I'll let y'all decide what we're after. Round here, the fishing's pretty good, and there's plenty of rabbits and pheasants. Personally, I'd suggest rabbits. Easiest to catch and prepare.
I wouldn't be opposed to some pheasant. Danny makes a mean stew.
Yeah, that sounds good.
What kind of fish are common around here?
Mostly salmon.
Ah, then fishing gets my vote.
Yes, I vote fishing as well.
And you, Leger?
Fishing. We will pioneer fishing.
Salmon gets my vote too.
Then it's decided. The three of you who wanted salmon, take the poles in the wagon and get fishing. Rest of us will start
It
making
is Mordkalb. It's a steam wagon.
I have a good feeling about this place. Let us cast our lines here.
Here? All right then.
Fishing minigame?
Have you ever fished before, Harley?
Would you believe this is my first time?
Do not worry. It is not difficult to pick up. Just cast your line and wait for a tug.
Yeah,
When you feel the bite,
we're
secure the
in
line.
We want to get to the shore
pseudo-America,
as
but
quickly as possible. If it puts
there's
up a
some
fight,
alt
pull your
history
rod in the
things.
opposite direction to
It's
where the
not
fish is
quite
going.
real
Once
world.
you've got it back in the center, you can start reeling it in again.
All right, here goes nothing. Something's biting. Got it. Now to reel it in. Ooh, feisty little sucker. Hey, where do you think you're going?
Well, this is nice and calm. Compared to that bottle shooting minigame that was ludicrous.
Got you.
Ludicrous reaction speed required. This is very chill.
Not without a fish on the line. Got it. Now to reel it in. Ooh, feisty little sucker.
Old boot or actual fish? Looks like actual fish.
I think I got a bite. Got it. Now to reel it in. You're not getting off the hook that easy.
Hopefully third time is the charm, and then we're done with fishing minigame.
Come here, fishy.
No, maybe it's a 5. 5 times. No, it was
How did you
3.
two fare?
I caught 2 fish.
I only one.
I caught 3.
Wonderful. We'll have plenty to eat tonight.
A bear? I think a bear wants our fish.
Oh no.
Carajo!
Shh, don't shout. Bears don't like loud noises.
Well, I do not like bears.
What are we supposed to do?
Stay quiet. Move away very slowly.
I think we should run while we still can.
You only have to run away the fastest, but no.
Backing away some more.
Good idea.
Bears like fish, right? Maybe if we give it some, it won't come after us.
Not a bad idea.
Throw him a fishy.
It seems to be working. Come, keep moving away.
We can afford to lose one fish to the bear.
That was close.
Much closer than I would have liked.
At least we got away with our lives, and some of our food.
I think that after that ordeal, this fish will be the best tasting meal we have ever had.
Let's go back to camp.
Now that was some good eating. So, I've been meaning to ask, what's everybody planning on doing with their share of Clark's stash?
Jake, is that something we should really be talking about?
Look,
Good job,
I ain't
Mobot.
deaf. I've known about your little treasure hunt for a while. Far as I'm concerned, that's your business, and I want no part of it. You paid me to get you to El Presidio, and that's what I'm doing.
Should we offer Lola a cut?
Miss Johnson's been a valuable member of this group. I think we should cut her in.
You're kind, Legere, but I ain't interested. I was taught to earn an honest living, and that's what I intend to do.
Fair enough. If you don't want in, I'm
The
not going to
question
push.
stands.
I think I'd like to buy a new pair of six-shooters. Maybe a horse. It'd be nice to travel the countryside, too.
Have we not been doing that?
Well, sure, but I meant for pleasure. What about you, Phil?
My share will go to the revolution, of course. With full coffers, we will more readily find willing allies.
That's good of you, Phil. I think I'd like to open my own clinic.
Dr. Redbird, eh?
Well, no, I can't practice as a doctor without a medical license. But I could continue as an herbalist. Or maybe a midwife.
So get your medical license. You're already worth 10 of those frontier quacks out there. They're all practicing with some scrap of parchment they paid some fancy school for. You could just write in for one. You'd never have to attend a class or show your face.
Perhaps that's something to consider. You sure you aren't interested in joining us, Miss
Ooh.
Johnson?
I don't know how I'd feel about
Stay
someone
someplace for a while.
that got
An
their medical
interesting
doctorate
thought,
by
but I don't
correspondence
mind moving around.
being
At
my
least until
doctor. I
find
guess better
something
than
worth
no
staying
doctor,
put
though.
for.
What about you, Harley?
Rent out a room and keep writing stories, buy a bit of land, travel the world, give it to the less fortunate, keep it for a rainy day. I'll make my plans for my money once it's in my pocket.
I'm still thinking.
What does Gentleman
Let's
Jake
hear
want to
your
do?
answer.
All right. Well, so far, the money I've earned from appearances and touring the shows kept me quite comfortable. Not to mention the gifts from my adoring public. So I'm thinking I'll probably donate my share to orphans.
That's a wonderful idea, Jake. Support for the less fortunate is so often cloaked in greed and selfishness. But you've truly got a good heart.
You needn't thumb your nose at me, Harley.
I'm doing no such thing. You were being sincere, weren't you?
Of course I was. Oh, never mind. It's your turn to answer now, anyway.
I mean, we wanted to be a writer. That was how the story started, so the one that keeps to our character the most
I
is...
see no reason to quit what I've started doing. I'll rent a room someplace and keep writing.
Back in Rosewater?
Maybe. Maybe someplace else. We'll have to see what El Presidio's like.
All right, folks, I'm turning in. See y'all in the morning.
Pat Doggo! Most important interaction.
Who's a good pup?
How are you feeling, Phil?
Oh, well, I have had much to think about of late. The incident with Hernandez has left me uneasy. Perhaps I was too rash in dealing with him. At that moment, I felt sparing him was the right thing to do, but was it? And what of the revolution? Or the mystery of the fort's Aurum shipments? I have yet to hear from Lieutenant General de la Vega regarding either. So many questions and so few answers.
Sounds like you really do have a lot on your mind.
Indeed. Would you like to join me in a toast to the fallen?
I'll pass on the drink, but I'll join you in saluting their memory.
A curious custom you follow. But, all right. A los caídos. Salud! I have been meaning to ask. More than once now, you have refused to imbibe during a toast. Now, where I am from, this could be considered anything from a social misstep to a downright insult. Why do you do this, Is this a common thing among Vespuccians?
Not so common, no. I just don't drink much. Never really saw the benefit, and I've seen plenty of harm. Doesn't mean I don't want to spend time together or honor what's important.
Fascinating. What a refreshing and unusual perspective. It is always a pleasure to raise a glass with you, my friend, whether there is anything in it or not. I believe I will retire for the evening. Good night to you all.
Any more?
Glad to see you and Lisa Lou getting along so well.
She's a great pup. Suddenly the road feels a little less lonely. Ain't that right, girl?
I think we have made up for stealing her watch earlier by getting her the doggo.
You okay, Nadine? You seem lost in thought.
Oh, I was just contemplating what Miss Johnson said about me getting a license. I never really thought about it before. On one hand, it's exciting to think about all the possibilities, but it's also just as terrifying to consider the unknown.
Go for it.
Well, I think Miss Johnson has a point. You should try for your license. Anyway, isn't considering the unknown all part of being a doctor?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll give it some more thought. It seems I'm sleepier than I thought. I should get to bed.
Fair enough. Get some rest.
Good night, Harley. Please excuse me. I'll see you all in the morning.
Okay, and what about Danny Boy?
Doing all right, Danny?
I think so, yeah. I'm feeling pretty tired. Think I'll hit the hay.
Okay, and that should be it.
Looks like you and I are the last ones standing for a change.
Imagine that. You going to bed?
Guess so. You?
Not just yet. Time to get in my nightly walk.
Well, just watch out for the bear.
Enjoy yourself. See you in the morning.
Good night, Legere. Come on, girl.
What a responsible dog owner, taking their dog for a walk.
Morning. We ready to head out?
We should be once Lola returns. She said she was going to go scout down the road a ways.
That was a while ago. Maybe we should go check on her.
I'll go look for her.
You sure?
Yeah. Be back in no time. The breakfast fire's still going.
Nothing else here.
Everything all right?
Oh, yeah. Just some damn vandals making trouble.
Vandals? I don't follow.
Just have a look. Somebody's desecrated this traveler's shrine.
What's a traveler's shrine?
A custom of the road. Folks set 'em up for lots of reasons. Some think they bring luck. Others use 'em to pray to St. Christopher. Sometimes they have gifts or supplies you can use, provided you leave something for the next traveler.
What kind of person would mess with something meant to help people?
Plenty of folk in my experience.
Hey, Vama.
Sorry way of the world.
By golly, boy howdy.
Whoever did this
Welcome,
probably
Vama.
scattered everything around. We can search the area for what's missing.
What exactly are we looking for?
Well, the icon of St. Christopher for one. See all that writing on the
No.
boulder next to the shrine?
Don't
There
think
was
so.
probably something people used to make those marks, but that's also gone. And the offering box is empty.
Test
So
it.
we should put something in before we go.
All right, let's get to work.
I think that's right. And oh, good lord. Thank you. Yes, it's trying to use the headphone for some reason. There you go. That should be happier. It's a massive pain when things change their inputs for no reason. Bloody Windows update. Anyway.
It's covered in writing. Mostly place names, but
Thank
a few
you.
messages here and there. What's all this writing mean?
Folk usually write the name of their destination on a nearby surface.
Someone left some oranges, but they've gone moldy. Looks like this is where the writing tool is supposed to go. That must be where the supplies go. A makeshift alcove. Fine place for an icon.
Okay. So, north, west. Let's go north. Linux randomly changes the stereo balance at random. You spend time messing with the cables before realizing. Oh, mine is there'll be an update, and then suddenly all the audio inputs are in the wrong order for no obvious reason.
Keep your distance. That's poison ivy.
Nice
Every
little
bloody
pond.
time. It isn't broke. Why change
Nice
it?
little.
It doesn't look like there's anything here that we need. So let's try west. Well, there's a bottle.
This bottle's still intact.
A broken bottle?
Watch out for the broken glass there.
People have no regard.
Am I meant to clean it up?
Interesting looking mushrooms.
Very interesting. Especially if you want to poison somebody.
We should shoot them when we find them. This is worse than the traitor to the revolution.
The tree's covered in moss. A pile of dead leaves. Hey, a piece of chalk.
Oh, we're looking for the writing implement.
What do you suppose felled this log?
Probably a storm. No claw or teeth marks.
Yuck. What's that?
Probably a squirrel or chipmunk.
What's this? Looks like I found St. Christopher.
Good.
Okay, those were the things that we were looking for. So, put them back in the shrine.
There you are, St. Christopher. Back where you belong.
Was I meant to find more than one chalk? Because it didn't comment on us putting the chalk back. Put the dead squirrel in the shrine?
That must be where the...
I think I meant to put the
An
bottle.
empty bottle isn't going to be much use to anyone.
Ah, I meant to go fill it up at the spring.
Nice little pond.
Hope you ain't thinking of drinking that.
Something wrong?
That water's stagnant. Unless you want to be running out both ends, you better boil it first.
Okay, we can take it back to our fire. Or... I don't think there was water this way though, right? Yeah, there's no water this way. So maybe we are meant to boil it.
I'm heading back to camp for a spell.
All right then.
This shouldn't take long.
For a moment I was horrified that it might have added the water to our breakfast.
There, nice and clean.
But no, it did understand what I wanted. We have cleaned the water.
There. Now the next thirsty traveler can have some clean drinking water. Right? I think that's everything.
Not quite.
We need to leave our little mark.
You're going to write something?
Yep.
What do you mean by wherever?
Simple. I'm
Wherever
asking
the
for
road
safe
takes him?
passage to wherever I
Yeah,
end up.
wherever
And
the
where's
road
that?
takes her.
Damned if I know. Right now, the only way I'm going is forward. We all got our paths in this life. I'm just trying to forge mine.
I get what you're saying. Not having anything to tie you down is nice, in a way.
Speaking from experience?
You could say that. I've never put down deep roots. I'd only been in Rosewater a day before we started this trip. Before that, I lived in Pierre a few years after moving from Rampton, but I grew up in New Britannia.
Lamplight City? So you're one of them tough gals, huh?
Never a good comrade.
Well, there was a time I boxed under the name Spitfire Harley.
No kidding. Guess that explains a few things. We should head back to camp and get a move on. Sun's already higher than I'd like.
After you, Miss Johnson.
Another little bit of progress. I liked that segment. Those two segments were both much more enjoyable than the sailor. The sailor that had retired to the middle of the desert for no obvious reason, and the actors' colony. It kind of feels like I should talk to the lady again, though.
Hey, Miss Johnson?
What is it?
Did fixing that shrine give you some kind of peace?
Not sure peace is the word for it, but I'm glad we did a good turn.
I'll let you get back to driving.
Good.
We are meant to leave her alone, so we won't over-talk to her.
None are in the red, so I guess that's good. It's an autographed ferrotype of the Queen's Mid-Atlantic Players. Miss Hitomi gave it to us before we left.
Okay, so we've got another trinket from our journeys. Like, we got the guitar from the sailor, we got the trinket from this one from the stupid actors, we got our little...
Nadine carved this for me after telling me that story about the coyote.
Our one from the Nadine. Do we get something from the dinosaur woman? I suppose we've got this. Can I put it in something? I could give it away, but I don't want to give it away. I think we save it until we get to the Royal Society, and then we work out what to do with it.
Phil?
Harley?
What were the odds we'd run into one of your former soldiers?
It was quite a coincidence. I hope Hernandez does not squander the second chance he has been given.
We'll talk more later.
I look forward to it.
We're slowing down.
Oh, good. I was thinking we were about due for a stop.
I could use a walk.
Me too. Let's go have a look around.
We're not far from Hellfire Pass. The road gets mighty bumpy, so I thought we'd take a rest here.
Appreciated, Miss Johnson.
I'm going for a wash in that river, just down that way, in case any of you feel so inclined. Lord knows we could all use it.
That
She's
sounds like an
saying we're
excellent idea. I
stinky.
guess I'll join you. I mean, I'll go too. After you.
Uh-huh. Come on.
How about you boys?
Well, give the ladies their privacy.
Well, I'm going for a walk. See you later.
He's taking a photograph?
Good day to you, sir.
Ah, hello there, young lady. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Indeed, Mr.
Ah, where are my manners? The name is Treadway, Rupert Treadway.
I'm Harley Legere.
Absolutely delighted to make your acquaintance, Miss Legere.
Is that contraption some sort of camera?
Goodness, what perspicacity. It is indeed, my dear, but no ordinary camera. This is my own patented design.
What a time
the
to be alive.
Rapograph.
The what now?
It's a portmanteau, you see, of rapid and photograph.
Ooh, a
Well,
rapograph.
isn't necessarily final. The point is, my camera can capture images instantaneously without the need to hold a pose. I'm then able to combine these instant images to create moving pictures.
Moving pictures? I've heard some whoppers in my day, but
I assure you, it's true. Allow me to demonstrate.
I have no words. That's...
Amazing, isn't it? I take a sequence of individual images and quickly cycle through them to create the appearance of movement.
it's so smooth and delightful.
I have invented the
Right.
rotoscope.
Not since the Renaissance maestros discovered the vanishing point has there been such a revolution in the science of imagery.
Just what is it you're photographing here?
Anything I can. This forest has offered prime specimens for my study of animal locomotion. I've done some preliminary work with human subjects. Unfortunately, I've not been able to procure many volunteers.
Next, he'll be saying that all 4 of the horse's hooves leave the ground at some point during a gallop. You have to have that one frame, Vummer. And we already complained about the animations when, at the start, when we left out, we were trotting everywhere instead of going at a nice, slow canter. No, there are 3 boys in the party. They would not be trotting around if they had the option of cantering. Anyway, enough. Blobber puts on his dressage hat again. I'm not going outside to fetch that once more and complain about inaccurate horse stuff.
I don't suppose you'd let me borrow that booklet of yours.
I'm afraid not, Miss Legere. It's nothing personal. I just can't afford to let my prototypes fall into the wrong hands.
Pardon my asking, but you're not accustomed to being outdoors, are you?
Am I that obvious? What gave it away?
I've never met a frontiersman in a 3-piece suit before.
Aha, yes, of course. Well, you're right. I come from El Presidio. Perhaps in future I should trade my stovepipe for a coonskin cap.
If you need a human subject, I'd be willing to assist, provided there was some financial compensation.
I appreciate the offer, but you are not the sort of subject I'm looking for.
Why not?
As I am primarily interested in the movement of the body, the joints and muscles, I require my subjects to pose in the nude. Thus far I've employed paid ladies. But recruiting male models has proven more difficult. It is not so easy to convince them that my intentions are academic, not erotic.
And are they? Academic, I mean.
Oh, of course, of course. My work will benefit science, train practitioners of the medical arts, inform the labors of visual artists. It will serve mankind. There is nothing prurient about it.
So if I found you some male models...
Then I would happily pay 5 crowns each.
Sounds like a deal. I'll see what I can do.
Are we gonna convince our travel companions to go do some nude posing?
I just so happen to be on my way to El Presidio right now. Any advice for a first-time visitor?
Stay away from the wharf if you value your money or your life. Otherwise, it's a charming city. I'm sure you'll enjoy it very much.
So long, Mr. Treadway.
Au revoir, my dear.
Really? But Sea Captain said we should go to the wharf.
Lenses of various shapes and sizes. A contraption with a small bell and a dial with numbers around it. Oh, one of those gyro whatsits. I haven't seen one in a while. Judging by the smell, these are full of chemicals.
Okay, let's go convince our boys to go do some... 5 crowns is 5 crowns.
Hey, Jake. How'd you like to help a gentleman in need?
How do you mean?
I met a fellow just down the way who's doing some research involving ferrotypography.
Intriguing. Just what is this gent in need of?
He asked me to find him some models. He'd like to capture you in motion. Thing is, he needs you to do it in the nude. It sounds strange, but he's got his reasons.
I'm sure he does. So this feller wants some spicy pictures of old Gentleman Jake in his birthday suit. Is that it?
Yes. You see, he's so self-absorbed that I could believe he'd actually go for that.
Well...
You can go ahead and let him know it will be my pleasure to oblige.
Oh. Okay, then.
See, he is so self-absorbed. Predicted it in one.
Danny, I've got a favor to ask. There's a fellow just down the way who's looking for willing participants to help with his research.
And you want me to volunteer?
That's the idea.
What sort of research are we talking?
He's developing moving images.
Wow, really?
Yep, he's got a special camera and everything. Just needs models. Thing is, he wants them to be nude.
Why?
Something about accurately capturing the body's movement.
I see. I don't know.
If it's any reassurance, the fellow didn't strike me as anything but sincere in his scientific interest. Nothing shady.
You sure?
Believe me, I've seen shady. I asked Jake, and he's already said yes.
Okay, so what do you need me for?
Because we get paid more if there are more models.
So, this is just about making money?
Well, not entirely. It's also about advancing scientific research.
I think Jake's starting to rub off on you. You'll be fine without me, though maybe not as rich.
Fair enough.
Hey, Phil, how'd you like to make some easy money?
What are you talking about?
There's a fellow nearby needs some help. I'm trying to find him some volunteers.
To do what, exactly?
He's developed a new camera that takes ferrotypes in quick succession, capturing movement. He's looking for some models to help study human locomotion.
And he's offering payment?
That's right, 5 crowns per model.
What is the catch?
How'd you know there was one?
Because there is always a catch. So, what is it?
He wants his models to be nude.
Wait, you're joking, yes?
I'm not.
Vete a la chingada. You expect me to take my clothes off and be ferrotyped by some pinche pendejo you met in the woods? How do you know he's not some miscreant seeking additions to his personal erotica collection?
If I thought that was his angle, I'd never have asked.
I am sure you are a fine judge of character, but unless you have something to back up your impressions, I will remain right here.
Ah, so if we go back and we tell him we need the little moving images booklet to convince them...
Mr. Treadway?
Madam?
One of my friends may be up to helping, but he needs some convincing. Could you maybe come back with me and explain it to him yourself?
I'd love to, but I'm afraid I can't leave my camera here.
What if I guarded it?
I'm sure you're trustworthy, but it's too great a risk.
Couldn't we just take it with us?
The camera's already assembled and calibrated. The process of disassembly, transport, reassembly, and recalibration would take ages.
Okay, I get it. I'll figure out another way to convince him.
The booklet.
So long, Mr.
Au revoir.
Not while he can see me take it.
Really? But the booklet.
It's that little moving... Mr. Treadway?
Madam?
Say, what's that doohickey on your wagon? The one with the bell.
That? Oh, that's my timer.
How does it work?
You simply turn the dial to set how many seconds you wish to count down. When the time has elapsed, the bell rings. It's far more convenient for my purposes than an hourglass.
Well, I guess we can't borrow... I was assuming we would borrow the book and use the book to convince Philo. But nope.
Well, Mr. Treadway,
You'll have to make do with only Jake as your model.
Wonderful. Bring them over and we'll get started. Yes, this is perfect.
All right, Mr. Treadway, just say the word and we can get going.
All right, let's begin. Spectacular. Your performance exceeded all expectations.
I have to admit, I've never seen such flexibility. So, about that payment?
Oh, yes, of course. Here you are.
Much obliged.
Thank you again for your invaluable assistance. Enjoy your time in El Presidio.
Why do I feel like a pimp? Oh. Okay. So yes, here is our map, Mordcal, with our pseudo map. So Pacific Ocean, fairly normal. We has West Vespuccia, Rotterdam, Piedmont, which is separated by the Occidental Range, and then New Spain. So there's like some of this I think is historic, but other bits of this are not quite so historic. Anyway, let's talk to
Hey,
you about
Jake?
your modeling.
Yeah, Harley?
I must say, seeing you model for Mr. Treadway was quite the diversion.
I can't say it was something I expected to occur on this journey. Sure hope a little celebrity endorsement benefits his research.
In your professional opinion, do you think Miss Hitomi's show has what it takes
I
to
hope not. I
succeed?
hated all of those people.
You know that old saying, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all?
Sure.
I believe I'll defer to that regarding this particular question.
Hell of a trip this has been so far, huh, Jake?
Sure has. Ought to give you plenty to write about, huh?
I appreciate the chat.
Anytime, Harley.
Hey, Danny, let's talk.
Sure.
Think Miss Hitomi's show will be a success?
I sure hope so. It still needed some work, but I think we helped out a lot.
Been quite a journey so far, don't you think?
I'll say. Jake and I travel around a lot, but it's never as eventful as this.
Leger, get up here, would you?
What's the matter?
Bridge is out. We'll need to take the detour north through the mountains. Hey, you there. What happened to the bridge?
Just fell down the other day. Damnedest thing. Heard a big boom, and next thing I know, no bridge. You know, if I was you, I'd just turn right back around.
Oh, yeah? What's wrong with the detour?
That road's haunted or cursed or something. Nobody who goes that way ever comes back.
You can't be serious.
That's what the last person who came through here said. And wouldn't you know it, I ain't seen him since.
I'm tired of dealing with weirdos.
Can
Very
we keep
true.
going? I've had my fill of maniacs.
My sentiments exactly.
Oh, I'm just trying to be helpful.
Look, if folks take that road and never come back, it means they made it where they were going. Now, if everyone who went that way did come back, then you'd know there was something wrong.
Huh. Never thought of it that way.
If you'll excuse us.
Maybe they
we've
just
wasted
never
enough
wanted to
time.
talk to him again. A sentiment I can get behind.
What was that all about?
The bridge over the canyons collapsed, so we're taking a detour through the mountains.
Who was the old guy?
Just some nut. Tried to convince us the road was cursed.
You really do meet all kinds out here, huh?
We seem to be blessed in that regard.
Santa Maria.
What the hell was that?
Are you okay, Harley?
Yeah, I'm fine. We'd better go see what happened.
How bad is it?
Bad.
Did the axle
One of the
break?
front wheels caught a big hole in the road. Front axle's completely
Yeah.
split. It's gonna take some time to fix. I suggest y'all find a good camping spot. We might be here a couple days.
Well, this is just fantastic.
A broken axle is fixable. We can deal with this.
Yes, and if we lose a day, we lose a day.
Hey, folks.
Hold it there. Who the hell are you?
He's got a
Hey,
cape.
easy now. I mean you no harm. My name is Jerome Hawkins. I come from the settlement just up the mountain. I saw your predicament. Came down to see if we could lend a hand.
A settlement? Up on that mountain?
Yes, sirree. We don't see new faces often, so everybody will be dying to meet you.
I can repair the axle. I just need time.
Oh, nonsense. We'll send somebody down to see to your wagon. In the meantime, I invite you to come up and be our guest for supper. We can offer you a safe and comfortable place to rest tonight.
Much appreciated, Mr. Hawkins.
Wonderful. Follow me then.
Greetings, friends. I hope you're well.
I might shaken up, but tolerable well otherwise.
I can only imagine. Brother Jerome said it looked like your wagon was in bad shape.
Nothing that can't be fixed.
Of course. But in the meantime, I invite you to stay with us here in New Bethel. I'm Joanna Taggart. On behalf of the brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn, I bid you welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Taggart.
Please, call me Sister Joanna.
Are you a
They seem better than the
religious
hippie
sister,
cult,
then,
Maud.
Sister Joanna?
We are all brothers and sisters.
So it's
in
early
God
days
here.
yet.
None placed above any other, although I do provide spiritual counsel to the community here. We can get further acquainted tonight. We're preparing a welcoming feast in your honor. You may wander freely as you please, but as this is a place of peace, we ask only that you relinquish any weapons you carry. Brother Jerome will store them safely for you. Sister Bridget, could you please show our guests around and get them settled?
Yes, Sister Joanna.
I look forward to seeing you all at the feast. Brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn, may I introduce our honored guests. At this table, we have Miss Harley Legere and Mr. Jake Ackerman. With the Rangers, Mr. Danny Lowe and Mr. Phil Marquez. And with Sister Bridget, Miss Lola Johnson and Miss Nadine Redbird. Please join
I
me
was
now in
worrying
prayer.
about that too, Maud.
O Lord, we give thanks for sending these fine people here for safety in their time of need, and for this food prepared by loving hands. We give thanks to you for blessing New Bethel by raising it up on this mountain, above the troubles of the world below. For as we know from Psalms, the mountains will bring peace to the people, and the little hills by righteousness. As we partake of this food, we pray for health and strength to carry on and try to live as you would have us. This we ask in the name of God, our Heavenly Father. Amen.
Amen.
And now let us feast and celebrate the arrival of our new friends.
Oh, it's not cutscene. This is just what they do in the background. I'm me again. Okay.
Quite the welcome we've been given.
These are good people. Very generous.
We're very happy to have you.
The Hawkins family has offered to let me stay with them. And Sister Sue Ellen is going to show me the communal garden in the morning.
Yes, you should come have a look as well.
Maybe I will.
We really are very...
Yep. What about
Enjoying
Danny Boy?
yourselves, boys?
This place is incredible. Jerome was just telling me.
It's Brother Jerome, if you don't mind.
Oh, right. Brother Jerome was just telling me all about the Rangers and what they do.
And what do you do?
I'd be happy to show you both in the morning. We can go on patrol.
That sounds great.
Sure. We'll see.
Visit the garden, go on patrol.
I truly hope you're enjoying the feast, Miss Legere.
I am. Thank you.
Allow me to present my husband, Captain Perry Cloud Smith.
Good to meet you.
Likewise.
I'm so delighted that God saw fit to bring us together. Already you and your friends have given us so much joy.
I was wondering...
You must have many questions, I'm certain. But tonight is for celebration. Questions and their answers can wait until tomorrow.
Hey there.
Hello, Sister Harley. I'm Bridget Doran. I hope you're having a nice time.
I am. Thank you.
So where they got you staying?
Oh, she's with me and my son Patrick. We have an extra cot.
What about you?
I got the cabin up on the hill, nice and private.
Hello. I don't believe we've been properly introduced.
Oh, of course. Please forgive me. I'm Eliza Taggart.
Taggart? You're related to Joanna?
Yes, she's my mother. I wonder, could you tell me something about your friend with the guitar? I find him rather intriguing.
Oh, Phil's great. Always willing to have fun.
Ah, I thought so. I appreciate your honesty. Now, if
She
you'll
wants to
excuse
escape the religious
May I
cult?
have everyone's attention, please? What a feast we have had! What joyous celebration! Alas, the hour grows late, and we must retire. God bless you all. I shall see you all bright and early for our morning sermon.
Come in.
Leger, you in there? Get out here, now.
But there's so many things to investigate
Not
in my
very
room.
comfortable. I hope we don't stick around here too long.
Leger.
Yeah. Once I finished investigating everything
Bridget
in the
and
room.
Patrick's beds. A handsome-looking man. Bridget standing with a man. This must be Patrick's. It's full of all sorts of wooden toys. Keeps the room warm. Winters here must get awful chilly, though.
Okay.
What's going on?
We got a problem. I tried going down to see about fixing the wagon this morning, but the path's guarded.
Guarded? By who?
The boy, Patrick.
What's he have to guard against?
He just kept saying it was dangerous to go down alone. We gotta get down there somehow.
You want me to take care of him or something?
No, I want you to come with me to the wagon. We need to get one of the others to cause a distraction.
Right. But who?
I'll leave that for you to decide. Let's get moving.
I mean, surely Gentleman Jake could give a stunning performance to distract these religious peoples.
Hello, Jake.
Howdy.
Thoughts on New Bethel?
Charming place, really. Nice folk.
I'm surprised. Wouldn't have figured you'd go in for all this biblical stuff.
I'm certainly not what you'd call a religious man myself, but I can respect their beliefs.
What are you doing out here?
Keeping the party going, chatting with Captain Perry, getting to know the place, same as you.
Talk to you later, Jake.
Take it easy, Harley.
I thought I'd be able to get him to do a distracting something, but apparently not.
It's full of curios. Lots of crosses and a nativity scene. The big man himself. A constant reminder that God is watching. A few Bibles and some other religious texts. There's a box on the wall with a small hexagonal hole in it. Odd.
Secret door? I predict secret door.
SS Rowena. I remember hearing about this airship vanishing. That must have been a decade ago. Firewood and some branches for kindling.
What about the other guy?
Hello, Brother Perry.
Oh, you don't have to worry about all that brother-sister stuff with me. Feels strange, only having just met. Be nice for someone to call me Captain Perry again.
So, what are you the captain of?
I was the captain of this airship once, when it was still fit to fly.
Of course, I should have realized.
Not to worry. It's been so long, I often forget myself.
Do you miss flying?
Do you miss captaining an airship? Sailing the open skies?
Every day. Please understand I'm quite happy here,
But watching the sun rise over the same horizon for 12 years, let's just say I wouldn't mind getting a glimpse of another part of the world now and then.
How exactly did the airship go down?
Oh, I'd rather not dredge that up. Especially not with someone I barely know.
Can you tell me about the brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn?
Fine folks, all of them. You'll get to know everybody yourself in time.
But I want to know your thoughts.
I'm not much for gossip, especially with folks I'm barely acquainted with.
See you later, Captain.
Goodbye, Miss Legere.
We get it. You don't know us well.
Oh, I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Not at all. I was just writing a song for Eliza.
You two hit it off then?
Indeed. She is a remarkable woman.
So where's Eliza now?
I am not sure. She rose early, before dawn.
What do you think of this place?
I admit I have not had much of a chance to explore. Eliza has kept me occupied.
Right. I should have realized.
Tell me more about Eliza. No,
How about
thank
a
you.
preview of your song?
Well, all right. I only have the chorus so far. Eliza, Eliza, brown hair and green eyes, your smile
it
can light
hurts.
up the room. Eliza, Eliza, you make my heart rise. Your radiance chases the gloom. What do you think?
Oh God! Please no. I hope
That's
she
very
likes
flattering. I'm sure she'll be impressed.
Ah, you really think so?
Sure.
That is a relief to hear. I feared it was rather bad.
All right.
I'll let you get back to it.
Try not to get into any trouble, eh?
Phil's shirt, jacket, and hat. Seems they came off rather quickly. Certainly makes a statement. This was clearly taken at least a decade ago. It's Joanna, Eliza, and some man I don't recognize. These are mostly nursery books. Educational primers, moral fables, Bible stories, and the like. Guess Eliza hasn't had much opportunity for book shopping as an adult. Eliza's nightstand.
Okay, nothing that's an obvious hexagonal thingamajig for putting in that presumable secret door whole thing.
Good morning, Joanna.
Oh, good morning, Sister Harley. I hope you slept well.
Well enough. I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
Of course. Tell me what's on your mind.
Not to be rude, but why are you calling me Sister Harley? I thought that was just something between
Because
members
you
of the
never get to
community.
leave
While
now.
you're here, you are a member. We're all children of God, after all.
Just how long have you folks been living up here anyway?
This is our 12th year in New Bethel, but the brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn came together before that. I founded this community back in Bright Bay.
So how did you get from Bright Bay to this mountain?
It was God's will. When Eliza was a small child, he sent her a vision. She saw a distant shore, the sun rising over the hills and shining on the water of a new ocean. It was clearly a sign to journey west, to the coast. I chartered an airship for Las Virgenes, but God had other plans for us. Our ship suffered mechanical problems en route. We were forced to make an emergency landing on this mountaintop. It was by the grace of God that we all reached the ground again safely. The ship had done its duty delivering us here. It would never fly again. So we salvaged it and built our new homes from the wreckage.
A journey west, you have some expertise?
So you just decided to stay here and not finish the journey?
Ah, but you see, we did reach the end. Eliza later told me she'd had another vision. This time she saw great cities on the shore belching smoke and noise, the ground cracking open and the hills spitting fire. Her first vision had been a clue to go west, just not to the coast as we had thought. Our promised home was east of the sea, where the sun rose over the mountaintop.
When did Eliza have this second vision?
Midway through the voyage. She was on her way to tell me when the airship malfunctioned. It couldn't be clearer that this was God's plan for us all along.
You sure Eliza didn't sabotage the plane?
Any updates on the wagon repairs?
I'm afraid I wouldn't know. Eliza has been tasked with handling that. But don't worry. However long it takes, you're always welcome
Yeah,
here.
I have zero trust for Eliza based on that.
I saw a portrait in Eliza's quarters of the two of you with a man. Who is he?
Oh, that's Eliza's father, Jonathan. I allow her to keep the portrait because she should remember him, but I would prefer not to.
Why not?
I'd rather not speak of it. It's too painful.
Why is Patrick guarding the mountain path?
A ranger, or ranger in training, is always posted there. This is to prevent anyone from going down into the valley alone. It's quite dangerous down there, as you well know.
Thanks for the chat.
God bless.
Okay, so we should be fine to go as long as we're not alone. And there's two of us.
Miss Johnson?
What is it?
This place is really something, huh?
It's something, all right. They're very hospitable, but everybody's too much in everybody else's business. Creeps me out.
Where's Lisa Lou?
Around here somewhere. She was raring to explore the woods around the cabin.
Looks like they've got a garden up there. Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
What do you think of New Bethel?
This place, it's so welcoming. Everyone is from someplace different, but they've all come together into a whole. I could see myself being happy here. Perhaps I'll ask Sister Joanna if I might come back after we've completed our journey.
We'll talk later.
I look forward to it.
Hello, Sue Ellen.
Hello, Harley.
Are you in charge of the garden? It's beautiful.
Thank you. It's everybody's garden, but I spend more time here than most. I find tending the plants very soothing. Plus, I have my special plot of medicinal herbs.
You've got quite a collection. Some of these I've never even seen.
Be glad to tell you all about them sometime.
Could you tell me about the Taggarts and Captain Perry?
What can I say? Sister Joanna is our fearless leader. She keeps this place running, even if she can be severe sometimes. Eliza is a lot like her mama that way. Brother Perry is the friendliest of the bunch. He's always good for a chin wag. Sometimes I wonder how somebody like him ended up with Sister Joanna. Of course, that's really none of my business.
No, I cannot bring myself
I'll
to do
let you get
gossiping
come
unless I
enjoy it,
absolutely
eh?
have to. So, let's
Those
leave that
apples
be.
look delicious.
They are. Hopefully Sister Bridget will make us one of her delicious apple pies soon.
You've done a great job tending these plants.
Thank you. It's a collective effort.
Nothing to say, really.
Okay.
Hey, kid.
Yeah?
I saw your toy chest in the cabin. Nice collection.
Those aren't even the best
Suddenly
ones.
you feel
The
less
real good ones
hostile.
are in my hideout.
You've got a hideout?
Yup, but it's a secret. I go there when I want to be alone. It's where I keep my best stuff.
Does anyone else know about it?
Just Eliza, but she's real good at keeping secrets. Don't tell.
And just what are you doing out here?
What's it look like? I'm guarding the path.
And why are you doing that?
Sister Joanna's orders. Nobody's allowed down the mountain without a ranger. You go down there by yourself, You're as good as dead.
Come on, it can't be bad as that.
There's heaps of wolves. They're big and fierce with pointy ears and huge fangs. They'll gobble you right up.
The boy is crying wolf, you say?
How do you like it here?
It's great. I get to live inside a big airship. You know how many secret places there are to play in?
No.
A lot. And I'm not telling you where, so don't get any ideas.
No, I don't want gossip.
Keep up the good work, kid.
I will.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Paying a visit?
I'm tending my husband's grave.
My condolences.
Losing James was hard, but the community gives me strength to carry on. I thank God for them. Not just for my sake, but for Patrick's as well.
Patrick told me he has a secret hideout. Know where it is?
No. Sister Eliza assured me it was safe, so I didn't feel it was necessary to pry. It's good for Patrick to have a place he can be alone.
What a good non-helicopter mom.
I hope this isn't too forward, but what happened to your husband?
His leg was wounded in a hunting accident and it got infected. Sister Sue Ellen did her best to heal him, but it wasn't enough. We don't have much in the way of medicine here.
Again, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. He's with God now.
No, I can't bring myself to
I'll
listen
leave
to
you to your
gossip.
thoughts.
God
If I
go
can
with you.
absolutely avoid it.
James Doran. Oliver Thackeray. Abraham Levinsky. Amelia Grimes. Aaron O'Hanrahan. Lucy O'Hanrahan. Stephen Wood. Isabella Wood.
Dead babies?
Tiny crosses. One for baby Hawkins, another for
Oh.
Katrina, and the last for Zachariah. How sad.
And that looks like it's it.
Not now, Legere. We gotta get down to the wagon.
It's full of rainwater.
I mean, the current implication was that we should... It's been 12 years. I think there's a reasonable number of deaths for 12 years, Mordkalv. It's not necessarily like they're eating someone every week. But we already did these. So maybe it's the other one?
Must be their flag. Looks homespun.
But it's not this either. Look through the choice. It would have given us that before. Usually, there have been a couple of cases where we won't find things until we know we need them, which is a bit frustrating.
This must be Patrick's. It's full of all sorts of wooden toys.
Yeah, no, nothing else there. Didn't hurt to check. And there's not another door behind that. Can I now convince Jake
I've
to
got nothing
do
to
a
ask him.
distraction? No.
An old tin cup.
I can get some water. Can I fill the tin cup from the water barrel? For some reason. Yes. Why would I want
A cup of water.
water?
Hey, kid.
Yeah?
I want to go down to our wagon.
Sorry, but you can't.
You just said I could if I was accompanied by a ranger.
The rangers are all busy today. Maybe tomorrow.
What about you?
Me? I'm not a full ranger yet. I'm still in training.
Keep up the good...
I will.
There you go, Maud. Boy is only a honorary ranger, not a real ranger. We haven't gone in here.
If you're showing Brother Denny the ropes today, I'll take morning patrol.
You be careful out there.
I always am, brother. Ah, good morning, Sister Harley. So nice to see you up. We missed you at this morning's sermon.
Please don't call me sister.
Any idea when our wagon will be repaired?
I think that's a bit
Straight to
too
the point.
hostile.
I'm sure you're eager to get back on the road, but I urge you to take some time and appreciate the little respites God gives us. May I share a story with you?
Go on.
When I was a girl, I lived with my parents in Bright Bay. My life, though happy enough, seemed to me quite dull. I dreamed of something more exciting. Unfortunately, my wish came true. One day, while my parents were away on business, the police raided the home of the woman who was caring for me. She ran, and I was taken into custody. The police failed to locate my parents and sent me to an orphanage. Then I was off to a workhouse. Those long days of toil, the beatings, the meager food, the nightly chorus of children sobbing themselves to sleep. I longed for the quiet, ordinary life I had taken for granted.
Oh,
I'm
God.
so sorry. But you found your parents again?
Eventually, after more than a year in the workhouse. Once I was back home, I did nothing but thank God for the respite He had given me. So you see, it's important to take advantage of the calmer moments, the ones you may consider dull. You never know quite how much you value them until they're gone. If you'll excuse me,
Don't it
I need to start
always
my
seem
patrol.
to
But
go?
please, make yourself at home. Help yourself to some tea. And don't worry about your wagon. Today is the Sabbath, but I'll put my best rangers to the task first thing tomorrow. Speak to you soon, Sister Harley.
Hey, Danny.
Hi, Harley.
How are you finding New Bethel?
It's impressive how the community has overcome a bad situation and grown from it. They all take care of each other. Everybody's been so kind. I already feel like I belong here.
We haven't even been here a full day yet.
I know. That's the most amazing part.
Sorry about your guns. Must be weird to be without them.
Oh, not so much. This isn't like last time. I know where they are, and Jerome told me I could get them if I really needed to. Not that I will, of course.
I have to find a way to get down the mountain. Patrick's blocking the way.
Why do you want to go down there?
To check on the wagon.
Oh, right. Jerome was talking about that earlier. I wouldn't worry about it.
See you, Danny.
Bye for now.
Hi, Brother Jerome.
Sister Harley?
What are your duties as a ranger?
Well, we hunt and provide for the community. Anything
I
that
really like
requires
his
leaving the
voice.
safety of the settlement.
He has got a
My most
lovely
important task
voice.
is to help protect everybody. That means patrolling the woods and making sure nobody goes out alone.
So you're New Bethel's lawman?
Not quite. We don't enforce the rules. That falls to Sister Joanna. We're more like New Bethel's guardian shepherds. In our case, that includes guarding against actual wolves.
Patrick's not letting me go down the mountain path.
Good. He's not supposed to.
Why not?
You need a ranger to go with you, and Patrick's still in training.
Could you accompany me down the mountains?
Couldn't you be my escort down the mountain?
Is there an emergency?
No, I just want to check on our wagon.
Don't worry about the wagon. It's in good hands. There's nothing else worth going down there for, believe me. Anyhow, today we're honoring the Sabbath.
Looks like the only other option is gossip, which I'm trying to
Appreciate
avoid.
your time.
Beware.
Anything else in here? Possibly this?
A strainer and teapot. Just need to add some tea leaves and hot water to brew a cup. A strainer and teapot. Just need to add some tea leaves and hot water to brew a cup.
Tea leaves and hot water. Well, we've got water. We can heat the water.
Now to wait. One cup of hot water, all mine.
Water? Water? Water?
A strainer, just need to...
Yeah. Here's hot water. I wonder if the hot water stops
I
being
need
hot
to put
after a
some tea in
while.
the strainer first.
Okay, no. Presumably the garden is where we get tea.
Hello, Sue Ellen.
Hello, Harley.
No?
I'll let you...
Come enjoy.
Cucumbers, huh?
Yes. These'll need harvesting before the cold sets in.
You think that the other thing on the table was tea leaves? But we couldn't pick them up. Oh, we could pick them up. Okay, my bad. Then... use this on this.
There. Just need some hot water now.
Then the hot water. I don't know why we're making tea, though.
Now to let it
Aside from
steep
because
for
we
a few
can.
minutes. There. A nice hot cup of tea. A hot cup of nettle tea.
Maybe if we give it to the boy, he will need to use the bathroom and we'll be able to walk down?
You sure got a lot of junk.
No, he doesn't want our tea. Fair enough. Well, let's just try robbing our tea against all the people.
Hey, Captain. How about a nice cup of tea?
Is it more of that nettle stuff?
Yes, actually.
Then I'll respectfully decline.
He seems preoccupied.
Okay, the boy didn't want it. The captain doesn't want it. The wood chopper doesn't want it. What about you?
No, thank you. We've all taken a vow of poverty.
Tea is too fancy for us. Then why do they have tea?
Appreciate it, but you can hang on to that.
The only other person is the lady praying, right?
Thank you, but I'm not allowed to accept gifts.
Okay, then I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with the tea. Maybe we give it to one of our own people?
I'm not sure what I'd do.
Oop. We drink it ourselves. You think we use it on ourselves? Maybe. No, I'm not an interactable. I cannot use tea on self. No, I am a bamboozled.
Not now, Leger.
Oh, she didn't know what to do with the tea. Okay. I haven't
Old
fiddled
ship's
with the bell.
Probably used for getting everyone's attention. Hey.
Yeah?
I think I'm going to be forced to,
Keep up.
I will.
to investigate the gossip that I had been avoiding. Which I am not best pleased by. We can try talking to Jake. But
Hello,
I don't
Jake.
think things will have changed.
Howdy.
The mountain path's being guarded and I can't get down.
Why would you want to?
I want to make sure the wagon's being repaired.
Shoot, just ask Joanna. She said she'd take care of it.
Already did. She told me to ask Eliza.
Well, then go ask her.
Already did that too. She said nobody was working today because it's the Sabbath.
So we wait an extra day. El Presidio's
Also,
not
he's
going
clearly
anywhere.
chopping wood.
Yeah, and
That
neither
is
are
work.
we. Talk to you later, Jake.
Take it easy, Harley.
I've got nothing to ask him.
Why are you violating
Hello there. How are you?
the non-work
Is everything
disclosure?
all right?
Miss Leger, please don't talk to him. He's not in a fit state for it right now.
Does he need tea?
He seems preoccupied. Probably wouldn't appreciate this.
Maybe now that we know about the bell, things will change for Danny?
All right there, Danny?
Yep.
No. I mean, we've been doing really well this segment until now. I don't know what they want us to do. Unless it is listen to all the gossip, and I really don't want to do that.
Excuse me?
Yes?
So let's go left to right and hear all the gossip.
Tell me about yourself and Patrick.
I'm raising my boy the best I can. I'm blessed to have the support of the whole community, but it's not the same without James. Patrick will follow in his father's footsteps and make a fine ranger someday.
I'd like to know about the Taggarts and Captain Perry.
Sister Joanna is an inspiring leader. You've met her, so you've seen her kindness and compassion firsthand. And Brother Perry, well, it's sweet to see how devoted he is to Sister Joanna. He was just an outsider in the beginning, but they hit it off early on.
What can you tell me about the Hawkins family?
Brother Jerome and Sister Sue Ellen are good people. Brother Jerome has been kind enough to take Patrick under his wing and train him as a ranger. And dear Sister Sue Ellen, I only wish we were closer.
I'll leave you to your thoughts.
God go with you.
Next, the boy.
Hey, kid.
Yeah?
I'd like to know about your mother.
I don't like seeing her so sad all the time. She doesn't want to let me see, but I know she really misses Dad. I mean, I do too. With all my big brothers and sisters, it's like having a bunch of moms and dads, so I don't get lonely.
Do you like Joanna and her family?
I sure do! Sister Joanna and Brother Perry are always real nice. And Sister Eliza's almost like my real big sister. Sometimes we play hide and seek. She's real good at it. One time it took me hours to find her.
What do you think of Jerome and Sue Ellen?
Brother Jerome's the greatest. He taught me everything I know about being a ranger. And Sister Sue Ellen's nice, but she doesn't talk to me much. Sometimes I catch her staring at me with this real sad look on her face.
Keep up the good work, kid.
I will.
Okay, then garden lady.
Cucumbers, huh?
Yes. These'll need har-
No. I was trying to talk to you, not the
Hello,
cucumbers.
Sue Ellen.
That is on me
Hello, Harley.
for not mousing accurately.
I'd like to know about you and Jerome.
I'm the healer here, and Jerome is a ranger. We do our part to make sure everyone is healthy and safe.
Can you tell me about the Dorans?
Oh, well, they ain't had it easy. A few years back, James got a nasty gash in his leg while he was out hunting. The wound got infected. I did all I could, but he didn't make it. Poor Sister Bridget has been so strong through all of it. Brother Patrick's adjusted about as well as can be expected. I'm just thankful Jerome's been such a good mentor to him.
I'll let you get back to your garden.
Come enjoy it any time.
I sure hope I'm not expected to know any of this, because I literally could not care less about knowing all of this gossip about each of the others relative to each other. If it does expect me to know it, we will sure as shit be brute forcing the answer.
Hi, Brother Jerome.
Sister Harley,
I want to know about you and your wife.
we're just trying to get by like everybody else here. Sue Ellen's a great healer, keeps everybody fit and healthy. I do my part as a ranger. We came to New Bethel later, but nobody bothers about those distinctions. We're just as much a part of this place as our brothers and sisters from the airship.
If you weren't part of the original voyage, when did you arrive?
I think we rubbed
Oh,
the tea
around
against
10 years
everyone.
ago, we were one of the first new families. 6 other groups came after us. You folks are the first new faces we've seen in nearly 5 years.
Tell me about the Taggarts and Captain Perry.
Yeah, they survived a terrible disaster and built a thriving community up from the ashes. Doesn't get more admirable than that. Brother Perry is a good friend. Sisters Johanna and Eliza are, more reserved.
We'll try again if I don't get any progress by literally listening
I'd like
to all
hear
of the
about
gossip.
Doran family.
Now there's a couple of iron souls. Brother James taught me all I know about being a ranger. He was a good man. After his passing, it seemed only right that I should pass that knowledge on to his son. Sister Bridget don't much show it, but James's death hit her hard. Brother Patrick's a good kid, smart and eager to learn. He'll make a fine ranger.
Do you know about Patrick's hidey
Has
hole?
Patrick told you about his hideout?
Oh, he's mentioned it once or twice. Don't know where it is, but I know he keeps his little treasures there.
What does Patrick consider a treasure?
He loves his little wooden figures, that's for sure, especially animals.
Appreciate your time.
Beware.
Okay, so maybe we convince the boy to go down to the wagon so that we can show him the whittled coyote. That would make sense given what we were just told. And you wanted us to try rubbing the tea against these two, but I'm pretty sure we...
You keep that, Harley.
Thanks.
Yeah, nah. So let's see if we can convince the kid with our new knowledge. If not, we will continue harvesting all the gossip.
Sorry, can't talk. I gotta do my job.
Nope. Child does not let us talk to him. Maybe I can bash you over the head with our Omanite rock.
You sure?
No. Okay, on to the next gossip source. Oy, oy, oy.
Hello again, Joanna.
Hello to you, Sister Harley.
Oh, there's so many.
I'd like to know more about you.
Me? Well, I have been chosen to lead the community. It is a sacred responsibility. I see to it that every single person here is safe and well cared for.
Tell me about your husband.
I love him. What more is there to tell?
At least she's brief.
What can you tell me about Eliza?
My dear daughter, her life has not been easy. I can only hope that New Bethel has brought her the peace and happiness she deserves.
Why hasn't her life been easy?
Our life in Bright Bay was turbulent. You'll forgive me if I don't elaborate further.
Eliza told me a story about her being sent to an orphanage.
Please, let's not speak of that. She clearly trusts you if she shared that with you, but that's deep in the past. It was a dark chapter in our lives.
I'm curious about Bridget and her son.
Ah, yes, Sister Bridget. I pray for her and little brother Patrick every day. Losing Brother James was very hard on them both. But Brother Patrick will be a great ranger one day, and Sister Bridget has blossomed into a pillar of the community.
Know anything about Patrick's hideout?
Youth is so fleeting. He will have to set aside childish things and assume the responsibilities of an adult member of this community soon enough.
That doesn't really answer our question, in fairness.
I want to know about the Hawkins family.
Brother Jerome is one of our best rangers, and Sister Sue Ellen is a gifted healer. I thank God every day for the blessings of their fellowship.
Thanks for the chat.
God bless.
Okay, you are empty of gossip. You.
Captain Perry?
Yes, Miss Legere?
That man chopping wood. Is he all right?
Yes, he's fine. He's just being disciplined. Maybe we should attend to his example.
See you later, Captain.
Goodbye, Miss Legere.
Okay, Captain says no gossip for you.
I've got nothing to ask him.
And then there was no one in this, so we are bamboozled again suddenly. We have tea that we can't use.
I got no...
Oh?
He seems preoccupied.
No.
Thanks.
Hey, Captain.
And he asks if it's nettles and then says no. She says this is too rich and we've taken a vow of poverty. Nettle tea is too rich.
No, thank you. We've all taken a vow of poverty.
Surprised she allows herself clothes. You say no.
that.
You say no.
Thanks, but I've already got all I need.
What's in the salon box? Nothing as far as we know.
A beautiful wooden box with an inlaid scrimshaw carving. Says it's from Ceylon. There's some tea in here.
Real tea, apparently. I don't remember the captain giving us tea specifically. I do remember him giving us the box with the inlay, because he made a big deal about it, but I hated the segment with the sailor captain so much that I don't... Ugh. Okay, so we've got to make a different tea then, which is why there's an option to pour this out.
Out you go.
So begin again. Yeah, that segment was so painful. Having to play dress up to fix his coma was just so bad. Especially when the text dialogue gave us a like, maybe we should leave him alone option. What do you think? And I said, yes, I agree, we should leave him alone. And then the game's like, no, I've given you this text dialogue option, but what we actually want is for you to be forced to do this. So, F you. Why give you an option that says, no, I don't want to do this? We should leave him alone if you're then not going to let you leave him alone. Yeah, we need to boil the water, Adman. I'm busy being grumpy about how bad that sailor section was.
1 cup of...
So much. Fake choices. Misleading directives. Don't disturb the captain in his sleep. To make progress, you have to break into his room in his sleep. Grumble, 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 grumble.
Now to let it steep for a few minutes.
Yes.
There, a nice hot cup of tea.
Yes, you have to wait for, I think it's more like 20 minutes though. You have to sit around and wait for 20 minutes. The bad guy at the start is like, "Please sit here and wait for me and I will be back." And then you sit here and wait and he comes back and he's like, "Ah, yes, lovely. Here's the thing you wanted. You may leave now." Okay, we have to rub new tea against everyone.
Thanks.
You keep that, Harley.
The most obvious person would be the guy who said, I hate nettles, so...
Hey, Captain. How about a nice cup of tea?
Is it more of that nettle stuff?
No, this is from my own private store. It's from Ceylon.
No kidding. How'd you come by that?
The world's
We
most
recently met a
annoying
former
sea
whaler.
captain gave
He
it
had
to
souvenirs
us.
from around the world. He gave me a caddy as a memento, and it had some tea left in it. I thought you might appreciate a taste from another part of the world.
Like seething hatred.
Ah, this is delicious. I don't know what to say, aside from thank you.
My pleasure.
Please, join me. Have some tea and we can chat.
I'm more of a coffee drinker, but I'll gladly take the conversation.
I apologize for being so abrupt before. If you still have questions, I'll try and answer them to the best of my ability.
Do you think we could talk a little about the airship crash now? I'd really like to understand more about the
My
origins
reward
of
is
this
more
community.
gossip.
Yes, that's understandable. Of course you're curious to know what kind of place you fetched up in. All right. 12 years ago, Johanna chartered my cargo ship to take her group from Bright Bay to Las Virgenes. But late one night, still half a day from our destination, the boiler failed. We started losing altitude. We were already crossing the mountains, and all around was rocky peaks and forest. No safe place to set down. I was forced to make an emergency landing, more a barely controlled crash, really, on the side of this mountain. And here we are still.
Wow.
The Rowena was wrecked beyond hope of repair. But somehow nobody was hurt or killed in the crash. A miracle, as Joanna reminds us, if we ever forget.
Do you know what caused the failure?
Yes, I'm certain I do. But it doesn't matter.
Please say it was Eliza. And, the answer, Adman, is because we could. Right? We had a cup. Cup obviously gets used with big barrel of water. Then, oh look, there's a fire, so we can heat up our water. And then there was something saying I would need hot water to make tea in the kettle in the other room, so that's what the hot water is used for. Or else you could work backwards from the tea kettle.
What makes you say it doesn't matter what caused the crash?
It was a long time ago. So much has changed, and I've forgiven and forgotten. To tell the truth, that final voyage was the best thing that ever happened to me. Because of it, I met and married Joanna. I got to watch her blossom into a truly inspirational leader, and I found a new home. She's the captain of this ship now, doing a far better job of it than I ever could.
I imagine it wasn't easy for you to adjust to this life.
It took some getting used to, I admit, and not just for me. Many of the original passengers found it hard to live up here. They thought they were headed for a sunny coastal paradise, not a barren mountaintop surrounded by ferocious beasts. Joanna tried to keep morale up, but that didn't stop a group of dissenters from forming. They began challenging her, spreading rumors and confusion. In the end, she had no choice but to discipline them.
How exactly did Joanna discipline the dissenters?
She had them stay in the cabin over yonder, isolated from the rest of the community and kept under guard. She wanted to give them time to cool down and reconsider, but I could see that wasn't going to happen. They had made up their minds to leave. Keeping them prisoner was only making things worse.
So what happened?
They escaped one night, under my watch.
You let them go.
You expect me to believe the dissenters escaped?
Joanna believed it, still does, despite the rumors and hearsay. That's all that matters.
Were you punished in any way?
I was under the silence for a week for failing to protect the dissenters from the dangers of the wilderness. Small price to pay for both the good of the community and those poor souls who left.
The silence? What's that?
A custom Joanna and Eliza came up with. You can't speak, and nobody is allowed to talk to you for however long your silence lasts. Bit of a funny punishment, but I can appreciate the idea behind it. After all, a captain needs to keep discipline among the crew.
Not needing to talk to anyone in this place and punishment are not concepts that I would equate.
Is there anything you'd be willing to share about the people of New Bethel? Who's who, their relationships, their history? There's so much I don't know.
Suppose it couldn't hurt. Go on, then.
Please just shoot them all and leave.
What did you do before coming here?
I piloted
If I
this
could,
ship,
Maud, I
Rowena,
would.
before it became our home. Drifted from port to port, doing odd transport jobs. Never imagined I'd stay still for more than a month, let alone 12 years.
I know a little bit about what that's like. I never stayed put long either.
Well, this community put an end to my wandering ways. Maybe it'll do the same for you.
Tell me about Joanna and Eliza.
I got to know Joanna on the voyage here. Over dinner in my quarters, she told me all about her thoughts and philosophies on life. It was fascinating to meet someone so passionate and high-spirited. After the crash, I got to know and respect her more. She emerged as the spiritual leader of New Bethel. We married a few years after. As for Eliza, she's always been utterly devoted to her mother. We get along, but I'm mindful about giving her space.
What can you tell me about Bridget and Patrick?
The boy seems happy here. I'm glad Jerome's seeing to his training. Bridget has more than readjusted to life here. She was originally one of the dissenters, you see. But she and her husband James returned that winter with their newborn son. Seems Bridget wasn't aware when they left that she was with child. Having a baby out there in the wilderness changed the calculation, I guess.
What's to know about Jerome and Sue Ellen?
Good people. They came to New Bethel a couple of years after the crash. I believe they met with trouble on the road, much as you did. And lucky thing for us, they stayed. They're both vital parts of this
It
community.
feels like they're trying to trick us into staying myself,
Know
but
anything about Patrick's hideout?
No, but sometimes I see him running past here with his little toys and things. Guess that's where he goes off to play.
See you later, Captain.
Goodbye, Miss Legere.
that doesn't feel like it's given us anything that will let us progress.
No point. Hello again, Joanne.
Hello to you.
I've heard about something called
but it
the
has.
silence. What is that?
It is a method to discipline those who fall into error. When one undergoes the silence, they are prohibited from speaking with anyone except God. That way, they are encouraged to reflect on their actions and to seek His forgiveness. Once they have done so, they're welcomed back to the community as stronger, better people.
Thanks for the chat.
God bless.
Search for the hideout. I think it will be behind the secret panel thing in the other room, the hexagonal pagonal thing.
Hi, Brother Jerome.
Sister Harley?
Can you tell me what the silence is?
Nothing you gotta concern yourself with. Just keep on the straight and narrow and you'll be fine.
Appreciate your time.
Be well.
All right there, Danny?
Yep.
Okay, we can speak to Jake about the silence, maybe.
I've got nothing to ask him.
That's a no.
Not now, Liz.
You still want in the wagon. We can try gardening lady about the silence.
Hello, Sue Ellen.
Hello, Harley.
I spoke with Jerome, and he told me you two came after the original Voyagers.
Yes, that's right. We don't much talk about that. Sister Joanna likes to say that everybody here has always been part of New Bethel, even if they didn't know it yet. Some of our brothers and sisters are still on their way to us, even now. We got here about 2 years after this whole thing started. Other families came after, but we were about the first newcomers.
What exactly were the circumstances that led to your arrival?
Jerome and I were coming down from Shivering Pines, heading for the coast in search of a new life. But our wagon broke down on the road through the mountains.
You didn't take the canyon bridge?
Is there a bridge now? Wasn't one when we came through.
Normally, yes, but it recently collapsed. That's why we went through the pass.
Huh. Well, Brother James came and found us and brought us up the mountain. At first we had every intention of keeping on, but we didn't have any real plans, and folks here were so welcoming. We never really made the decision to stay. We just never left.
What about the other families?
Same story, more or less.
Can you tell me what the silence is?
Oh, that's Sister Joanna's punishment for anybody who crosses her.
At least
You ain't
she
allowed
calls
to
it like
speak
it
to
is.
Nobody or be spoken to. There's extra chores, extra prayers, and fasting. That means you get cut to 1 meal a day.
Sounds harsh. Have you been under the silence?
Plenty of times. Sister Joanna and I don't always see eye to eye, and she don't appreciate back talk. Jerome tells me I ought to keep my thoughts to myself, but that ain't how I do.
I'll let you get back to your garden.
Come enjoy it any time.
You tell her like it is, garden lady.
She's tending.
Okay, you've got nothing else to say.
Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Har.
Ooh, she's finally talkable.
I've tried going down to check on the wagon, but I'm not allowed.
Why not?
Patrick said it's for our safety. Wolves in the forest or something.
These people have lived here a long time.
Unite and overthrow our tyrannical oppressor. All is not well in the commune, Maud.
I have the feeling something's not right here.
Why would you think that?
Joanna isn't quite so benevolent. Captain Perry told me about a group of dissenters who were kept under lock and key. And you heard what Sue Ellen told me about the silence.
That sounds like how it was at my old school. The nuns were quite strict as well. Every religious community has its methods of discipline.
You heard what Sue Ellen said about the other families arriving here the same way we did. Doesn't that seem suspicious to you?
Yes, I suppose it does. I hate jumping to conclusions, though. If there really is something amiss, I want to be certain.
I haven't got anything else, but I'll keep looking.
All right.
Would you be so kind as to carve me something?
A toy for the boy?
Just bring me something to carve.
Okay,
I look
we
forward.
need to get you wood. Quickly, to the wood pile, now that we know that we need wood. Wood for the boy. Wood to carve, child, toy. Go! Free us from this endless search for more gossip loop. And it looked like we did have to fetch all that gossip in order to talk to Nadine about, look at all these suspicious things that the community does. People get stuck here. The lady is really mean to her underlings, etc.,
Hey,
etc.
Hello, Harley.
Would you be so kind as to carve me something?
I'd be glad to.
Okay, she doesn't mean
I look forward.
dialogue give, she means
I've got this piece of wood.
inventory
Think you could carve
give.
something for me?
What did you have in mind?
I think I'd like a wolf.
Very well. I'll have it ready in just a while. Here you are.
Beautiful work, Nadine.
Okay. Which of the animals does the little boy want? Does he want wolf?
Nadine carved this for me. It's a little wolf. Here, I thought you might like something for your collection.
Oh, wow, a wolf! And look at those fangs! This is great! I'll be back in just a minute. Don't get any ideas about going down the path. I'll know if you do.
Better not try calling his bluff, but let's just see where he goes.
I was going to say, do we actually do that or do we obey? But it looks like we're meant to follow him, and it's happening without my input. The power of cutscene.
He's going towards the cabin. Interesting.
And he's going to press the hexagonal thingamajig. But what with? Ah, there's a secret thing behind the cross. Which you can then put into the hexagonal thingamajig.
Looks like I found your secret hideout.
I was expecting a secret room, not a way up, but largely the same. Okay, now we know that there's something else to interact with the cross. We break into his secret hideout and steal all his toys to bribe him to let us down the mountain?
Let's see what Patrick's got hidden back here. Interesting. A small crank handle. Open sesame. Rather cozy up here, and you can't beat the view. Patrick's collection of extra special figurines. An old spyglass, part of the original airship. Can't see a thing. I think it's missing a lens.
If only we had the lens from Mr. Photographer Man. Maybe we could have, distracted him and have gotten one of the lenses? And there's nothing else up here. So I don't know how that was useful.
Miss Johnson?
What is it?
We might have been able to distract him with the little timer thing, maybe.
Something's just not right around here.
Yes, I've had the same feeling. But we ought to tread lightly. Stay alert. Not now, Leger.
Hello, Jake.
Can we convince you now
Howdy.
that there's suspicious things?
I think there's something strange going on here.
What do you figure?
Joanna isn't quite so benevolent. Captain Perry told me about a group of dissenters who were kept under lock and key. And Sue Ellen told me about a harsh punishment called the silence, where people are shunned and can't speak for days if they upset Joanna.
That all? Shoot. That don't sound like much. She's the leader here. And if that's what it takes to keep the peace, so be it. It's hardly cause to think we're in any danger.
I spoke to Jerome and Sue Ellen. They told me their wagon broke down just like ours. What's more, several other families who came after them experienced similar breakdowns.
So you think there's some sort of conspiracy?
It's happened too many times to be a coincidence.
I can't say I agree with you there, Harley. If it was intentional, and these folks were sabotaging wagons and trapping people, they'd
He
have
believes
lots
in
more
strong
casualties, don't you
leadership?
think?
Maybe, but
But nothing. We'll be on our way soon enough. Enjoy this little rest while it lasts.
that's all I know right now, but I'll tell you if I learn more.
I have no doubt you will.
Talk to you later, Jake.
Take it easy, Harley.
Jake is unconvinced of the merits of a workers' council mod. He needs some more education.
Hey, Danny.
Hi, Harley.
Would you give us a moment, Brother Jerome?
Of course.
I don't want to alarm you, but something about this place isn't quite right.
What do you mean?
Joanna isn't quite so benevolent. Captain Perry told me about a group of dissenters who were kept under lock and key. And Sue Ellen told me about a harsh punishment called the silence, where people can't speak for days if they upset Joanna.
Huh. That does sound pretty extreme. But, I don't know, it doesn't seem that strange to me. Is there anything else that seems off to you?
There's less captives? There's been less people joining lately after the bridge was made, but then the bridge has mysteriously stopped working. Which is why we've had to come this way, Adman.
Sue Ellen told me about how she and Jerome got here.
Oh, sure. Jerome told me too. How the wagon broke down and all that.
It didn't strike you as familiar?
Sure, it sounded like what happened to us. Are you saying it's not a coincidence?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Come on, Harley. Really? Mountain roads are full of rocks and things. I'm not surprised a wagon would break down there.
That's all for right now. I'll let you know if I hear anything else.
Okay.
You can come back now, Brother Jerome. See you, Danny.
Bye for now.
Okay, we don't have convincing or enough evidence yet, according to you. We can try Nadine.
Looks like they've got a...
And then we can go talk to...
Nothing to say,
Philo.
really.
Okay, Philo it is, because it looks like everyone else is... So he was not this one, he's the other one.
Phil?
Harley?
Oh god, I hope I don't have to. We haven't asked more about Eliza. Oh god.
Listen to me, Phil. There's something off about
We
this
might have to
place.
listen to another song.
I've learned that Joanna isn't quite as nice as she seems. She jailed a group of dissenters and forces anyone who displeases her to undergo the silence.
What is that?
A punishment where the person can't speak or be spoken to, gets less food, and has to do extra chores and prayers.
Perhaps this community isn't as idyllic as it seems.
Thank you, finally, someone who
This does seem
listens.
suspicious. Though it could all be a coincidence. I do not think this proves anything sinister. There is still too much doubt.
Ah, but we have a second piece
Sue
of
Ellen
evidence.
told me we aren't the first people whose wagon broke down on the mountain road. In fact, she and Jerome wound up here much the same way we did, along with several other families.
It seems a stretch.
No!
You saw the condition of the road. I was not able to see any evidence of sabotage.
That's as much as I've learned so far.
Well, if you find anything else, let me know.
Okay, tell me more about
I'd like
Eliza.
to hear more about Eliza.
Please.
I really
do not
wouldn't.
Kiss and tell.
I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted to know if she told you anything about this place.
Ah, certainly. We had a very stimulating conversation after the party. This community was founded upon the ideals of independence and freedom. There is much to admire.
That boy Patrick is guarding the path down the mountain.
And why would you want to go?
To check on the wagon, for starters.
Jerome said he would take care of the repairs. More hands do not always make for faster work.
I'll let you get back to your writing.
Try not to get into any trouble, eh?
That doesn't feel like
Can't
it
think
will
of anything
have.
to ask.
Oh no, Maud. We're all equals, except that she's more equal than others. is the official party line.
Excuse me?
Yes?
I've heard about something called the Silence. What is that?
When one of us falls into sin, they must find their way back to grace. In the silence. Sister Johanna determines how long is needed. While someone is under the silence, they may not speak or be spoken to. There are other requirements, but it's not my place to share them.
Is it true that Patrick was born in the wilderness?
Who told you that?
The same person who told me about letting you and the other dissenters go.
I see. Yes, it's true. I was unaware of my condition when we left. Otherwise... Anyway. We came back, along with another family who left with us, and a third we met on the way. Sister Johanna forgave us, thank God. She is truly an angel among us.
She probably only forgave them for bringing more captives,
What compelled you
essentially.
to leave in the first place?
We were following someone we thought knew better than Sister Johanna, but as it turned out, he didn't. That's his grave over there. Abraham Levinsky.
Who was he?
Just a strong-willed fool who felt our journey was incomplete. He convinced us to continue to Las Virgenes on foot.
What became of Abraham Levinsky and the other dissenters?
Those poor, poor souls. They died out there. Every last one. Sister Johanna sent my husband back to Abraham's camp to try to convince them to return, but all he found was carnage. Wolves, it was. When I think of how horrible it must have been, and how lucky we were to escape that fate. Enough. Let us
It
speak of
looks
something
that
else,
way a
please.
bit, doesn't it,
I'll leave
Maud?
you to your thoughts.
God go with you. Please excuse me, Sister Harley. I need to get back to my quarters.
Okay. See you later, I guess.
This is a state change, though. If she's going back to her quarters... We should check all the graves
Tiny
again.
crosses. How
Maybe
sad.
we're allowed to take something from them as
James
much as
Dor-
that's...
Oliver. Wait, haven't I seen that name somewhere recently? Abraham Levinsky. Wait, haven't I seen that name somewhere recently? Amelia. Aaron
Yeah, we
O'Hara.
literally just heard about
Stephen.
him.
Isabella Wood.
Sorry, can't...
You
Hello, Sue
again.
Ellen.
Hello, Har.
Do you know anything about Abraham Levinsky?
I've only heard a few stories. He ain't too highly regarded round
We do
here.
not have a
So many
spade.
didn't survive that first winter after the crash.
We gave it up
If the
after the
dissenters hadn't
dinosaur
taken so much
fossil
away with
minigame.
them, things might have gone different.
I'll let you get back to your garden.
Come enjoy it any time.
Is that enough to complain about?
Nothing to say.
No. The dissenters being murdered?
Not now.
You want the
Hello
wagon?
again.
Hello to you.
Can you tell me more about Abraham?
Exactly what happened to Abraham Levinsky.
Oh, poor brother Abraham. He was tragically led astray. He and several others began to question God's plan for us. They ended up leaving New Bethel. Some saw the light.
He
and
began to
turned,
question me,
the rest
so he
were
had
not
to
so
be
fortunate.
dealt
God
with.
punished them for their lack of faith. The wilds claimed them. Brother Abraham was the only one whose remains we could recover. Brother James brought his mangled body back to New Bethel. We laid him to rest among our dead, praying God would grant him forgiveness.
Thanks for the chat.
God bless.
Captain Perry,
Yes, Miss Legere?
could you tell me about Abraham Levinsky?
Oh, dreadful business. He led the dissenters who split from the community. Some changed their minds and came back. Johanna sent James to Abraham's camp to try to convince the rest to return. But all he found was Abraham's body and signs that wolves had attacked the camp and killed the rest. We had a funeral for Abraham and buried him in the graveyard. Joanna didn't let anyone see the body. It was too roughed up by those wolves.
Sounds awful.
Thankfully, we have the rangers to protect us, so nothing like that ever
Suspicion
happens again.
rising.
See you later, Captain.
Goodbye, Miss Legere.
Didn't let anyone look at the body.
Can't think of...
You bet all of your points the grave is empty.
I've got no point.
Not.
Hi, Brother Jerome.
Sister Harley?
Do you know anything about what happened to Abraham Levinsky?
Afraid not. That was all before my time.
Appreciate your time.
Be well. Likewise.
Nope.
All right.
Yep.
Nope. Okay, now that she's back here, will you talk to us in private
She's
in
busy.
your house? No. Evil woman's husband. Was my memory of that. Maybe now that I've asked everyone about this, we can...
Abraham Lev... Wait, have... This article mentions an Abraham Levinsky living in Las Virgenes, which is where he intended to go, according to Bridget. And Captain Perry said Joanna wouldn't let anyone see the body because it was too mangled, but what if... Suppose there's only one way to find out.
I'm punished for back before we only read this bit of the newspaper, because it seemed to be the only relevant bit to the story. I'm being punished for not having read out loud all of this. And that's what that hint was trying to tell us. Haven't I read about this somewhere else recently? I honestly didn't know that was there. Unless I, like, passively absorbed it by a speed reading.
Nothing to say. She's tending the garden. I'll leave her to it.
You'd think the garden would be the place to grab a shovel, but apparently not. Can I rub this on people?
She's busy.
To be like, yo, he's not dead. There couldn't possibly be two people with that same name. It's not like he's called Michael Smith.
Appreciate it, but
I'm not sure.
Okay, do we confront the evil... I think we leave confronting the evil lady for last.
Thanks.
I sometimes forget there's still an entire world out there.
He seems preoccupied.
I appreciate the...
Alright, there's no one else. Confront her with the wood axe.
No, thank you. We've all taken a vow of poverty.
No, the newspaper is apparently too rich for her blood.
You keep that.
Thanks.
No one wants to acknowledge that. Maybe I rob the newspaper on the grave? But the grave is not an interactable in that sense.
Abraham Levin. Wait, have
Maybe we just remove the rocks? But they're not an interactable... Oh, they weren't before and now they are.
I need to find out if Abraham Levinsky is really buried here. Miss Johnson, keep a lookout. I'm gonna search this grave.
What? Why on earth?
Call it a hunch. I think something's going on here.
Be quick then, and try not to draw any attention. Lord alive.
I knew it! There's nothing here.
Excuse me?
This grave is a fake. The whole story about Abraham Levinsky is probably fake too. The question is, why go to all that effort?
Why indeed. We need to figure out what's going on here. But I'd be careful who you tell about this.
That sounds like we should save. Lest we get imprisoned. Now can we talk to you about it?
Hey,
You.
Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
Tell me. There's a fake grave in the graveyard. It supposedly belongs to the leader of a group of deserters, but it's empty.
You dug up someone's grave?
I looked under the rocks.
Why would you do such a thing?
But I told you there's nothing underneath.
Still, it's just wrong.
I haven't got anything else, but I'll keep looking.
All right.
We'll talk later.
I look forward to it.
Come on, she literally had the dissenters disappeared. How could this not be more suspicious?
She's busy. Hey, Dan.
Hi, Harley.
Would you...
Of course.
I learned some more...
What is it?
There's a fake grave in the graveyard. It supposedly belongs to the leader of a group of deserters, but it's empty.
You searched his grave?
I had to find out if the story was true.
That's just wrong, Harley. Maybe you misunderstood and the grave is just a memorial.
It's not. Trust me.
Please, I don't want to hear any more about it.
That's all for right now. I'll let you know if I hear anything else.
Okay.
You can come back now, Brother Jerome. See you.
Bye for now.
Good to see you.
Likewise.
Okay, what about Jake? We have precious few people left. There's only really Jake.
Hello, Jake.
And Philo.
Howdy.
I still think something's rotten in New Bethel.
What's got you riled? Speak up.
There's a fake grave in the graveyard. It supposedly belongs to the leader of a group of deserters, but it's empty.
What you mean fake? A memorial?
No, a fake. A man's supposed to be buried there, but he's not.
Why would someone go to the trouble of making a fake grave?
Exactly what I want to know.
I admit it's suspicious, but that's not enough to start stirring up the
Come
pot.
on!
That's all I know right now, but I'll tell you if I learn more.
I have no doubt you will.
Talk to you later, Jake.
Take it easy,
Normally
Harley.
3 is the magic number, but 3 pieces of evidence is not enough. What about you? Can you be convinced with 3?
Phil?
Harley?
Listen to me, Phil. There's something off about this place.
Have you found something else?
Yes.
Joanna and the others told me a story about Abraham Levinsky, the leader of a group of deserters. He was supposedly killed by wolves and buried in the graveyard, but the grave is empty.
Slow down a moment. You dug up one of the graves?
Not so much dug as moved the rocks, enough to see there was nothing underneath.
I see. I suppose you had your reasons. And you say there was no body?
That's right. I also have proof that Levinsky is still alive. Look.
The first
Very
person who will
well. I
acknowledge
have
the
heard enough.
newspaper.
Clearly these people are hiding something
Oh,
from
thank
us.
you.
I will see if I can coax any information from Eliza when I see her again.
Okay.
Can't think of it.
So how do we get him to see Eliza again? It is, Resty, it is. But we tried robbing the newspaper against people and it doesn't really do anything.
She's busy.
The revolutionary is helping. He's no longer fallen for the honeypot Maud.
She's busy.
No.
Sorry, can't.
What else could I possibly need to do? How do we trigger him to talk to her more? Maybe having talked to him will
Nothing to say.
have meant someone else now has more dialogue?
Not now.
Nope.
All right then.
Yep.
Nope.
Good to see.
Likewise.
Nope.
I've got nothing.
Nope, we can't. We cannot confront her about it, even if we wanted to.
No point. Nothing else to say. I've got nothing.
No, and that's everyone. Hail, friendly. Ay, ay, ay. Then I have no idea what we can even do now. At least before I had something we could do, listen to all the gossip, even if I didn't want to. And it was the way forwards. They've also taken our cup away, so it's not make more tea to convince him to talk to us that way. We had to bloodlet the priest. Maybe we have to make a lens? It's a bit of a stretch. I could check if any of the other spaces suddenly have a new interactable.
Not.
Like those rocks had a new interactable.
Looks like they've got a.
That's a no. It's also a no.
This must be Pat.
Have you talked to her yet?
Can't think of anything.
Can I break into her bedside table
A
now?
Bible. I'll leave that right where it is. And what's this? Some kind of lens. Better take it.
Okay, so the answer was I was respecting other people's privacy too much. I should have broken into their bedside table sooner. No, here was me thinking, poor, lonely, single woman who jumped on the first new man to join the area, might not want her bedside table investigated. But no, that's what we had to have done.
A perfect fit. What a surprise.
And this will show us that the wagon's actually being disassembled.
Let's have a look. That's the base of the mountain near where we broke down. Hello, and who might you be? Well, that's not suspicious at all.
That's it. We see someone hiding in a bush.
I don't see anyone else down there.
At least we didn't have to pan around like in Spy Fox. He or she or they might have been 3 people in a cloak. Yeah, how about looking at the wagon like we said we wanted to? Why we want to go down the hill for. Anyway, having seen this, we now have to do the loop of talking to everyone again.
Sorry.
She's tending... Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
I've learned some more about this place,
Okay,
and it's
this is
not
new
good.
evidence to tell everyone about.
I caught a glimpse of a cloaked figure sneaking into a secret cave down on the mountain road. I have a feeling there's something important in there.
That does sound rather odd. All right, let's say there is something going on. What do we do about it?
Miss Johnson and I are trying to get down to the wagon. We need you to help us distract Patrick.
Finally!
We just need you to get the kid out of the way long enough for us to get down the mountain without being spotted.
All right. Hello, young
The
man.
secret cave
Can I
is
borrow you for a
literally the
moment?
least
Sure.
compelling
What do you need?
evidence.
Joanna asked me to make sure everyone was
Yes.
happy. Come to the big tent and I'll give you a quick checkup.
Oh, okay, if it's quick. Sister Joanna won't like it if I leave my post long.
Now's our chance. Let's go.
I suppose it is the only piece of evidence other than the missing body that isn't gossip-based, and the body is arguably gossip-based. They've taken all the wheels.
What have these people done to my wagon?
It's clear they don't want us leaving New Bethel.
You said there was a cave down here?
Looked like.
Then see if you can find it. We need to figure out what we're up against.
An unassuming looking bush. Here we are. This bush was put here deliberately. Hey, look! I found the cave.
Good. Now see what's inside, and be quick.
A small opening in the rock. This is way too small for anyone to fit through. This workbench is a mess of books and papers. What's this? Looks like some kind of handbook.
Bless me.
A printer's proof copy.
Bless me.
It's full of dynamite and wires. Someone has been making
They blew up the
explosives.
bridge. Who could have guessed? And thank you,
It's a
Stupid
hand-drawn
Cheese.
map of the area. That's the road, and it's been marked with several X's. This is exactly where we broke down. These look like they were placed here recently. Wait a minute. These are our wheels. These look like...
We
Wait.
can't pick them up, though. Is that everything in here? No, we need to open the cupboard.
I can only guess what's in there.
Then open.
It's stuffed with guns and ammunition. That's not a good sign.
Take.
Stuffed with...
No, not allowed to take. And we can get a shovel.
A shovel and pickaxe. Perfect for digging potholes and dirt roads.
No, we can only observe the shovel. Fair enough.
It's in bad shape.
No time for chatter now, Leger.
Pop Sister Führer. Hmm.
Nasty pothole. Can't believe it took out the wagon.
I swear that wasn't there when we drove through. I ain't blind. I would have seen and avoided it.
There's a bunch of grass at the bottom. Seems it was covered. Not sure if this is the one I saw from the crow's nest. Ow! Damn thorns.
Okay. Back upstairs. No, I meant to do something else. What else could I possibly be meant to do? What didn't I do in here? We looked at these. We looked at this. We looked at this. We looked at this. We looked at the guns and we looked at the wagon wheels. What else do you want, game? Here again? Maybe.
This is way too small for anyone to fit through.
We can't send, like, I would imagine sending the dog in.
The Saboteur's Handbook by JT and JR. My god, I need to show this to Lola. Now.
Okay. No, I was meant to look at the new book. And then that tells me what to do.
You won't believe what I found in the cave.
Try me.
A printer's proof of something called the Saboteur's Handbook. Have a look.
Written by J.T. Joanna Taggart.
Must be, but who is JR?
Jonathan Red?
Who's Jonathan Red?
Seriously? You never heard of the Redites? They're a bunch of anti-steam tech thugs who went around sabotaging machines and factories a few years back. They were mostly active in New Britannia, but they got their start in Bright Bay.
So you think Joanna knew Jonathan Red?
Not just knew him. I think they worked together. Maybe more than that. You get a good look at that Eliza girl? She's got a certain resemblance to that Mr. Red.
Hang on. Joanna told me Eliza's father was named Jonathan.
And there you have it.
All that aside, look at the contents.
These are all instructions. Sabotaging vehicles and laying road traps. Low-grade bombs for controlled explosions. Creating concealed hiding spots in the wilderness. Remind you of anything?
Well, one thing's for certain. The wagon breakdown wasn't just coincidence.
They blew up the
planned it
bridge.
to get us here.
Yes, but who?
That's what we need to find out.
Lots of pages have notes scribbled in the margins. Some are from JT, others from JR. Looks like they had some ideological differences.
Oh?
Joanna thought things were going too far. She objected to giving instructions for explicitly violent stuff. Here's a note on the bombs page where she says, "Too dangerous to print." Same time, Red's written things like, "This information is a tool for a righteous cause," or "No revisions, too late for cold feet." But there's another set of notes, in somebody else's handwriting. Here, on this recipe for an acid compound, Joanna crossed out some ingredients. This other person tried to fill in the missing information.
So this third person is probably our saboteur.
I'd put money on it.
I think our top priority is figuring out who this person is.
I agree, but we gotta be discreet.
No, it isn't.
We
Our
can't
top
just
priority
go
is
around
fixing the
interrogating
wagon
everyone,
and going
hoping for a confession.
going
We need
away.
Solid proof identifying the person you saw going into that cave.
My brother was the detective in the family.
Let's hope some of his skills rubbed off on you.
So what should our next move be?
Round up the others and come to my cabin. We need to talk. Come on, let's get back up the mountain before anybody notices us missing.
And
Shooting
so
all
this
the cult
saboteur
of
is the reason
thugs.
we're here.
We need to uncover who it is and tell these people. They deserve the truth.
Now wait just a minute, this is all very serious for sure. But these folks have a whole way of life they're accustomed to. We expose it all as a lie, why, we're ripping the bottom out of their world.
Jake's got a point. It could tear this community apart.
I think Lola's right. Not knowing your true history is no way to live.
At the very least, Joanna should know about this. As the community's leader, it falls to her to decide what to do with this information.
We gotta be able to prove who the saboteur is first. Could be the rot goes all the way to the top.
I have a strong suspicion, but I'll see if I can confirm it.
Once you do, you can tell Joanna the truth, assuming she's not the one behind it all.
Or you could try talking to the saboteur, maybe get him to lay off without having to upset the whole community.
I'll see what I can find out.
Okay, so we're presented with two options. Turn the saboteur in, or ask them to stop being an arse, basically.
Nothing else to say to him right now.
Seize the means of sabotage?
Wait a minute, this is the same cloak I saw through the spyglass. Got you now, Eliza.
That's all the evidence we needed that it was Eliza, which I said from the start because it's so suspicious that the airship she was on crashed, right? I said that she clearly sabotaged the airship.
Joanna, Eliza, and her father. These are most... Guess Eliza... Certain? Nothing else to say?
Yes, I do. He knows that she did it. He's forgiven her for some reason, but he knows.
Hello again, Joanna.
Hello to you, Sister Harley.
Joanna, I'm afraid I have some disturbing news.
What is it?
Can you call together the community? This is something everyone needs to hear.
What is this about? I would be glad to make an announcement once I know what it concerns.
I'm afraid I have to insist on addressing everyone at once.
As you wish. I'll call an assembly. Brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn, Sister Harley has asked me to bring you all together to hear her words. Tell us, Sister Harley, what news have you for us all?
You have all been living a lie. It wasn't God who brought you here, or there is a wolf among you.
Since you all came here, you feared wolves in the forest below. But I'm sorry to tell you that the real wolf has been living among you all this time.
What are you saying?
Eliza has been pulling the strings all along. She's been manipulating us all. She's been setting traps in the road to capture wagons and bring their passengers into New Bethel.
What? How dare you?
I saw her enter a secret cave at the base of the mountain. It was full of saboteurs' tools, along with spare wagon wheels, and this.
What? Eliza, what are you doing with that?
Claiming my birthright. Just because you disavowed father doesn't mean I did.
So it was sabotage. I always ask myself if our breakdown was really an accident. You've been lying to us all
You go,
these
sister.
years.
No, I swear I didn't know anything about this.
Then why did you prop up the lie about Abraham Levinsky?
What lie? Brother Abraham was killed when he left the safety of New Bethel, torn apart by wolves.
Then why is his grave empty?
But what are you saying? Brother James buried him. He told us the body was terribly mangled.
So you never actually saw Levinsky's body?
No, I put my faith in Brother James's word.
There was no body because Levinsky never died. There were no wolves. In fact, he made it safely to Las Virgenes. Just weeks ago, he was in the papers announcing his niece's marriage. It was just a story concocted to keep you all here, to keep you afraid.
He was trying to protect you. He was trying to protect all of us. Brother James was the one who had the idea to bring in new members. He understood that a community can't thrive without them.
James was a saint. He loved this community. And you, Sister Johanna. There's nothing he wouldn't have done for you all.
I think that is becoming very clear.
Eliza, I don't understand. Why would you do this?
The outside world is a horrible place, Mother. You should know this better than anyone. Look at what we've built here. How we've grown and flourished. We had to keep that safe. That's why you had to make sure no one ever left the mountain. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I only wanted people to share in our joy.
But you did it without asking us if we wanted a part of it. A community without trust ain't no community worth living in.
Joanna, my love, there's something else you probably ought to know.
Ooh, is he going to admit
I
that
never said
she
anything because after a while it didn't seem to matter. But after
sabotaged
the
the
I
crash?
examined
Yeah.
the boiler and, well, it had clearly been sabotaged.
What? We were headed for disaster. I saw it in my vision.
You mean you saw that we were going to crash? That someone was going to sabotage the ship?
No, Mother. You don't
Yes,
understand.
and that someone was
I saw the
me.
sun setting in the west, and the sea became red with blood. We were going to make it to the coast, but the land was already tainted, cursed. It was the mountain that was our true home, a citadel of holy peace. I just had to make sure we ended up here.
So, you brought the airship down? Eliza,
I'm
you
so
could've
glad
killed
I
us
called
all.
that.
But I didn't. I gave us a new life, a better life.
And you can keep it. Come on, Jerome. We're leaving this rock. Anybody who wants to come with us is welcome.
What? You can't just leave. Where will you go?
Anywhere but here.
You won't last 2 minutes out there.
Silence, Eliza, until further notice.
But
I said silence. Return to your quarters immediately. Wait for me to come find you. Please, Sister Sue Ellen, don't be so hasty. It breaks my heart to hear what my baby has done, but now that I know the truth, there's no reason we can't start over. We can continue to live here without the fear of the unknown below.
That ain't gonna work, sis. Joanna, not now. We're way past that.
Oh no, do we tell them to give them a second chance, that this is correct and you can't keep up the charade, or do whatever the heck you want, we just want our wagon fixed?
Whatever you all decide is your own business. We just want our wagon fixed so we can be on our way.
Yes, of course. I'll arrange to have it ready by morning. Thank you, by the way, for opening my eyes.
I'm sorry it had to be this way, but I couldn't keep silent.
I think perhaps I've relied too much on silence. I am sorry to see you go, but I understand your desire to continue your journey.
Thanks, Joanna.
That was quite the experience.
Better now it's over.
Hopefully they'll put a stop to Eliza's tricks.
I had my suspicions about her.
Didn't let them hold you back. Come on, we've lost enough time here.
Our sojourn in New Bethel has left us all somewhat shaken. Thankfully, we have only to cross Hellfire Pass today, and from there, it's a straight shot down into El Presidio. With our goal so near in sight, we can all focus our attention back to the task of locating Dr. Clark's fortune.
Alright, and that, having escaped the religious insular society honey trap area, makes a perfectly reasonable point to cut. Ay, ay, ay. What will we find on the descent down into Pseudo-California? Find out next time. I need a quick break, refill my drink. Give me 2 mins. We should be back shortly. Yeah. Mordcub, if they want to stay, they can stay. We've given them all the information about the truth to make their own decision, is my position. Anyway, thank you for your patience. Cheers all. Let's go back to it. Hello and welcome back to the Bobber Plays Rosewater. We escaped the religious cult. What will we find in pseudo-California?
Hey, Danny, let's talk.
Sure.
How do you think the people of New Bethel will fare?
I don't know. I just hope they manage to stay together. I guess it's better to know the truth, but it's going to be hard to keep the community together after that.
Hey, Jake?
Yeah, Harley?
How do you suppose the people of New Bethel will fare?
Honestly, I've tried putting the whole affair out of my mind. I rather pity them. Kinda wish you hadn't shattered their illusion. Then again, it ain't so easy living a lie.
Says Gilderoy Lockhart.
How about another story?
Sure! Let me tell you about the biggest rattlesnake I ever saw. So that's how I learned to never turn my back on a snake. What the?
Something wrong?
Some fellers on horseback are blocking the pass up ahead.
I'll have a look. Is there some trouble?
No trouble at all. Let us keep it that way, huh?
Why
I'm
the hell are
Agent
your
Carson,
stirrups so
the
far
Blackburn
forwards?
Investigation Bureau. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
What's this about?
I will explain everything. First, I must ask that you and everyone inside the wagon kindly step outside. Come out quickly, please. No fuss. I appreciate your cooperation. I will be brief.
How can we be of service?
As I told your driver, this won't take long. I have a few questions. First off, where are you folks headed?
El
We're
Presidio.
going to El Presidio.
I see. For what purpose?
We
Just
have
looking
business
to conduct
there.
some business.
Where did you set out from?
Rosewater.
We're coming from Rosewater.
I see. You've had a long journey. You must have encountered quite a number of people on your trip, yes?
A few? Why do you ask?
We're looking for some folks, and I wonder if you might have seen them. Easy now, pup. No need for all that. Control your animal, would you?
The dog doesn't seem to care for you.
No? Well, let's get to the heart of it.
Shh, Lisa Lou. There's a good girl.
If
We
the
are
doggo
tracking a
doesn't like
couple of
them, they
men.
must be evil
They must
people.
be dangerous fellers if you Blackburns were called in.
Quite. These men are ruthless bandits who raided an army supply wagon. The attack happened near Rosewater, and as it happens, you folks are coming from there. So naturally, I must ask if you know anything about the incident.
No, but you said it was just 2 men you were after?
They are the ones we believe responsible. They may have accomplices. See, a trapper family reported they'd camped a few days ago with some folks fitting our description. They
Ooh,
said
they
they were
dobbed us
traveling in a
in.
wagon, much like this one, bound for El Presidio.
And what is the description of these men?
One's a tall white man with brown hair and a well-trimmed mustache. The other's a short, swarthy New Spanish fellow with a beard.
Look, I don't know what to tell you, gents.
Oh, I believe you do, Mr. Ackerman. In fact, I would be very interested in hearing your account. That goes for Mr. Marquez and the rest of your party as well. Will you quiet that mongrel?
Lisa, shh, girl.
Now, if you'll all kindly step away from the wagon, hands where I can see them. We will start our questioning with Mr. Ackerman.
And then what? Jail?
No, Mr. Marquez. Do you take us for the provincial sheriff? Besides, the jails are much too crowded with lowlifes these days, don't you think? Countries full of vagrants and foreigners. You really stepped in it when you decided to pick off that wagon. Truly you did. Did you know who you were messing with, I wonder? You'll tell us all about it. And then we will see that you don't tell anyone else. Quicker we do this, the better for all of us. Believe me. I said shut that beast up! Williams, take care of it, would you?
You dare hurt our doggo. Yeah, that's
Take
right.
Everyone's still alive?
For the moment.
Anybody seen Jake and Nadine?
I can go look for them.
Not until we do something about these Blackburns.
It doesn't add up. We robbed an army wagon, sure. But why call in the Blackburns? If the army wants us, why not send soldiers?
Good question. Maybe we can ponder that later if we're not dead.
I agree. Saving seems extremely reasonable. So, what do we got? A box, an arrowhead, and our ammonite.
Danny? Are you okay?
This is just like it happened last time.
You mean with Petey and your old gang?
Yeah, I hid then too. Left them all to die.
Then quit hiding and fight.
Get up and do something.
I don't know that I can.
What do you mean? You're a great shot.
Yes, but only with bottles and juggling balls. I've never shot a person before. Not for real.
He's not in the mood to chat.
Damn it. He was the obvious
Phil?
answer.
This is not the best time, Harley. What do you want?
So, General, battlefield assessment? What do we do here?
If we could take them all out at once, we might stand a chance. But my dynamite is back with the wagon.
I could go get it.
You think you can make it there?
Got any better ideas?
I do not.
Where do you keep the dynamite?
In a storage trunk, on the back right, behind the rear wheel.
Oh, I should have asked, can you
Phil?
cover me?
This is not...
I'll need some cover to get to the wagon. Can you help?
I am not well positioned for that here. One of the others would be better.
Okay.
Danny? I need you to cover me while I run to the wagon. You don't have to try to hit anyone. Just lay down some fire to keep them from shooting back. Can you do that?
Yeah, all right. I don't think I'll be able to cover you the whole way, though.
Better than nothing. Thanks.
Okay. Go!
A patch of dry dirt on the forest floor. Thanks for the cover, Danny. Damn! Carson's over there. Guess he's too far for Danny. I need to distract him somehow.
I guess I was meant to ask...
Too dangerous to try that from here.
I guess I was meant to ask... the lady with her rifle to also cover me then?
Miss Johnson?
What?
Is the dog okay?
What happened to
This is
Lisa
the most
Lou?
important
Last
question.
I saw, she ran under the wagon.
Have you got anything that might help?
Yes, and I'm shooting with it. Quit distracting me.
He's not in the mood. Phil?
This is not...
Got anything on you that could help?
As a matter of fact, I do. Here.
Okay, I was meant to ask for that earlier.
Liquid courage. Does wonders.
Thanks.
Okay, maybe we throw the flask at him. If we still had our matches, we could maybe make a pseudo-Molotov.
Phil's flask, full of alcohol. If I'm gonna throw something at Carson, it needs to be something that'll keep him occupied long enough for me to get past.
My box of tea.
If I'm gonna throw...
My Ammonite fossil.
If I'm gonna throw...
No. An arrowhead.
If I'm gonna throw...
Nah, nothing seems to...
Damn! I need to destroy... Agent Carson is... A patch of...
I have no idea.
Two... These woods are lousy.
Have we maybe zorked ourselves by not asking Danny to give us something before setting him up for cover?
These woods are Phil?
This is not the...
Yeah, he's got nothing.
Miss John...
What?
She's got nothing. Maybe I meant to ask how many there are?
Any luck?
Not yet.
Hanging it?
For...
Miss John...
What?
How...
5 left. You could help us out.
You okay?
I'm being shot.
Maybe I meant to... throw it at one of these guys? No, these aren't interactable. Maybe I give this to Danny?
Now's not the best time, Harley.
Then I don't know. I feel like I've exhausted all things that we could conceivably do. Short of trying to throw letters at them.
He's not... Miss...
Not...
Now he's...
Yeah, I can't even talk to them anymore.
These wood... Another good spot to hide. Damn! I need to
Maybe I need to rub these on each other?
A letter from... Damn.
Did I really have to drink this before?
Damn. I need to destroy... Better not overdo it.
Yeah, apparently time to get drunk, but no, that isn't the solution
Carson's
either.
over there. I need to distract... If I'm gonna throw...
Well, let's try throwing every single thing one at a time.
If I'm gonna throw... If I'm gonna... 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 If I'm gonna...
Nope, we've literally now tried everything. There's no other interactables here. Something with the dirt?
A patch of dry dirt on the forest floor.
What, I meant to alcohol up the
We'll
dirt?
need to get closer.
Why?
Sorry, Phil, but... Yuck.
Because I wanted to make a ball of mud to throw at him. That's so much more effective than a metal flask.
Alright, Harley. If ever there was a time to make your aim count, this is it. Hey, Carson!
Ay.
Got him. He ran farther into the woods. I should be clear to get closer to the wagon now.
Yeah, do not like
far to the
that at
wagon now.
all. I much prefer
Nadine,
donking him with
are
a
you
flask.
Okay? Yes, I'm unhurt. What about you and the others?
All accounted for except Jake.
I think he's up near the front of the wagon. We need to do something about these men.
Working on it. A fallen branch.
I mean, we've got a new branch. Surely we throw our branch at the
I
person.
think I'm starting to get an idea.
No? We give it to you.
Hey,
We
Nate,
talk
yes?
to you. Do you have something useful?
Phil's had an idea to get rid of the Blackburns. He needs some dynamite from that trunk behind the rear wheel.
How will you get over there?
Still trying to figure that out. You said you saw Jake at the front of the wagon?
He ran that way when the shooting started. He dropped his hat in the commotion. I picked it up for him.
Get
Seems
some
silly.
feathers and make
I
an
just did it
arrow.
without thinking.
We don't have a bow though. Right? Yes, we have a stick and an arrowhead.
Smashing those things together isn't going to do anything useful. I wonder... A piece of pet... I wonder if I can attach this to... Smashing those things...
But I don't have anything else that lets us rub.
It's a beautiful... Smashing those...
It obviously wants us to use the stick with something. Can I not just
That's
go
where Phil
there?
said the dynamite. Agent Carson's still out there.
Do I have to give her the stick?
I'm
We
not
tried that. Do we give you the box of tea? Do we give you the arrowhead?
I'm not sure.
Do we give you the ammonite?
I'm not sure.
I can't see why it would be any of the letters.
I'm not sure. It's difficult.
What?
It's difficult to believe a simple letter could take us so far.
Okay.
This is Clark's...
I'm glad you were able to find something helpful in Chrysalis. It sounds like Dr. Clark was...
No chance I'm going back without that dynamite.
No, our solution is apparently here, and I'm just not smart enough to think of it.
Agent Carson's still out there. He's cleaned the mud off his face and looks extra angry.
We tried rubbing everything against you, and I have... I mean, let's double check, but... No.
Oh, that's...
No.
Oh, that's...
No.
Oh, that...
No.
Oh, that's...
No. Even though I think it makes sense to pelt him with rocks.
Oh, that's...
No.
Oh, that's not...
No.
Oh, that's not...
No.
Hmm.
And no. There's no other interactable.
That's where...
To my mind, it would also make sense to tell the dog to sick him, because the dog was supposedly under the wagon, and stick would work with dog. But we can't use stick on under wagon.
Hmm.
Nope. Nothing useful in our diary. I mean, we begin the combinatoric rub everything on everything else.
Maybe if I put this in... Nah, that'll never work.
We're not making a white flag?
What happens if I put the... Smashing the... Maybe. Maybe. Smash... What happened? I wonder...
And that's it.
It's a beautiful...
There are no other things that can be rubbed on other things. The only thing that can be used with is branch.
Hey, Nadine.
Yes?
Think I could hold on to Jake's hat for a spell?
Of course. Here it is.
Why does she have his hat?
Think you can make it to the trunk?
Not while that man has a clear shot at me. I might be able to if you...
Okay. We make a fake.
I hope this works.
Look, shoot at
Okay,
this.
Nadine, while he's just...
Okay.
Ready? Here we
No.
go.
This segment has been... Oh, yes!
Nice going.
What
Now
an
toss me a stick of
effective
dynamite,
distraction
would
that would be. A hand with a stick in a...
Thanks.
You know, not even popping it up from behind
Sit
the
tight
rock.
and keep your head low.
Shoving
I'll get this
her
back to
arm
Phil.
out in
All right.
T-pose
Good luck,
position from behind the tree. Oh, that's so bad. Okay, we give you the dynamite and you blow up the bad guys with it.
Mission accomplished. Got the dynamite.
Excelente. Give it here.
Catch.
Everyone down and cover your ears. Dynamite! Run! Anda! That has taken care of them.
Nice work, Mr. Marquez.
Gracias.
That's all of them?
All the ones I saw. Carson, you're the last one standing. Give yourself up while you got the chance.
All right, damn you. I know when I'm beat.
Come on. Let's find Nadine and Jake.
So, was Jake hiding? Was he doing his full Gilderoy Lockhart?
No sudden moves. You're outgunned.
I am well aware of the situation, ma'am. I hope you all realize just how much trouble you're in. You've killed 4 good men. My client will be very displeased to learn of this.
How will your client ever find out when we have killed 5 good men?
You're not in any position to be making a report.
I'm not an idiot. I've already informed my client of your identities. If I'm not heard from, they'll know exactly who to blame.
Enough, Leger. We need to end this.
Yes, make an example of him. Send a message to his client.
We don't have to kill him. The Blackburns aren't well liked in El Presidio. We could turn them into the police there. Whoever sent them, it wasn't lawful. They tried to murder us.
Turn them into leverage, you
Do what
say?
you like. It won't make a lick of difference.
Well, at the very least, take his gun.
Before doing anything, we need to disarm him.
One last thing before you do.
Shoot him!
Phil! Are you alright? Say something.
I'm going to try to stop the bleeding. Give him space.
I'm going to check the wagon, see if I can find Jake. Stay with us, Phil. Please.
So is he full Gilderoy Lockharting?
Jake!
Oh, Harley. Glad to see you in one piece. Things got real rough back there, but we made it out all right. Everyone is all right, right?
What the hell
Things
were
might have
you
gone better if
doing?
you'd been around to help. Where were you when the shots started flying?
Me? Oh, well, I was holding a position at the front of the wagon, you see. I was aiming to push forward, looking for my opening. Then you folks took care of everybody. Mighty impressive how you handled yourselves, I must
Yeah,
say.
Gilderoy. Sure.
Phil's been shot.
Oh. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, lucky thing we've got Miss Redbird with us. She'll see the old boy through it for sure.
You're acting stranger than usual. What's going on?
Now, Harley, that ain't a very nice thing to say. We've just been ambushed and nearly killed by the Blackburns. Blood's still pumping a mite hot, you know. Being shot at'll do that to you.
Are you running away?
What? Preposterous. Gentleman Jake does not run away.
Then what are you doing?
Why, I'm acting in accordance with my true nature. I'm a coward, Harley.
What?
Don't make me say it again.
So you are running away.
That is about the long and the short of it.
Why?
I already told you. Now just let me tuck my tail under and go, would you? Do we need to drag this out?
Hang on. What about Clark's stash?
Shoot, look. There never was a stash, all right? The job was to track down Clark himself and deliver him to the client. There was always going to be a payday at the end, but nothing more or less than payment for services rendered. The whole treasure hunting deal was just a way to spice things up, make it more interesting.
He
This was
lied
meant to be
to
a
us.
simple job. Find out where Clark went, get paid. Nobody said nothing about crossing the army or getting shot at by goddamn Blackburns.
So the great gentleman Jake turns tail as soon as things get rough? What about all those legendary feats?
Legends, as you say. Tall tales to liven up the stage. I'm a showman, after all.
So, the Bleachbone Gulch Showdown?
Only reason I was last man standing is because I hid behind a rock. And that's the shameful truth.
And the duel with
Oh
Billy
no,
Bugs?
who
He's
could have
gun
seen
jammed.
that he was Gilderoy
Otherwise, I'd have been
Lockhart
a goner.
all
What
along?
about that Gentum mine you found? For the orphans?
Never happened. Hope there's no hard feelings.
If this is your idea of a joke, it's not funny.
I ain't never been more serious in my life. Besides, I'm sure you're relieved to see the back of me.
What about Danny? You're gonna walk away and leave him behind like this?
The kid deserves a better life than following an old fool like me around. A chance to bolster his confidence and make something of himself. Hell, just knowing you folks these past few days has given him that much. Well, I'd best be off. Good luck getting to El Presidio.
I'm mixed.
Well?
He's gone. Nadine tried everything, but she couldn't save him.
Oh, God. No.
We'll have to mourn later. First, we gotta hide these blackburns so more don't come after us. Where's Ackerman?
He
No,
left.
not
Turns
Phil.
out he was no hero after all.
He what?
Can't say I'm surprised. Come on, we have work to do.
Well, where to begin? We lost someone special today. General Filomeno Marquez. We knew him as Phil. Phil was an idealist. Now, ordinarily that might not sound like a compliment, but in his case, it absolutely is. Phil fought for a better world because he believed that things could really be better. He had principles and he lived by them, and died by them. Phil was undeniably a hero. He was a devoted champion for the people of New Spain, and a loyal friend to his companions. He was brave, passionate, and honorable. The revolution has lost a great man. And finally, Phil was a man of many talents, including a gift for music. He was always ready with a song or a tune. He brought us together in fellowship and laughter. He could even bring a tear to your eye. Above all else, he was selfless. Phil took a bullet for me. He made the ultimate sacrifice for a friend. I can think of nothing more honorable.
We swear eternal
And I
vengeance.
swear, his death will not go unpunished. We'll find the person who sent the Blackburns after us, and make sure they get what they deserve. Farewell, friend. Phil. We lost Phil. He was always ready to lay down his life for a worthy cause. Guess saving the lives of your friends qualifies. He was a good man, and a fighter to the end. Jake's gone too. Damn him. Anyway, we finally made it. El Presidio. We were supposed to pick up Dr. Clark's trail here at the Jolly Good Club, but I'm not sure what good that will do us now. Those of us who are left. Everything's changed.
There she is, El Presidio.
It's grown since I was last here.
Cities have a habit of doing that.
Goodness, it's huge. How will we ever find what we're looking for?
Shouldn't be too tough to find our way around. We just need to find a safe place to park the wagon.
Oh no, this is the end of the line for me.
What?
Our deal was I get you to El Presidio.
And I've
Here
done
we
that.
are.
Yep.
Our business is concluded.
But I thought...
No hard feelings, Leger. The journey's been interesting for sure. Good luck finding that fortune of yours. I'll be in town a couple more days, Nadine. Come find me when you're done.
What do we do now?
Suppose we should find a place to stay. We'll need to plan...
Good evening. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but are you Miss Harley Leger?
Who's asking?
Depends who's asking.
My name is Timothy King. I've been sent to welcome you to our fair city.
Thanks?
My employer is quite keen to meet you and your associates. There's a carriage waiting to take us to the offices of Vespuccia Petrol.
We do have a
Please
letter
follow
for you.
me, if you would.
Lead the way, Mr. King.
Splendid.
Sure. We have a letter for Vespuccia Petrol.
They're here, ma'am.
Thank you, Timothy.
Oh, is this the rich lady from the first town, from Rosewater?
Miss Leger. Please come in. Welcome to El Presidio. I hope your journey here wasn't too
No, I think this is a different rich lady.
Can you tell me what in the ether is going on?
I appreciate you must have many questions, Miss Legere. I shall gladly answer them, but first permit me to ask one of my own. Where is Mr. Ackerman?
I haven't a clue. We were attacked by the Blackburns and he turned tail and ran.
I see. Pity for him. This is a blatant breach of contract.
Beg pardon?
My name is D.W. Shaw. I am the owner and operator of Vespuccia Petrol. Last week, I met with Mr. Ackerman in Rosewater to discuss a business proposition. I engaged his services to track down Dr. Bennett Clark and bring
Oh,
him to
God.
me. A few days ago, I received a letter informing me he was on his way here along with the team he had assembled.
We've been in the
I seemed
pocket of Big
confident
Oil
you
the
had
whole
found a
time.
significant lead as to Clark's whereabouts. But now you tell me he has abandoned your group and the assignment. This puts me in a rather awkward position. But perhaps all is not lost. You've come this far. I see no reason why you can't finish what Mr. Ackerman started. My agreement with him was quite clear. 25,000 crowns in exchange for bringing me Dr. Clark. The same agreement applies to the three of you.
So you're telling me Clark's still alive?
Alive and, ironically, somewhere in El Presidio. What exactly was this lead you found?
Right before he disappeared, Dr. Clark was invited to stay at the Jolly Good Club.
Ah, yes, I know it. Quite exclusive. I myself have never set foot inside. You intend to search for him there?
Seems the best option.
Very good. You'll find the club on Cedar Avenue between Gull and Hare Street. In the meantime, I will ensure your stay here is comfortable. I've reserved rooms at the Presidio Hotel on the other side of town. You must be exhausted. I'll have Timothy summon a coach. Enjoy your rest. Should you need to speak with me again, you may return here. Good night to you.
But I have a letter for you, though. Let me deliver the letter. The following evening.
I can't remember the last time I slept in such a comfortable bed.
Neither can I.
So what's our plan for tonight?
To see what we can find out at the Jolly Good Club.
Right, we had the letter.
A letter from Cormac addressed to Vespuccia Petrol in El Presidio.
The Australian guy who was digging his own little oil well.
Hey, Nadine. I can't understand how Jake could just run off like that.
I can't either. I thought he was supposed to be a legendary hero.
That's what he wanted everyone to believe.
It's kind of sad. I wonder if he believed it himself.
I can't believe Phil is gone.
I know. I miss him too. I feel awful that I couldn't save him. I truly tried everything I could.
I know you did. Don't go beating yourself up. Think of it this way. The last thing he saw was the kind, compassionate face of someone who cared about him, trying to help. That's more than a lot of folks get at the end.
Yes, I know. I think the best way we can honor Phil's memory is to finish what we came here to do.
You're absolutely right. What do you suppose Shaw's reason for wanting Clark is?
An
To
excellent
suppress
question.
his free
My guess
energy.
would be to hire him? Though I've no idea for what.
No. The doctor was making the etheric energy stuff, which would be a, free and clean energy source, and we're being hired by Big Oil to find him. This is horrible.
Do you suppose Miss Johnson will be okay?
She's a very strong person, but she is quite expert at hiding her feelings. More gets to her than she lets on.
You think?
I know. You don't think she's really cold and heartless, do you? She's just careful about who she lets in. It's hard to trust when you've been burned too many times.
I suppose I can relate.
Okay.
Hey,
Danny?
Danny?
Yes, Holly.
What do you suppose Shaw's interest in Dr. Clark is?
Could be anything, really. But I'm guessing it has to do with making her money.
I mean, he's blunt.
Sorry about Jake. You must be real busted up about it.
I was, at first. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how obvious it should have been he was full of hot air. Having me do all the shooting, never a shred of proof to back up his stories. I thought working for him was the first stepping stone on some longer path. I thought I had so much to learn from him. Guess he taught me a lesson in the end, all right.
You've been a real hero on this trip. You are more a hero than Jake ever was.
Poor Phil. I really miss the guy.
Me too. It's not the same without him. I really hope things don't fall apart for his revolution.
Me too. But that's not really up to us. Miss Johnson really went through it with us. Hope she'll be okay.
I think she will be. At the very least. She's got a new dog friend to keep her company.
Yes, Lisa Lou, the best character.
It's not that cold out, but a fire still feels nice. A snowy winter scene must count as an exotic landscape around here. A painting of an ore mine. Maybe it's meant to be motivational? Bizarre, enormous creature. Don't know what I'd do if I met that out in the woods. A portrait of a young soldier in uniform, practically still a kid. It's a sketch of something? I can't tell what. Big family. Maybe the hotel owners?
Do we want some fruit?
A bowl of fresh tropical fruit for the hotel guests. This banana looks nice and ripe.
I guess
Don't
so.
mind if I do. A full day's sleep did me good.
There's not many interactables left.
A painting of a city street at night. The architecture looks more like something you'd see back east.
And we're done.
We should get a move on.
So why do we want a banana? And a red
I've
banana?
never seen a banana with a red peel before. It's full of tools. It's full of tools.
Can we take one?
Good evening, sir.
Hello. What can I do for you?
What are you working on up there?
Just fixing the hotel sign. New management's looking to spruce the place up. Promised me a new tool set, too. Can't complain.
Something wrong with your current tools?
They're old and rusty. Need a replacing years ago. But hey, better late than never.
Maybe they'll
I'm
give
most
us
looking
some?
forward to a new drill. Old one could hardly make a hole in a bar of soap.
Got any tips for what to do and see around here?
First time visiting, huh? Annabro Square Park is a nice spot to relax. Closed after dusk, of course. I'd say the wharf's the beating heart of the city. But it gets pretty rough at night. It's just northeast of here. For a taste of the Far East, there's Chinatown. That's on Annabro Square Road between Finch and Gull. Communicating with the folks there can be a challenge. Although, I suppose your friend could help.
Thanks. That's very helpful.
And Danny did want to see his parents, potentially.
Are you familiar with the Jolly Good Club?
Sure. I've heard of it. Real fancy place in the north part of town. Never been inside. That sort of place ain't for people like me. No disrespect, but I doubt they let you in either.
Have you heard of Dr. Bennett Clark?
Can't say I have. Sorry.
Thanks for the chat. I'll let you get back to work.
Evening to you.
Okay. We can go that way, or...
The Vespuccia Petrol Building. Shaw really does have a great view of the city, when it's not all blocked by fog, anyway.
Or no other way, so... we go. Oh, good lord.
Nothing remarkable here.
Wait, I really had to actually pay attention to where we were told to go? Oh, that's surprising. We were told to go to the north, though, so... And there's something interesting there. Ah, that's Vespuccia Petrol. Can we give you the letter?
Welcome back, Miss Leger.
I have this letter from one of your employees I've met on the way here.
Thank you for delivering it. It's 5 crowns for your trouble.
That's it? That's my reward? Boo!
Nothing remarkable here. Nothing remarkable here.
Oh god, it literally tells you the street names.
Nothing remarkable here. Nothing remarkable. Nothing remarkable.
But only sometimes?
Nothing remarkable here.
Alright, we're gonna have to go back and ask what street things we're on. Because just north isn't enough.
Good evening.
Hello.
Remind me what we should see in town.
The wharf in Chinatown on Annabro Square Road between Finch and Gull.
Finch and Gull.
Thanks for the
evening to you.
Okay.
Nothing remarkable here.
Well, here's Gull.
Nothing remarkable here.
And here's Finch, so this should be Chinatown.
Nothing
How is this not Chinatown then?
Nothing remarkable here. Nothing remarkable. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing remark. Nothing remark. Nothing remark. Nothing remarkable here.
Does that change direction depending on which way we're facing?
Nothing remarkable here.
No, it does not. Which is utterly unhelpful. So this is pointless if it doesn't respect which way you're facing. Yeah.
Nothing.
Yep, that is a terribly implemented mechanic. I get what they want. They want you to have to actually navigate the city.
Nothing.
But
Nothing.
if you're going to have street signs that don't care which way you're facing when you read them, they're pointless.
Nothing. 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 Nothing.
That is so bad.
Nothing. 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 Nothing remark. Nothing.
What a joy this mechanic makes for.
Nothing. 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 Nothing remark. Nothing remark.
You know what? We're even gonna shut her up temporarily. So I don't want to have to hear that 800 times.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Can you tell me about El Presidio? I'm new in town.
You don't say. The city has plenty to offer. It depends on what you're seeking.
Do you know anything about the Jolly Good Club?
Only that I could work 1,000 years and still not have enough money to be a member.
Why are you standing around the park at night?
I'm waiting for someone.
Would you happen to be familiar with Dr. Bennett Clark?
The mad inventor who blew up the Lamplight City Expo with his illegal doomsday weapon a few years back? Never heard of him.
The park's closed at night.
Anything else actually here? Just the street sign.
You're on Cedar Avenue.
Ay.
Nothing wrong.
Oh, no you don't. I'm not getting tricked into hearing that a million times more. Also, that's clearly a bug. You shouldn't be able to click that button while you've got the menu open. Why would you? And how is this not the wharf? Right? How is this area not the wharf? Because that's the wharf?
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly.
How's it feel to be back here?
Hard to say. I'm glad to be back, but I'm also reminded why I left. Kind of an odd feeling.
Hard to tell which is more the ass.
Wow! This place is packed with stuff.
This feels like an item exchange room that we're going to have to keep playing trade the item.
Ask about our special behind-the-counter items. Ring bell. A ship's bell, like the one back in New Bethel. It's faded, but it says cashier. Proprietor, Meredith Benelli. Benelli, huh? I wonder. Do you seek work? Find your way. Approach a laborer and say, I am a stranger. Curious. It's way too faded to read. It's just not the same without our star guitar player.
Nice old scythe, though.
Everything you'd need to start your own farm. Cheap art, the kind you'd expect to see, well, in a pawn shop. These look expensive. Probably not the wisest idea to keep them so close to the door. Lots of different types of lamps. Seems there wasn't enough wall space for these.
And then we're done, unless we're going to ask the cashier, so... I don't know why we want a cashier.
Yes, can I help you?
Quite a shop you've got here.
Glad you like it.
How did the ship get up here on land?
The city extended the shoreline when it built the new breakwater. brought the land to the ship. About that time, some big trading company went bankrupt and couldn't pay the upkeep on its derelicts. So the harbor authorities seized them, converted them to lodgings and shops.
You wouldn't happen to have been married to a man named Michael Benelli?
You knew my husband?
No, but I recently met his former captain.
What? Captain Boylan? He's alive?
Yes, it's a long story.
Please, spare me. I've no need to dredge up the past.
Actually, Captain Boylan gave me a letter addressed to you.
Did he now?
Do you want it?
I suppose I'll take it. I'm not sure what that man could possibly have to say to me. Might answer some questions I've had all these years. My thanks to you.
He's absolving himself of his guilt by saying, "I'm sorry I got your husband killed."
Anything you can tell a first-time visitor about this city?
If you're not feeling it in your legs yet, you will soon. Something to look forward to. Honestly, who thought it would be a good idea to build a city in such a hilly place?
You've got an impressive selection, but I was wondering what you had behind the counter.
Got some jewelry, some repair kits, and
Lockpicks?
a set of lockpicks.
Finally, it's felt like I meant to have had those the whole game.
I could use the lockpicks. What's the price?
Normally 10 crowns, but I'll let you have them for half since you were kind enough to bring me that letter.
Sold.
Okay, I'll take the lockpicks.
And there you go. Just don't even think of using them here.
Know anything about the Jolly Good Club?
Never heard of it, sorry.
I have something to sell.
Okay, what?
The tea caddy we got from the sea captain. No.
Actually,
Okay. Sure.
An ancient arrowhead I found buried in the desert. A piece of petrified wood from the desert. Not the best quality lockpicks, but they'll do in a pinch.
Right, because from day one in our journal, the very first page of the journal has a thing that looks like it's about how to use the lockpicks on different kind of locks. Here. And that made it feel like I was meant to somehow have gotten lockpicks back at the very start of the game and used that to open that first lock that instead we smacked open. And that I'm only just somehow getting the lockpicks now.
She's minding her own business, but that one fellow seems very interested. You're tying one on and watching the world go by. They're giving those documents some serious contemplation. These two are engaged in some highly emotional quarrel. An attorney's office. I'll be sure to stay far away. She's just doing her job. He's sleeping one off. Hey, Nadine. So, what do you think of El Presidio?
I'm trying not to be overwhelmed. All these buildings and streets. How does anyone find their way around? It's unlike anything I've seen before. I'm glad I got the chance to visit.
She's shaking out some linens or sending secret signals across the way.
Alright, that's it for here. Unless it's down there or in here.
February 9th, Clark, I have a business proposal. Relinquish that dusty labyrinth. You may stay in my suite.
No, that was the hint that led us here.
February 12th, upon him.
And that was the other one about how to open the door of the machine that we instead blew up the whole building for.
Good evening, sir.
Evening. Get your fruit here. Pears and oranges, only 2 crowns. Lemons for 3. Coconuts for 5. Tell me what you're looking for.
You get many customers at night?
Oh, sure. You came from the central part of the wharf. I'm sure you saw how lively it is. Plenty of folk from the saloon come by, sucking on lemons and oranges before bed eases the hangover to come. That's what they say, anyway. Who am I to argue?
What can you tell an out-of-towner about this city?
Watch your step round here. Many's the time I've seen visitors lose their way in the fog and take a plunge into the bay.
Do you know anything about the Jolly Good Club?
Sure, I deal with them from time to time. Can't tell you much more beyond their fruit-buying habits, though.
Would you happen to be familiar with Dr. Bennett Clark?
The scientist? I've heard his name, but I don't know much about the man.
I'll be off.
If you need fruit, you know where to find me. I'm open all night.
Who are you?
Good evening.
Evening to you.
That boat yours?
Sure is. Use her to fish during the day, but sometimes I take folks for a sail. The price is right, of course.
And what is the right price for a ride?
Depends. A cruise around the bay will run you 20 crowns a head. If you had something specific in mind, we can negotiate.
I'd like to know about this city.
Oh, I love it here. There's a reason they call it the mouth of the West. We get all kinds coming through here from other provinces and other nations. El Presidio's been growing like crazy. Can't wait to see where it goes.
Know anything about the Jolly Good Club?
Never heard of it. Sounds like it's for fancy types.
Ever heard of Dr. Bennett Clark?
Wasn't he the guy who blew up those people a few years back?
Yes, I suppose he was.
That's all I know about him. Sorry.
Thanks for the chat. Have a good night.
See you around.
The transcontinental route ends here. These will be headed back to cities on the East Coast.
Okay, so these pits are slightly separate. And what about Chinatown? Or is it just not going to appear on here? No, it's not going to appear on here.
All right there, Dave?
Yep.
Nothing to...
I don't see why they'd suddenly have
Nothing
something
to
to say if we hear. Yeah.
Good evening.
Hello.
Remind...
The wharf? Just
We did that.
Chinatown on Annabro Square Road between Finch and Gull.
Annabro Square Road
Thanks for
between
the-
Finch and Gull.
Nothing remarkable.
Well, there's... But which way is left? It has no meaning if the signs don't change direction.
Nothing remarkable.
When you face different
Nothing
ways.
remarkable here.
Grrr. Grrr.
Nothing remarkable here. Nothing remarkable here. Nothing remarkable. Nothing. Nothing.
No. Shut up. I'm not listening to you say that a million times. And we've reached the edge of the world. It's not the park. Unless you have something new to say to us now that we know about talking to common people that way. With the secret message from the pawn shop. Well, looks like we found the Jolly Good Club. Not through any good method, mind you.
Solid oak for keeping people out.
May I help you?
Good evening. I was hoping you could tell me if Dr. Bennett Clark was here.
I'm afraid, madam, that I'm unable to provide information of that sort.
Don't suppose I could come inside and look?
Absolutely not. This is a members-only club.
And how does one become a member?
One must meet certain requirements. Quite frankly, you do not. Good evening.
So much for the direct approach.
There must be a way to get in.
Yeah, my assumption was that we get in via the paleontologist lady that we helped collect the dinosaur bones from.
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Harley.
Any suggestions?
I had a feeling they weren't going to let it. Maybe check around the back? See if somebody left a window open or something?
He suggests
Hey, Nadine.
breaking in.
Since they won't let us in, how are we...
I'm not sure. It's clear they don't want people like us around. Maybe there's someone else we can speak to.
Well, down the side it is.
Lots going on back here.
All the work is kept tucked away, out of sight of the members. One of these people might know a way to get inside the club.
Hello, sir.
I'm sorry I can't talk. I'm busy preparing dinner.
Okay, what about you?
Excuse me, ma'am?
What you want?
I was hoping to ask you some questions.
No English, sorry.
Danny, think you might help me out here?
你好，女士。
Oh, hello, young man. I didn't realize you were friends with this woman. Did you want something?
Do you work at this club?
I wash all the bedding and linens. Why do you ask?
We're trying to get inside.
Good luck. This club is for rich white men only.
We don't want to join. We just need a quick look around.
Ah, well now that's different. I suppose I could help you with that. Sneak you in through the employee door. But first, I will ask you a small favor.
What do you have in mind?
I have a contract with some people, and I'd like to get out of it.
What sort of people?
You don't live here, do you?
I used to when I was younger.
Then you know exactly what kind of people I mean.
Right. I'm not sure what we can do, but we could try. Who's your contract with?
The Society of Open Arms.
And what's your name?
Mei Hui.
Okay. I'll see what we can do.
Thank you, young man. Good luck.
Well?
She can help us, but we need to do her a favor first. We need to get to Chinatown. Enebro Square Road between Finch and Gull. I'll explain everything on the way.
Maybe we weren't allowed to find it until we had that?
Excuse me, sir, are you all...
Oh, God, that smell.
Sorry. I mean...
Whatever the devil it is, I've got it bad. Save yourself and steer clear.
You're in luck. My friend over there's a healer. Nadine, can you come have a look at this man?
Hello, sir.
Hey? You're some kind of doctor, Missy?
I practice medicine, yes. If you tell me what's wrong, maybe I can help.
Think I had some
bad water had me spewing everywhere.
I see. Where did this bad water come from?
That horrid flophouse, I'm sure. Oh, it's all so squalid. One unlucky business decision, and you're out on the street. A pauper. I came back here to the club, hoping for a modicum of human compassion in a time of need. Now I see how deep friendship and brotherhood really runs. About as deep as one's account balance, it turns out. Amicitia et fraternitas, my soiled backside.
Back to the club? You were a member?
For nearly 20 years. All that history erased in a blink of an eye.
This man is seriously ill. Cholera from the sound of it.
Can you do anything for him?
He's severely dehydrated. The best I can do is mix up a rehydrating solution, but I'll need a few things.
Like what?
Coconut water, ginger, and banana. We should hurry. If we don't help him, he won't last till sunrise.
Oh, fine. We know about... We can buy coconuts from the wall. We have a banana already, but we don't know about ginger. Maybe he sells ginger as well?
Hello again.
Good evening to you, miss.
1 coconut, please.
That'll be 5 crowns.
Here you go.
Enjoy.
Do you have any ginger as well?
Do you have any ginger for sale?
Oh, that's not something I stock. Try your luck in Chinatown. They sell all sorts of roots and herbs.
I'll be off.
If you need fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing remarkable.
Oh god, now we're gonna have to shut you up again. Until you acknowledge that we have found Chinatown. There we go.
He seems to have a very complicated order. Excuse me?
Wait your turn. Can't you see I'm helping someone already?
Yes, but I only wanted to know if you sell ginger.
Ginger? Yes, 1 crown. But I'm busy right now. You'll have to get it yourself. In the cabinet behind you. Check the list. On the shelf.
Okay.
I'm guessing this is where all the...
How am I meant to know which one is ginger?
It's unmarked. It's un...
How am I meant to know which one is ginger?
That is not what I'm...
Well, it looks like we can just brute force it.
Not sure what this is.
So...
Not sure what this is. That is not... Not sure what... Aha!
How am I supposed to know that that is ginger? Who knows?
Here, I found the ginger.
Okay, 1 crown.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Okay, here.
Hey, Nadine.
Do I have to rub them against you?
Ah, perfect. Thank you.
shake the coconut.
That's good, but I need the coconut's water. Do you have a way to get it out?
Oh my god. Okay, so that's why we need the tools from the man who was working at the hotel.
Would you mind if I took your old drill?
Nah, be my guest. It's badly rusted, though. Doubt you'll get much use out of it.
We only need it to work for one coconut.
This drill is the perfect tool. Too bad it's rusted.
Really? Do we electroplate it? Do we trade it in at the pawn shop, maybe?
Ah, perfect. Thank you.
The pawn shop seems the most reasonable of those.
What do you need?
I need a new drill.
I have something.
Oh.
No, apparently none of them.
Actually.
Okay. Sure.
A bunch of seafarers' trinkets. An authentic bone china. A collection of...
Yeah, if it's not here, I am...
Everything you'd need.
I am...
Repeaters, rifle...
bamboozled as for what we would do. Do we use the
An ancient
arrowhead
arrow.
on it?
That's not going to get... This hand drill is... I haven't... Nothing fancy. I've got nothing.
Oh? No, that's just another exit from here. Okay. Maybe we can borrow some sort of cooking thing from you?
I don't think I'm... Judging from its position under the window, I'd say this is... Mostly discard... Oh, this greasy rag might be useful.
Okay. The grease magically fixes the rust.
Alright, time to add the two best rust removers, elbow grease and actual grease.
Now we can...
Perfect.
And finally, give that to her.
Excellent. Just what I need. Good. I have everything I need. This should only take a few minutes.
Okay.
Here you are.
Thanks. Nadine whipped this up from some basic ingredients. It should help that poor fellow behind the Jolly Good Club.
Can he help us in if he's not busy having his
Here,
butt
drink
explode?
this. It'll replace some of your lost fluids.
If I can keep it down. Oh, well, for medicine, that was rather nice. My mouth feels less of a sewer, at least. It's good to know there's kindness somewhere out here. I'd repay it if I could.
Can you tell us about
We're
Dr.
looking for
Bennett?
Dr. Bennett Clark. Did you ever see him at the club?
Bennett Clark? Yes, I heard something about him staying here, though I never met him.
Do you think you might be able to get us in there to look?
I don't understand. You're asking me to sponsor your membership? I'm afraid that's quite impossible, even if I were still in favor.
No, we just want to look around inside.
Again, I don't think the three of you would get very far. I do know of a secret way in, but more than one of you would attract too much notice.
I'll do it then. Where's this secret way?
There's a door in the back alley, over against that wall on the other side. It may be locked, though.
I try not to let that stop me.
That will take you into the club's library. From there, you can get upstairs. I think there's a presentation tonight, so most everyone will be in the grand hall watching. Best time to get around unnoticed.
Thanks for the information.
Be careful.
Your condition is serious. Nadine's brew will help, but you need to get medical treatment.
If you say so. I'll try at the convent hospital. Surely they won't turn me away.
Okay, so secret door down here. Open.
Unsurprisingly, it's locked.
Lockpick, go. Okay, tumbler locks. The key stays still, the diamond shines. Turns up just once, then down 3 times. Well, none of these seem like a diamond, so I have no idea what it, that's supposed to have hinted to us. Is it
The
going
handle
to
may
stop?
be different, but this is definitely a tumbler lock. The handle may be... A snake pick. Best type for getting the job done quickly.
Oh, these have names.
A hook pick. Good. A diamond pick. This one?
Okay.
The handle may be... The hand...
Let's read our thing again, now that we know that this is a diamond. Turns up just once, then down 3 times. So, up once, then down, down, down?
The handle may be...
No? Up once, then down, down, down.
The tension key.
Maybe I meant to have both? Up once, then down, down, down?
Well, I'll be.
Okay.
Now to find Clark. The letter said he'd be
Well, it
staying in
never
the
said
L
insert the other
suite.
thing, Lizard. I
Who
followed
and
the
where is
instructions that were given. Right? It doesn't matter how it works in reality. In reality, you don't do millions of the things that we've done in this. It works by association, right? It works by word association and instructions you've been given. And the instructions that I was given in our journal were the key stays till the diamond shines, turns up just once, then down 3 times. Which is, use the diamond pick, go up once, then down 3 times. I followed the instructions we were given. That's not on me, that's on unclear instructions. So I hard disagree.
A stuffed bird. The plaque says it's called a dodo. How odd. Various pharaohtypes of rich people enjoying themselves. Suppose they need to prove how happy they are. So many butterflies. This puts Sheriff Gamble's collection to shame. There's various exhibits in these cases, mostly old coins and trinkets brought back from who knows where. I imagine most of the folks in here are great admirers of Mr. Atwood. After all, he always did make a point of standing up for the great big rich guy. A pharaohtype showing a bunch of men outside
Hundreds
the
of
club.
pictures.
The plaque says opening day. A nondescript landscape, not very well executed. A painting of a cafe. Looks like somewhere in Europe. I wonder if these could actually be used in combat. So many butterflies. This puts Sheriff Gamble's collection to shame.
Books?
Volumes and volumes of books. Nothing particularly noteworthy, though.
Now, we were told to hurry, so let's make a save in case me looking at all the things to extract all of the environmental law gets us in trouble.
This club's membership has felled many an antlered beast. Display cases with different exhibits. Haven't got time or inclination to study them. I wonder how long it would take to read every one of these books, and if any of them are worth it. There's a plaque above all those portraits that says In Memoriam. Seems these are former club members.
As a salient example, Lizard, like, you don't use dolly cart handle to magically be the plunger for dynamite without a ignition box, right? We're just plunging the plunger into dynamite cord that you didn't even have magically lets you do dynamite. It's all just association and what it says they need. If they say they need thing that is like a plunger to magically be a pseudo plunger, then it just works. So if they say that you put the diamond pick in, go up once and down 3 times, and don't mention the other thing, it's reasonable to believe that that's just how it's going to work.
It's a list of club members.
Who are we looking for? We're looking for... what's Dr. Clark's name? His other name.
February 9th, Clark, I have a business proposal. You may stay. You will be...
It's signed.
P.S.
Oh, it won't let me, like... It won't give me his name by doing this. What about our journal? Come on, I need Dr. Clark's first name. Which I probably would know if I had paid more attention. So this one is on me. No, he's just called Dr. Clark. Oh, here we are. Dr. Bennett Clark. There we go. So. No, there's no Bennett. And there's no Clark either. So how is this supposed to help me? Is Gentleman Jake on their good list? No. Who else was it? It was the...
February Clark, I have a bit. You will be.
It's signed L.
L.
Yes.
So we need
It's a list of club-
someone who has L in their name? So either Lawrence Van Dyke, Lemuel Barnett, Professor, and that makes the most sense. Or the banker could make sense. Let's reread the letter. Because I think it did talk about
February
money.
9th, 1850. Clark, I have a business proposal. Relinquish that dusty laboratory in the middle of nowhere. Come to El Presidio. You may stay in my suite at the Jolly Good Club. My Orem Star membership and military rank afford me certain privileges.
Military rank?
You will be furnished with the comforts owing to a man of your intellect and accomplishments.
It's signed...
P.S. You needn't have any concern for your...
Okay. L
It's a list of...
and a military rank. Sergeant Lewis Lou Harvey is who we're after. Which is actually worth me opening Notepad for. Lewis Lou Harvey. The guy hiding the doctor. Probably. Not for sure, just very, very likely.
General Lancaster Bevins, 1770 to 1832. Stern-looking fellow. He's got a medal on his chest with 4 stars on it.
Maybe we'll need a fake medal later?
Bat. Mrs. Edgar Whitmire. I bet she's never set foot in this place either. Ham.
What? Bat and ham. Okay. That's meant to mean something. Let's just open them and see what's in them, I guess.
Locked, of course. But these are the simplest door locks I've ever seen. Nothing to it.
Oh, we don't have to do the up 3 times, down once thing anymore. Yeah, Decoy, we escaped the woods eventually.
That wasn't the right room.
We've made it to the big city. We helped fix a guy who was suffering from cholera who used to be a member at this club. But he's fallen on hard times and now no one from the club wants to talk to him anymore now that he's not rich. He told us a secret way to get in. We've gotten in and now we're trying to find Dr. Clark in here because we're in the pocket of Big Petrol. Big Petrol Lady wants us to finish the quest that we were sent here for. So we're going to help find and convince Mr. I have free and unlimited source of energy to stop pursuing free and unlimited source of energies for Big Petrol. Genuinely seems to be the actual story. As much as that sounds like a joke, or something that Wellington would say.
Locked.
And it kinda does, doesn't it?
There's lots of doors. Do I really want to pick them all?
Yes, yes I do.
There must be a way to figure out the right room.
I mean, you say that, but I'm happy to just brute force them.
There's lots of doors. Archie.
Ooh, these ones have real names.
Kit.
Okay, maybe there will be one with Lou, rather than... It threw me off by having strange names like Ham and Bat.
Chan.
But maybe there will be one that's actually called Lou.
Lige.
And what's that thing?
Warm air is coming from the grate. They must have that indoor steam heating I've read about. Willie. Ned.
Now, come on, we need Lou. Lewis Lou Harvey.
Finney. Sigh.
None of them are right. None of them are right. Well, I guess we're back to brute forcing then. If none of them have the right name.
There's lots.
Yes, we will. We will brute force them all. If you haven't given me a way other than his name to work out which one it would be in.
There's lots of... There must be a... There's lots...
Yeah, I will have you pick them all. And I'll shut you up if you say it again, lady.
There must be...
Yep, well, we'll shut you up. Done. No complaining out of you. Not gonna hear you complain if you don't give me a way of recognizing the right book, the right room. Yeah, Nancy would have jumped at the opportunity to break into so many rooms. So how was I meant to know that this was Lewis Lou Harvey's...
Willie.
Lewis Lou Harvey does not
Willie.
sound like Willie. Whatever.
Can't believe I've been wearing the same clothes nearly 2 weeks now. Strange device. Something to do with the planets. Still life of some fruit and flowers. Hotel art.
You're quite clever. Very well, you can go. Let it not be said that General Laporte can't be merciful. But if I ever see you in here again, I won't be so lenient. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he's the guy that we stole from.
Were you successful?
I think so, but let's get out of here. Now, let's see what's in this diary I found.
November 22nd, 1844. The soldier is not a political animal. His sole concern is to determine how to achieve the objectives he has been given with the resources he can muster. The motives behind the order, the whys and the wherefores, are not his to question. That is politics, and for politician. But a soldier is also a private citizen of his republic. He is endowed with a vote and a voice, and may, indeed must, use all his faculties of discernment and discretion in the exercise thereof. Did Caledon write this journal? As a citizen, he may be rightfully interested in national affairs and moved to do that which is within his power to deflect a march towards ruin. Any less would be a dereliction of his patriotic duty. I write this not as a soldier, but as a concerned citizen. Indulging the basest populist fears, Leroy is pursuing a laborite agenda of anti-tech appeasement that will shackle the productive capabilities of this country for generations. The inevitable result will be economic depression and want of military readiness that will put us at the mercy of our enemies and render us permanently dependent, withered, and diseased appendage of the crown. Steam technology and its even more potent successor, aethericity, are the engines that will power our prosperity and military might. If we do not pursue these technologies with all robustness, we may be assured that others will. Both as a citizen and as a soldier charged with the defense of the Commonwealth, I cannot stand idly by and watch our future be destroyed. June 12, 1847. An infant industry is poised to be strangled in the crib, and its geniused father must suffer his reputation to be torn to tatters, all because of a single unfortunate accident. I refer, of course, to the incident at the Lamplight City Expo, which Leroy has seized upon as an opportunity to decry the intolerable dangers of the whole etheric project, and agitate for a total ban. The way of progress is never smooth, but after stumbling over the first pebble in the road, a timorous populace now wrings its hands with hysterical anguish. Political opportunists now rush to coddle simple minds, vying to introduce the most stringent measures yet proposed. These men are ignoramuses who cannot see the potential of what Dr. Clark has wrought. The nation that first tames the unbridled power of aethericity will be the unrivaled leader of the world, and need genuflect to no potentate. Vespuccia needs an etheric project of her own, not subject to the whims of politics, commerce, and Dr. Clark is just the man to carry this out. He must not be allowed to succumb to the passing winds of ill favor. July 25 of 1847. Fort Beaumont is conveniently situated outpost, out of the way of common traffic, yet close enough to the rail terminus of the town of Rosewater. Close by, in the San Bernardo Valley, is a village of indigenous people who might be kept in a state of sufficient aggravation and agitation as to render the fort an indispensable bulwark against them. As none may dispute that certain campaigns of suppression emanating from Fort Beaumont must therefore be waged, a five-fold increase in its annual allotment of materials to fund such operations will prove no complaint. However, I cannot work with Captain Mayhew. He is principled, proud, and will not succumb to the usual inducements. A tour patrolling the Laurentian border will provide him ample opportunity for the honourable and distinguished service that he craves far from here. As for his replacement, there is in Clayton Creek a certain Lieutenant Stokes, presently facing summary court-martial on charges of disorderly conduct, public drunkenness, after causing the death of a local in some dispute over a woman of low virtue. It happens that Stokes descends from an old military family, and his grandfather no less, is the man of Colonel Remington Stokes, who lost his life in the pacification skirmishes that ultimately civilized Dixie. Consequently, the lieutenant harbors no love for savages, and a strong aversion to any stain of dishonor upon his distinguished family name. In gratitude for the dismissal of charges and a promotion to captain, such a man would prove exceptionally compliant. March 3rd, 1850. The first cup of water given to a man rescued from a shipwreck at sea tastes as sweet as the finest wine. How much sweeter, then, the finest wine must be, accompanied by steak and lobster, and followed by a quantity of port and good cigars. Dr. Clark has accepted the hospitality of my club and given ear to my entreaties. I have impressed upon him the need for the utmost discretion. In return, he will be at liberty to continue his research here, sheltered from disturbance and wholly provided for in the smallest detail. It is an offer that no man in his position could possibly refuse. March 11 of 1850. All has been arranged on Gannett Island at no small expense, and the facility is ready. Okay, so this is why there's the lady who we can pay to have her ship, pay for her to take us on a chartered tour thing. And the facility is ready to receive its chief researcher. Preparations are underway well in advance of his acceptance. Had Dr. Clark proved unwilling, another expert, though one less proficient and likely less tractable, would have to have been procured. It is therefore all for the better that such contingencies were not necessary. With Dr. Clark leading the effort, Project Rosewater can commence immediately. Rapid progress is expected. When my country is ready to sup on the fruits of this labor, she may well thank me for my foresight.
Clark's not at the club anymore, but I found out who invited him to El Presidio, an army general named Laporte. He's got Clark on Gannett Island working on some secret operation called Project Rosewater.
Project Rosewater?
No idea what it is, but it's the whole reason Laporte brought Clark here.
Wait a minute. Remember those crates on the army supply wagon? The ones marked Rosewater? They weren't going to the town of Rosewater. They must have been coming here for Project Rosewater.
Of course. Fort Beaumont was just a waypoint. It sure seemed like a lot of stuff for one little outpost in the middle of nowhere.
So, the night deliveries, the Orambas.
Something big is going on here. We need to have a talk with Shaw.
We go visit our big oil masters.
Miss Legere, have you any news?
Clark's been moved to Gannett Island.
Gannett Island? There's nothing there, just a crumbling fort and lighthouse.
Have you heard of an army general named Laporte? Or something called Project Rosewater?
Neither. Go on.
Do you even know who you're dealing with?
There's clearly something much bigger at play here. This quest has run us afoul of some very dangerous people. If you expect us to get Clark for you, I want to know why you want him so badly.
Very well. Imagine airships, engines, furnaces, powered not by petroleum and coal, but by ethericity, an infinitely renewable energy source that comes from the sky itself, clean, efficient, and economical.
But you run an oil company.
I run an energy company, Miss Legere. Energy takes many forms. With Dr. Clark in my employ, we can lay the groundwork now for a pivot from oil to ethericity. Once the benefits become apparent, the market will clamour for clean, safe, etheric energy. And only one company will be equipped to meet that demand on day one. Mine.
What about the ban?
Bans are imposed by governments, and governments change, Miss Leger. Not everyone supports Leroy's technophobic policies. The Labourites are barely hanging on. It's not just Atwood's trade party that would like to see etheric advancement back on the table. Royalists, justice, pioneers, even the Christian Union would all get on board. In these fractious times, ethericity has the potential to be a great uniter. Change is just over the horizon. But enough politics. You know where Clark is. Go get him. Best of luck.
Suspension of disbelief broken. More than 2 parties in pseudo-America? How could this be? How could this be? Okay. And save. And chip charter.
Nothing fancy, but it looks seaworthy. Good evening.
Evening to you.
How much to go to Gannett Island?
Oh, hell. There's no amount of money could get me to set foot on that island.
Why not?
It's cursed. Haunted by demonic spirits.
Come on, really?
I've seen them with my own eyes. Horrid specters floating around the place, ready to kill anyone who gets too close. When they're out dancing in the sky at night, you can feel their evil influence in the air, too. Hot shivers going down the back of your neck. If you know what's good for you, you'll get any idea going out there out of your head.
Look, we really need to get to that island.
Good luck to you, then. Nobody in their right mind will take you there.
You said no amount of money could get you to set foot on the island. What if you just dropped us off?
You're dead set on going, aren't you?
I thought I'd made that clear.
All right. If you have such a disregard for your life,
Okay,
there's
good.
nothing I can
I
do
thought
about
we'd
it,
have to
but I won't
find
take
someone
you there
else.
for any less than 60 crowns.
Damn.
Bet that's made you change your mind, eh?
Not quite. We'll come back when we've got the money. Thanks for the chat. Have a good night.
See you around.
Okay, I have to sell off my goodies from the adventure so far.
A strange wooden card lined with metal. It's got some holes on one side.
How much monies do we have? We're only 3 crowns short. So if I hadn't fixed this, I'd be fine. Like if I hadn't fixed the guy that gave us the secret entrance into the club. Maybe if we went... I suspect we probably would have needed the lockpicks for doing whatever China lady wanted us to do, though. So, we probably have to sell something off either way. So let's sell off our tea box.
What do you need?
Do you know a way to get to Gannett Island?
Only way to get there is by boat. Lucky for you, plenty of folks around here with boats. How willing they'll be to take you, that's another story.
I have something to sell.
Okay, what?
I have this tea caddy. How much would you say it's worth?
That is a rather nice piece. I can pay you 16 crowns for it.
You've got a deal.
Okay, that's enough money.
Appreciate.
Sure.
And then back to her, pay her drayage fees.
Good evening.
Evening to you.
You drive a hard bargain, but we're not giving up. Here's the money.
All right. The minute I drop you off, I'm gone.
How are we supposed to get back?
I'll come back for you. At dawn. If the ghosts haven't killed you before then, that is.
We'll take our chances. Let's go. Owing to the island's reputation as the accursed haunt of assorted malignant spooks and spirits, it has cost us a comely copper to induce one of the credulous locals to transport us here. I do have to admit that this place presents a rather eerie aspect. It's easy enough to imagine ghosts drifting along the ramparts of the ruined fort, or floating among the after images of the lighthouse beam. But there's only one ghost I'm interested in finding here.
Remember, I'll be back at sunrise. Then I'm heading home whether you're on my boat or not.
Look, there's smoke coming from the chimney of that cabin.
I guess this island isn't all that abandoned. Stay alert.
Ghosts? Scooby, what will we do? Alright.
Hello? Anyone home? No one here. We can do some prowling. What a peculiar decoration.
A lucky horseshoe.
If this is lit, it means someone's been here recently.
But where are they now?
Bai Ji Guan, full tea leaves. Isn't that I? And then I don't know that one, although it's got sky in there.
Bai Ji Guan. Some kind of Chinese tea, I guess. A box of chamomile tea. It's got a dragon on it, but no indication of what tea is inside. Oolong. I think I've had this stuff before.
Ah, now I recognize that last one. That last one is now tea. So I don't know what that... Oh, that probably then is Bai Ji Guang.
This one's not labeled. It's getting late. I hope we can make that dawn rendezvous. How rustic.
Ha ha ha, rusty anchor, how rustic.
Feel like I could lie down and sleep for weeks. Maybe I will when we're through. Locked. Because of course it is.
Well, lucky we have lockpicks.
Damn, this lock is way more complex than it looks. I won't
Damn
be able
you!
to pick it. All things considered, I could be looking a lot worse. It's keeping this place nice and warm. A spare lantern. A spare lantern.
Which we will not pick up. So there's tea in here, but nothing else seems usable or interactable.
Shh. Not another step. There's a guard. Stay quiet.
A guard.
Looks like we found the island's inhabitant. What exactly is he guarding?
He has a cup.
The guard keeps drinking from this cup.
So we're meant to spike his cup with tea? Because there was tea in the other area?
Feels mostly full. Hey, there's something rattling around in here. A small silver key. I'll just hang on to it. Running pretty low. Nearly empty. Feels nearly full.
And this is the
I'll
only
just
one we
take a
can
little
take. Oop. No, no, no. Please, game, stay full size.
A handful of dried chamomile flowers. A small...
Does this key open the cupboard?
Here we are. It's empty, except for a couple of bullets. I'll take those.
Okay, bullets but no gun.
Just some standard revolver bullets.
Let's try spiking his drink with chamomile.
Not putting that in his drink.
Really? Am I meant to put bullets in his drink?
Not putting that.
I don't know what else you'd want me to put in there.
Looks like we found the...
Can I just walk past him?
I have a feeling pulling that lever will make something important happen.
Go do
Can't
it.
do that with a guard here.
Fair enough. Well, what about this other door?
Here. I'm going to see what's through that door over there.
That looks awfully covered in...
I think a bed of hot coals would be comfier. Just a dirty old sheet, and I see no reason to get any closer.
Fair enough.
A nice mountainside landscape. Cheery. I'm surprised this thing is still intact. There's a lot of broken glass in here. What's this? One container hasn't been broken. I might be able to use it. A nice mountainside landscape. Cheery.
Hello, Doggo. Doggo has come to say hello. Hey, girl. I think she wants to be let out, so you have to give me a min. BRB. We can let you out. Yeah. Thank you for your patience. Doggo did indeed want to go outside. Alright. My assumption is that we use this and the chamomile, so now we have to find water and we have to, like, mix up something to add to his tea rather than just adding the chamomile directly.
A handful.
And yet, no.
An empty glass beaker.
Anything else in here?
There's a metal drain in the floor. Nothing, just some muck. This place is falling apart. Odd device. Looks like it's meant to be spoken into.
Can I use any of these with our beaker? No. Then I don't know.
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly.
Pretty spooky place, this island.
I'll say. I can see why people think it's haunted.
You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
I don't know, but we should be careful. Make sure you don't whistle or anything, okay?
What? Why not?
Just trust me.
Any ideas for getting us past that guard?
Actually, Yes. He doesn't look too tough. I could probably scare him off with a little gunplay. Only trouble is, I'm out of bullets.
Actually, I've already got some.
Great. Shall we go ahead with the plan?
Oh, each of these offers a solution.
I don't know.
Okay.
He offers gun, she will offer drugging him. And we had to
Hey,
ask
Nadine.
them.
How are we supposed to get past that guard?
Perhaps I could mix up a sedative, and you can put
Hey,
it in his
Lamel.
cup.
Yeah, that could work.
But I'll need a couple of things.
Like?
Some chamomile, and a container to mix the draft in.
I'll see what I can find.
I have those things. I have chamomile.
Here's some chamomile.
Wonderful.
And here's the beaker.
Can you use this to mix your sleeping draft?
Yes, that will be perfect. Thank you. Good. I have everything I need. This should only take a few minutes.
Aside from having to listen to a lot of
Here you are.
gossip
Thanks.
in the religious cult section, Amel, today's episode has been a lot nicer than yesterday's with the sea captain and the actor colony. It's only had one bad section rather than two bad sections.
It's the sleeping draft Nadine made. Hopefully it works.
We've also shown that the Gilderoy Lockhart character is Gilderoy Lockhart-ish. He's admitted that he's a big coward and run away. But good friend Mexican revolutionary died taking a bullet for us, which was big sad.
To kick in?
Shouldn't be more than a few minutes.
Well then. Now to get those doors open. Somehow.
Well, there was this lever.
Nothing happened.
We need to put the card in the little slot? I'd believe that.
It fits.
Wow. That's something.
This is getting stranger by the minute.
You're telling me. Better take this card back. Don't want to be stuck down there. All right, folks. I think this is it. Wherever this takes us, I have a feeling Dr. Clark will be there.
But will we be able to come back up once we find him?
I sure hope so.
Maybe one of us should stay up here, just in case.
There's no telling what we'll find down there. We should all stick together.
Okay, let's go then.
Never split the party.
What in the ether is this place?
It seems that was a one-way ride.
Damn, I knew one of us should have stayed up there.
So now we're looking for two things. Clark and the exit.
What? We weren't expecting, who are you?
That's
I'm
confidential.
afraid that information is confidential.
Oh, sure. If there's anyone who understands confidentiality, it's us down here. I never realized working with Dr. Clark would involve so much secrecy.
I see. Could you take us to him?
Hang on. You still haven't said why you're here.
The General has sent us.
We've come on General Laporte's orders.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Right, come with me.
Goodness, this place is really something.
I'm glad you think so.
What's that big glowing thing down there?
That's our etheric generator. Powers most everything down here. You get used to the noise. Follow me, please. I'll just be a moment.
he believes us?
I think we're okay so far. Just follow my lead.
I suppose the deception was necessary. I hope we don't come to regret it.
I suppose General Laporte's curiosity was too much for him to bear. I told him he could come for a demonstration next week. Instead, he sends 3 proxies. I will never understand that man's rationale. But you're here now, so you may as well see what we've got. I'm Dr. Bennett Clark, by the way. And you are?
The press corps, safety inspectors, new hires.
I'm Miss Legere. This is Miss Redbird and Mr. Luo. We are General Laporte's press corps, here to learn about your research.
The General wants to inform the press now? Already? After everything we've gone through to keep it quiet. I swear the man changes his mind more often than most change their breeches. Alright, let's go have a look at Project Rosewater. I'm afraid the testing chamber only accommodates 4. One of you will have to stay out here with Joshua, but you may observe the test through the window. As I said,
they've made laser
we weren't
gun.
expecting anyone until next week. The prototype still needs refinement. Nevertheless, we have made a breakthrough.
Prototype of what, exactly?
You mean the General didn't tell you? Why am I not surprised? There, on the tripod, the etheric pistol. The whole purpose and object of Project Rosewater. Juliet, is the prototype ready for demonstration?
I believe so, Doctor, but who are we
Oh my
demonstrating
god.
it for?
Her lower
Miss
jaw.
Legere and her
Her
companions.
face.
The
That
team
poor
sent by
woman.
General Laporte. Now, please, do us the honors.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh my.
Whoa.
We have managed to confine the chaotic etheric discharge to a very narrow, focused beam over a distance of up to 6 meters, without significant dissipation or redirection of energy, reaching nearly 68.2% efficiency. This results in complete vaporization of most organic targets, with only minimal atmospheric disturbances in the immediate vicinity. You might be feeling warmth, or a slight tingling sensation on your skin, and a change of pressure in your ears, perfectly harmless. Oh, and if you are experiencing any alteration to your color vision, I assure you that is also completely temporary.
I taste purple. Does anyone else taste purple?
There are sometimes minor synesthetic side effects. That too will pass. Of course, there is plenty of room for improvement in range, energy efficiency, fine-tuning of the beam's intensity and area of effect, user-friendliness and safety. But, as proof of concept, this irrefutably demonstrates that the principle is sound, and that it can be scaled up. The rest is iteration.
Well, thank you for that thorough explanation.
Now I'm afraid you must excuse me. I have some time-sensitive tasks I must attend to. If only I'd been forewarned of your arrival, I might have made arrangements. In any event, if you have questions, I or my assistants can answer them. Just be mindful not to touch anything.
Are we going to steal the gun? Save. Do we steal magic laser gun?
Hey, Nadine. I never would have guessed a place like this existed if we hadn't seen it with our own eyes.
It certainly explains all the stories about strange lights and ghosts. Perhaps the island's reputation was the reason they chose it to house this facility.
Not while Clark's around. It appears to be a charging device. There's a small round socket at the top. Looks like some demented puzzle box. The lab assistant's desk. She's written some notes, but I have no idea what they mean. Flashing lights and other displays. I can't tell if it means something or is just meant to look pretty. Dr. Clark?
Yes, what is it?
Just how did you come to discover the existence of ethericity?
Ah, now that's a story. When I was a boy, I read about the ancient Greeks and their studies of the heavens. Certain texts made obscure references to observations of energy subsisting in the atmosphere. Something entirely different from electricity. The idea seized my imagination and sparked my passion for the pursuit of ethericity. I developed an instrument that I called the aetherometer in order to probe the atmospheric potential. Imagine my delight when I discovered that ethericity was in fact real. Unfortunately, the aetherometer has been appropriated by so-called spiritualists who believe they can use it to talk with the dead.
What inspired you to become a scientist?
Trite as it may sound, I wanted to make the world better. I had a fortunate birth. My parents were able to pay for my studies in Paris, which is where I earned my doctorate in physics. But even as a boy,
From the
I still
Sorbonne?
saw plenty of terrible things going on around me. Others seemed not to see, but I did. Upon my return to Vespuccia, I began teaching and conducting independent research. My only explicit goal was to make some sort of discovery or development that would serve the advancement of mankind. I would like to believe I've achieved that.
And what happened at the expo?
I'd like to know your perspective on the Lamplight City Expo incident.
That was a dark day. Everything I worked for came crashing down in a matter of seconds. Being maligned and ostracized was bad enough, but I can still hear the screams of those 15 poor souls. If anything good can be said to have come from that horrible event, it taught me that nothing in this life is guaranteed.
Just how long have you been down in this facility?
8 months. We've made extraordinary progress, as you can see. I admit I had some misgivings when I first learned what would be required of us, but it turns out the isolation has done wonders for our productivity.
How much longer until Project Rosewater is finished?
We're nearing the end of this phase. If all goes well, we should have a stable, fully functioning prototype by the end of the year.
How did this project get the name Rosewater?
My idea. Sentimental, really. I suppose I had gotten attached to my dry and dusty little desert lab. After all, Rosewater was my refuge when I lost everything else. I just made an offhand comment to that effect one day while discussing arrangements with the general. And he said, "Well, in that case, why don't you bring Rosewater with you?" When I found out he made that the official title of the project, it made me smile, I'll admit.
What exactly is the goal of this project?
Well, once the etheric pistol is complete, we'll begin experimenting with larger caliber weapons.
Etheric rifles?
Yes, and whatever else the general sees fit to pursue.
Where does it
Etheric
stop?
artillery?
You'd have to ask him that question.
Who came up with Project Rosewater?
My understanding is that this work is for the benefit of the Vespuccian army. General Laporte is in charge of the project. Everything goes through him. Other than the facility guards, I've had contact with no one else.
Why did you agree to work on this project?
Why? I just experienced the worst disaster of my life. My work was first ridiculed and then outlawed, and I was exiled to a barren wasteland. The only prospect I could see was to leave the country and start everything over. But then I received General Laporte's offer. I could continue my work in safety and solitude. Everything I needed would be provided. No investors, no reporters, no loonies, no distractions. I'm certain anyone in my position would have jumped at the opportunity.
He offered an academic unlimited funding. They reluctantly accepted.
So who built this whole underground complex anyway? I'm guessing it wasn't always a secret ethericity lab.
I'm not entirely sure. Apart from the additional equipment I specified, everything was already prepared for us when I arrived in El Presidio. General Laporte isn't exactly forthcoming with information he considers irrelevant.
Do you know much about General Laporte?
Not a great deal, no. I only met him when he summoned me to El Presidio. We speak occasionally, but only about professional matters. Just as well, I suppose. His interests don't align particularly well with mine.
So your relationship is purely professional?
It's an acquaintanceship at best.
I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Okay, and what about the lady?
Pardon me.
Sorry, can't talk right now. If you've got any questions, ask Dr. Clark.
And we already exhausted him.
I haven't got any questions.
Yeah.
Nothing to say, really.
Then do we leave?
That was really something.
So Laporte's got Clark developing etheric weapons for the military. This throws a wrench in Shaw's plans.
How horrible. Instead of something good to benefit humanity, ethericity is being harnessed to produce suffering and death. Perhaps Dr. Clark will be open to the idea of leaving this project for something less distasteful.
Perhaps. But I can't just ask him with his assistant right there. Maybe I can get her to leave the testing chamber so I can have a moment alone with Clark.
Well, there are other goodies to investigate.
Some kind of little oven for heating food, I think. This thing is in dire need of repairs. A couple of wires from that food heating device.
I mean, we're allowed to take things, so we will take them.
Bars of aurum. Lots of them. This must be the door to Dr. Clark's quarters.
Do we just break
There's
in?
a card slot next to the door. Seems to be locked.
I have a card thing.
It doesn't fit.
Fair enough.
Looks like a more complex version of the console back in Clark's desert lab. Controls, gauges, and dials. Who knows what they're for?
A tomato?
This is the biggest, juiciest tomato I have ever seen.
We're making the helper lady a sandwich?
Some kind of little... this thing?
Would you like a tomato?
Pardon me.
Sorry, if you've got...
She's busy.
Would you like a tomato?
Get that out of here. No foodstuffs up.
Oh, no food in the lab. I'm sorry. I should have known. No food or drink in the lab.
Can we talk?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Have you been down here long?
About 7 months, I think. Without any sunlight, you really lose all sense of time. Sometimes it feels like decades.
No sunlight? You mean you never go outside?
No, of course not. Is this some kind of test? The terms were made very clear when we signed on to this project. We don't break protocol. I do really miss the sun, though. Sometimes I feel like a mushroom down here.
How did you become interested in etheric research?
I was already a researcher when I met Dr. Clark, but my field was chemistry. I had dabbled some with etheric experiments after hearing about Clark's research. When I saw him at the Lamplight City Expo, I knew I wanted to work with him, despite what happened. After the dust settled, I approached him about taking me on as an assistant. I got the feeling he was just surprised to still have any support.
Don't you ever get bored here?
Sure, all the time. We've got books, but I've read them all. This is my third time through this one. At least this phase of the project's near completion. Maybe we'll get some time up top before the next one.
Never would have dreamed there was a whole secret facility hidden under this rock in the middle of the bay. Who built it anyway?
The military, I guess. Had to be someone with very deep pockets. Everything was already in place before they moved us in.
What are your thoughts on Project Rosewater?
Honestly, I try not to think about it too much. We're doing important scientific research. I can't deny that. Just because our focus is on weapons doesn't mean our results can't be used for other applications.
How do you like working with Dr. Clark?
It has its moments, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't stressful. He gets wound up sometimes, which I understand. But other times he picks strange things to get cross about.
Like what?
Well, his biggest bugbear is food in the testing chamber. I made the mistake of taking my lunch in there once, and he just about had a conniption. Cleanliness is one thing, but this is a whole other level.
I think that's meant to be hinting that we try and make it seem like the assistant brought the food in.
So Clark dislikes food in the testing chamber, does he?
Dislikes? More like detests.
And the fact that this stays here, whereas all the other things have gone away, mean it's information they really want us to have, which means that it's information that we must use to make progress, right?
Know anything about General Laporte?
I saw him once, right at the start of the project. Didn't talk to him. He seemed kind of intense. He's the one running this show, as far as I can tell. Beyond that, the man's a total mystery.
Okay.
Bye.
So how do we slip her this tomato?
She's busy.
I'm impressed by the ability to grow these without any sunlight.
Hey, Nadine. Think you can occupy Dr. Clark's attention for a few moments?
I can certainly try. Oh, Doctor, could I have a word?
Yes, what is it?
And this lets me
She's
use
busy.
the tomato on her?
Pardon me.
Sorry, if you've got any questions...
Can I go
don't think
through?
I'm allowed in there.
Can I leave a tomato on her desk?
Clark will see me.
Okay, so that's why we need to ask her to
Nadine.
distract him.
Thank you.
I can...
Try again. We've worked out the things we need to do. Here, tomato, use, desk. Make him angry at her for having food in here.
There. Now to watch the fireworks.
What? Miss Montgomery, what is the meaning of this? How many times have I said, no food in the testing chamber?
But I
don't want excuses. Clear it out. Put away the power cell. We're done with testing today.
Yes, Dr. Clark.
I apologize for that, Miss Leger, but I'm very particular about rules.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
How has getting rid of the helper
Lab
helped me?
assistant's I don't think I'm allowed in there. At least.
Do we convince you
Nothing
to
to say,
distract him again? Do I open this
Not well,
and
Clark.
steal the thing? Do I talk to the lab assistant lady now?
box is full of odds and ends. Some sewing and personal grooming supplies. A set of encyclopedias. Can we talk?
I suppose so.
Just how long have you been working down here?
Good question. It's difficult keeping track of time. We're in September, right?
November, actually.
Oh, then it's been longer than I thought. We came down here in March.
Maybe. Could be that I meant to talk to the doctor. We can also talk to her, and we haven't explored this space yet.
What sparked your interest in etheric research?
I followed Dr. Clark's career from the early days. He was one of the first to begin advancing etheric theory with practical experiments. Not only that, he was getting results. After I graduated from university, I sent him my thesis on the effects of ethericity on plants and animals. I guess that made me one of the few practical researchers out there, too. He wrote back immediately with an offer of employment.
How do you keep from getting bored?
The work is pretty all-consuming, and we don't have much of a social scene down here. Dr. Clark is kind enough to lend us his books to pass the quiet hours.
Do you know who built this place?
I suppose this is an old army base, but Clark's had it fitted with some really state-of-the-art equipment. We're lucky to be so well-resourced.
Yeah, military doesn't usually want for money.
I was blown away by that demonstration. Figuratively speaking, of course.
Huh. We've been working on it non-stop, but there are a lot of kinks to work out before it'll be field-ready. For instance, we still can't get more than one shot out of each power cell. I suppose in an actual battlefield situation, you'd need to carry around a lot of cells and reload for every shot, like cannonballs. But the power cells are still very difficult to construct, so we only have a few prototypes. We have to recharge them constantly.
How long does it normally take to charge one of the power cells?
Around 6 hours.
Wow.
Wow is right. Joshua hooked one up to the etheric generator and discovered that it charged instantly. But Dr. Clark wasn't happy about it.
Why not?
He said it made the power cell unstable. But we didn't have to wait all day for the next trial, and Joshua was even able to get 2 shots out of that one. The overcharge effect is certainly something we should investigate later.
What was that about a faster way to charge the power cells?
Joshua figured out that hooking the power cell to the etheric generator charged it instantly.
We're
But
going to
Dr.
need to
Clark
do this then,
discouraged it because it makes
this
the
is
power cell
information that
unstable.
they aren't deleting from the dialogue tree.
Between you and me, doesn't it concern you that ethericity is being weaponized?
Not at all. It's a powerful energy source, and this is one of many practical applications.
Sure, but isn't it better to use it for less destructive purposes?
We live in a dangerous world, and these are uncertain times. Other nations probably have their own etheric weaponry development programs underway. If we didn't pursue this research, we'd be falling behind.
We can't
A new
allow there to
weapon
be
is
an
most
etheric
useful as a
research gap.
deterrent. Having it in your back pocket means everyone else thinks twice before firing on you. I know Dr. Clark's had some moral reservations about the military applications of ethericity, but he's a professional through and through.
So, what's working with Dr. Clark like?
He's a brilliant man. I learn something new from him every day.
He seems short-tempered.
Well, yes, but that's just the genius mind, isn't it? No room left over for navigating social niceties.
Can you tell me anything about General Laporte?
Not really. I know he's the one overseeing this project, but I've never had the opportunity to speak with him.
Okay.
I appreciate the chat.
It's nice to have someone new to talk to.
Can we break into your cupboard while you're in the room?
Just some clothes and a couple of storage boxes.
Surprisingly,
Just some
yes.
The lab assistants share a room? Not sure if that's progressive or scandalous.
But they're a boy and a girl.
The only indication of time down here. The box is full of odd...
No, that was it. Okay. Amal thinks I was supposed to talk to the doctor again.
Dr. Clark?
Yes, what is it?
Dr. Clark, there's something I need to tell you.
We've been sent by Big Petrol.
Press Corps.
What? Who are you then?
Some folks who are hired by D.W. Shaw to come find you.
The head of Vespuccia Petrol.
The very same.
What does she want with me?
She wants you to help her company pivot from oil to ethericity.
How does she intend to circumvent the ban?
She seems to think it'll be lifted soon, or that she can influence things in that direction.
So she would have me work for VP to generate etheric energy for widespread use?
As an alternative power source, yes. It might even replace coal and oil someday.
Well, that's certainly more appealing than weaponry. But extreme arrangements have been made to develop this project in secret, and at considerable expense, I'm sure. It's not the sort of thing one can just walk away from.
I'm not so sure Laporte is acting in his capacity as a military general with the full backing and authority of the Vespuccian government here. We've seen plenty of things that don't add up. The clandestine nighttime shipments, the hired private agents, the hidden underground base, all the convoluted arrangements here, the fact that all this research is still technically illegal. I think this is all a side gig. Some kind of secret conspiracy running on misappropriated funds. Don't you see? That means he doesn't have power over you. You could expose everything that's going on here. You'd have leverage over him.
I think that means he could send someone to murder me to keep me quiet, and not lose a wink of sleep over it.
Like
That's
he did
not
to
exactly
us.
convincing me to leave.
So you're dead set on staying here? You won't consider Shaw's offer?
I admit it's enticing, but is it worth the risk?
You'd prefer your research be used to find new ways to kill people?
No, but
Look, I understand. You suffered a terrible setback after the expo. I'm sure it must have been hard. You probably felt like nobody would ever take you seriously again.
You have no idea.
I do know that if I were in your shoes, I'd have probably grabbed onto any lifeline. But I can tell your heart's not really in it, especially knowing what it is you're building.
Yes, well...
So you're gonna squander this opportunity to do some real good in the world because you're afraid of a stuffy old general?
You're right, Miss Leger. This isn't about me. This is about humanity. I'll come with you.
That was surprisingly easy.
Oh, goodness. How shall we... We need to do this discreetly. My assistants can't know what's going on. I'm going to my quarters to settle some things. Excuse me.
You certainly have a way with words, Harley.
That's why I try and get paid for them.
Do we steal the laser gun as well? Looks like yes.
Let's hope nobody notices this is missing. Locked. Now.
Well, we have lockpicks.
Got it. I'm sure they won't miss just one power cell. Or maybe they will. Either way, I've got one now.
Use power cell on gun.
It won't be very useful.
Okay, it's not charged.
Looks like some...
Power cell on this? No. Power cell on that? Yes.
There's nowhere to plug the power cell in. I'll have to find a way to connect it to the generator.
You don't say. Well, it doesn't seem to be able to be rubbed against any other objects. That one?
There, it's charging. I think. This thing is taking forever to charge. There must be a faster way. Drat. This does... Looks like...
I don't know what would let us charge
Hey,
it quicker.
Yes, Harley.
How do you suppose they managed to build a place like this under an island?
Don't know, but whoever did it must be real serious about Dr. Clark's research.
Nothing to say, really. Some kind of this thing?
Do we use our new energy thing on it? No. Do we use... Surely we don't use shitty wire to connect.
This seems like a good...
Oh, it really doesn't. That does not seem like a good place to attach crappy wires that are broken out of a broken toaster slash microwave. But sure.
Here we go. Hope this works. Wow, it charged up almost instantly. Locked and loaded.
Just in case we need the gun.
Ah, hello. I'm just leaving a note for my assistants.
Explaining why you're giving them the slip?
I feel I owe it to them.
Sure, what else is in your room, friend?
A toolbox. Naturally, Clark would be a tinkerer. At least there's plenty of books down here. Who are those busts of?
Galileo, Copernicus, Da Vinci. 3 great men who changed the world as we know it.
Hoping to add your likeness to the collection someday?
Well, I wouldn't be opposed, if I'd earned it, of course.
A ferrotype of a desert landscape. It's a ferrotype of Clark's old lab near Rosewater.
There's not much else.
That is one messy desk. What is it they say about desks and minds? Dr. Clark?
Yes, what is it?
Something I've been wondering about.
Hmm?
When we first started looking for you, the idea was floated, let's say, that you had a stash somewhere of cash left over from investments in your research that had to be concealed once the work became illegal. Is there any truth to that notion?
You're asking me to tell you if I have a secret hidden fortune.
Well, I don't expect you to tell me where or hand it over or anything. I'm just burning to know if there was really anything to the rumor at all, or if it was all just dust and fairy tales.
What do you think?
I think it's nonsense.
Gotta be a load of bull. Pretty far-fetched. Still, I've gotta go there and ask the questions, right? That's the only way to get the full story.
Hmm.
Did you know that a group of Ethericity worshippers flocked to your old lab and set up a commune there?
My lab in Rosewater?
Yup. We met them when we went there looking for clues as to your whereabouts. They picked everything clean. Built a kind of museum to you and your work.
I had no idea, but my work always attracted strange sorts. Curious gawkers would show up now and again, hoping to catch a glimpse of something spectacular, or the angry bereaved, threatening vengeance for the victims of the disaster. It's been quite a relief, not having to worry about all that down here.
That commune by your lab, they're from a religious movement calling themselves the Luminarians. They believe a whole bunch of gobbledygook about glowing people who live in the ether, and people who die from ethericity being really lucky because they go to etheric heaven or something, and they like to paint shadows and butterflies all over everything for some reason. They also think you're some sort of saint or prophet, and there's a mural with a painting of you looking like you're going through this kind of portal in space and talking to some glowy angel alien creatures.
Wow.
He doesn't have much to say on the topic.
So how do we make our escape without alerting your assistants?
First things first. We need to call the elevator so we have a way out. But we also need to find a way to disable the communications relay. Otherwise, the alarm will be raised and they'll catch us in no time.
Could you explain this communications relay thing?
Of course, next to the elevator, there's a device we can use to contact the person standing guard upstairs. It's mainly for emergency use. If the guard doesn't respond after a time, the wires relay the signal to Laporte's office.
So we need to disable it to keep Laporte from suspecting anything.
Precisely.
So how can we call the elevator?
Good question. It requires a 4-digit code. To my knowledge, the only people who know it are General Laporte and the guard upstairs.
Too bad I didn't think to ask what it was before getting rid of him.
Without that code, we are stuck.
I'll figure something out. I'll let you get back.
Thank you.
Looks like a more complex version.
So we need to go back in here. We need to work out how to disable this thing.
It's the communications relay. We need to disable it before getting Clark out of here.
Do we shoot it with our new gun?
This is going to be loud. I should make sure the elevator's ready to take us back up first.
Okay.
Seems to be the only way out of here. Just like the one in the courtyard above. It should theoretically call the elevator.
So... does it do that if we use the card thing?
I can't remove the panel with that.
Oh.
There's a metal
Arrowhead has been our replacement
can't remove the
screwdriver, but no.
Never seen a lamp glow green before.
It feels almost magical.
These crates are all marked Rosewater.
Like the ones we saw on the wagon.
As we suspected. This confirms they were headed for Project Rosewater.
So we need a screwdriver. No, but there are two things here.
I can't remove...
Yet it will only let me...
This contraption has a... I have no idea what... Bars of all... The lab assistant's...
Nope. So where are we getting a screwdriver from? Ah! His office had a screwdriver, didn't it? Or at least a box full of tools that now that we know we need a screwdriver...
Might I borrow your screwdriver, Dr. Clark?
Yes.
By all means.
Okay. Screwdriver on panel that needs a screwdriver.
There we go. Guess I pressed too many. Guess I pressed too many. Interesting. This metal plate has several contact points.
What if you press the same one multiple times? You can't.
Guess I pressed too many. Guess that wasn't the right code.
I got
Nadine.
no idea for that.
I don't get what's going on with this elevator thing.
This sort of machinery isn't my specialty. Didn't you use a card to call the elevator before?
Yes, but this setup is different. It needs a code.
Ah, right. I don't suppose the two are related in any way.
Now you mention it, they could be.
But we couldn't look at the card.
A strange wooden card lined with metal. It's got some holes on one side.
Like, I can't look at that in more detail. How's that supposed to help me?
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Harley.
I'm not sure what to make of the elevator device.
It looks complicated. What happens when you press the buttons?
Little pistons come down and make contact with a metal plate.
So you're looking for the right combination or pattern? Maybe it has to do with that key card you used to get down here.
Maybe now that we've removed the screwdriver on the other thing, it will let us do this? Or if we're in here, maybe I can use this in here now?
Well, how about that?
Okay. Yeah, I think the more sensible thing would be to let you look at this in detail in the other menu, but okay. So one of them is 2, not 4, not 7, yes 8, so 2, 8, 5 is okay, not 6, 2, 8, 5, 3, there we go.
Guess that wasn't the right code.
What? 2, 3, 5, 8.
Guess that wasn't the right code. Damn. There must be a way to figure out which buttons to press. The configuration of the piston seems to be the key. Haven't I seen something like this recently?
Maybe you need to press the ones that aren't these? So 1, 4, 6, 7?
Guess that wasn't the right... Guess that wasn't... Still not getting it.
Do I have to remove the key card?
I have no idea. This contraption... I have no idea. This...
Maybe we have to do it while there's no card? No, I've already forgotten what it was.
Interesting. Well, how...
Two, 5, 8, what? 2, 3, 5, 8? 2, 3, 5, 8.
I have no... This... Guess that wasn't the...
Well, we can try all the combinations of 2, 3, 5, 8. There's not that many. So, 2, 3, 5, 8.
Guess that...
2, 5, 3, 8.
Guess that was...
2, 5, 3, 8. 2, 3, 8, 5.
Guess that wasn't the right code.
And you know what? We're shutting up your voice again. 2, 5, 8, 3. Then we have the 2, 8 combinations. So 2, 8, 3, 5. 2, 8, 5, 3. Then we need the 2, 5 ones. 2, 5, 3, 8. And 2, 5, 8, 3. Nope. Next we need the... So we've done the 2 3s, we've done the 2 8s, we've done the 2 5s. Now we swap to 2 isn't the first number. 3, 2, 5, 8. 1, 2, 7, 3 down the Rockefeller Street. Hmm? I don't recognize that, Amel, I'm sorry. Three, 2, 5, 8. Three, 5, 2, 8. Three, 2, 8, 5. 3, 5, 8, 2. It's one of the popular Nightcore songs. Whoosh. My knowledge of Nightcore is non-existent. 8, 2. Then we need the 3, 8 options. 3, 8, 2, 5. Nope. And the other 3, 8 option. 5, 2. That's a no. Is that all of the... That's all of the options for 3 to start with, so now we have to do the 5 start with ones. 5, 2, 3, 8. 5, 2, 3, 8. I have no idea why. How are we supposed to know that that order is better than the other orders based on the card? I don't understand. Right. If all we have to go on is... Well, I can't interact with it anymore because we've solved it. All we have to go on is the... Like... Pressing those buttons makes those pistons cover those positions. It doesn't let you know which order to push them in. So, aside from brute forcing all, what is it? It's 2 to the... No, it's 4 pick 2. 4 pick 2, 2. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 6, 12, 18, 24. There's 24. There's at least 24 options. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's... Does that number actually mean anything from what we've seen in the story? The year is 52, might be something. But we're not up to the year of 52 yet. So... And that wouldn't correspond to the way that they... Yeah, we haven't encountered numbers in the lab. It's meant to have been something to do with the general. But... the thing that we have from the general is his diary thing here. And I don't see anything to do with those numbers in here. It's not even the correct year to be 52 yet. So... womp womp! As far as I'm concerned... Maybe we were supposed to find something else in the General's hotel room in the fancy club, and I missed it, but the game was good before about not letting us miss things, right? I can't go back to the club now, we're stuck down here, and like when we had the scene with the flag, it didn't let us zork ourselves by not picking up the flag. So it doesn't feel to me like the game would let us fail to pick up whatever I'm supposed to have found in the General's room if we were supposed to find something there that would let us know what the solution is to that. With the screwdrivers, couldn't we pick it before your characters... until we knew we needed the screwdriver, I don't think we could pick up the screwdriver from the toolbox. There have been situations like that before where until you know you need something, it's just like, here is a generic collection of things, but you don't pick it up.
It's displaying all sorts of... the lab assistant's...
Yeah. So I got nothing how we were meant to know that it's 5238 as to any of the other permutations of those digits, but whatever. We can tell him we're ready, right?
Dr. Clark.
Yes, what is it?
Oh,
no,
like...
maybe I actually have to do it and not just be ready to do it.
Stand back. I'm taking this thing out.
Whoa! I thought the plan was to do this discreetly.
Desperate times and all that. Now come on, let's get out of here.
You're taking the prototype, I see. Wait, where did you get a charged power cell? We only charged one up, and we used it in the demonstration.
I hooked this one up to the etheric generator.
You what? That's incredibly dangerous. That kind of unfiltered surge would leave the power cell completely unstable. Unless it's discharged within the next, 20 minutes, it will explode.
Oh, we'll have to worry about that later. Let's get back topside before your assistants figure out what's going on.
If that power cell starts glowing white, you had better let me know quick.
After you, Doctor.
It felt to me like you'd be like, no, you've proven yourself to be unworthy. I'm staying. You are clearly crazy people.
Hold it right there.
Have a nice nap? I was hoping it'd last longer.
Shut up. Hand over your weapons and come with us. There's someone wants to see you.
Taking some air, Dr. Clark? Kindly stand over there if you would. You three, up against the wall.
That's not ominous.
She had this funny pistol on her.
Ah, there it is. Can't let this fall into the wrong hands, can we? Now, have you got anything to say for yourself?
How did you find us?
We were here?
I had you followed after our encounter at the Jolly Good Club. You thieves are all the same.
We are not thieves.
No? You raided my supply wagon, broke into my private room, took my key card from my safe, and stole my etheric pistol. If you're not thieves, you should consider taking it up. You're naturals.
We didn't know the wagon was yours. You're the bad guy, not us.
Clearly the villain here.
Oh, is that what you think? It's clear to me you've no idea what you've stepped into. So, who put you up to this?
We'll
This was
tell
all
the
D.W.
truth.
Shaw's scheme. She asked us to fetch Dr. Clark.
Curious. What would an oil tycoon want with an etheric scientist? I'll have to pay her a visit and ask. We've chatted long enough.
General, what are you doing?
Conducting my own test, Doctor. It's time to see if your prototype really works.
Not so fast, Laporte. I would strongly advise you not to fire that pistol.
And just who in blazes are you?
Timothy King, representing D.W. Shaw and Vespuccia Petrol.
Speak of the devil.
I'll have to insist you stop interfering with our agents and let them go.
You can't be serious.
I am.
Boys, take care of this louse.
Stand down, pendejo!
Well, we've got all kinds coming out of the woodwork tonight.
General
Who
Vega?
might you be?
Lieutenant General Marisol de la Vega. You must be General Laporte.
Seems you new Spanish revolutionaries are much cleverer than I was led to believe.
General Marquez assigned me to trace the suspicious shipments of Aurum passing through Fort Beaumont. The trail led here. Where is General Marquez?
He didn't make it. He gave his life defending us from Laporte's hired thugs.
What? No.
It's the truth.
B.
I tried to save him, but he was too badly wounded. I'm so sorry.
Laporte sent the Blackburns to ambush us. He's responsible for Phil's death.
I gotta put a bullet in your head, Laporte.
Do so, and you'll receive one in kind. That goes for Mr. King as well.
It would seem we have reached an impasse.
I'm afraid the word impasse is not in my vocabulary.
That gun is
Playing
about to
with
blow
fire,
up.
General. Literally.
How do you mean?
The power cell in that pistol is unstable. It's about to blow unless it's discharged.
I see. Thank you for the warning. Suppose I should discharge it then.
Oh.
What a jerk. People like that don't deserve warnings. Let's take that again.
We're meant to keep him talking so that the gun explodes and blows him up.
Surely we can reach some kind of agreement.
What did you have in mind?
If you let us walk out of here, we'll swear not to breathe a word about any of this.
I'm afraid I must defer to the old adage. 3 men can keep a secret if
When
2 of them
are dead.
I'm sure you understand.
Pew!
Guess he's not in the mood to bargain. Let's take that again.
Oh, at least you don't have to, like, it's convenient enough to load you at the start of it.
You're playing with fire, General.
No, I didn't want that option. I wanted the can't we make a deal?
Let's take... Surely we can reach some kind of agreement.
What did you have in mind?
We're about to come into a good deal of money. Name your price.
I have no need of your coppers. Besides, my understanding is you'll be paid if you deliver Dr. Clark to Shaw. Needless to say, that is not gonna happen. So no deal.
I thought it would at least there give us a dialogue option for like, but what about Dr. Clark hidden treasure?
Aren't I entitled to some last words?
Yes, I suppose so. Go on then.
Tell my editor the article will be late.
Rosewater Post. My article will be late.
That's not the only thing that'll be late around here.
Ooh, burn. Now I want to know what the other ones say. That was actually a fairly witty line.
Let's take that again. Aren't I entitled to...
Yes, go on then.
I swear to you, my ghost will haunt you for eternity.
It's a good thing I don't believe in ghosts.
It doesn't get any less funny.
Yes, let's take...
Aren't
I...
Yes, go on.
I must say, of all the people I've met, you're the most... unstable. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Clark?
Oh, yes.
What?
General Laporte, there is something you need to know.
Now, Clark? Really?
I'm afraid it's quite important.
What then?
Well, you see, in my research, we uncovered
Okay.
some fascinating facts about the nature
And then he's gonna
of ethericity.
explode.
As it turns out, etheric particles, when agitated, enter a state of flux. They begin to dance, in a manner of speaking.
Yes, and...
Well, normally this isn't a problem, but if one were to, say, contain an excessive etheric charge in a small container, the particles would dance with an ever-growing intensity. They would continue this frantic movement until, after a certain amount of time, the harmonic resonances caused by the vibration of the particles would rapidly intensify, at which point, with no outlet, they would quite literally explode.
Are you saying you've discovered how to make an etheric bomb?
Yes. That would be more or less the long and short of it.
That is excellent news. Although this is a strange time to deliver it. We'll have to work it into the next phase of the project.
Well, as it turns out, I'm a bit ahead of schedule.
Oh?
Yes. An etheric bomb has already been developed.
Clark, you mad genius. I knew it was a wise decision to hire you. I can't wait to see this new weapon.
Oh dear.
Whoa! Hands up, cobarde!
Nice going, Doctor.
That was... Oh my. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep stalling.
Let's get off this rock, shall we?
Thanks for your help back there, Lieutenant General.
You are welcome.
For what it's worth, I'm sure General Marquez would be proud to know you're leading the revolution now.
News of his death will be a great blow to morale, but we will carry on the fight in his name. He was an inspiration to us all. At the very least, the revolution can make use of the Aurum
exactly,
stored on the
Amal.
island, now that the man who conspired to steal it is dead.
Technically, that Aurum was government money and belongs to the people of Vespuccia. But as a citizen of this country, I say, have it, with my blessing. Viva la
Vive la
revolution!
revolution!
Gracias. We have a difficult path ahead of us, but I have hope.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Miss Leger.
What about Big Oil?
We're back, ma'am.
I assume everything has been taken care of?
All loose ends have been tied.
Splendid. Send them in. You've no idea how pleased I am at your success. It's good to finally make your acquaintance, Doctor. I am D.W. Shaw.
The pleasure is all mine, madame.
We have much to discuss. First, I must conclude my business with Miss Leger and her companions.
Of course.
So is Big Oil Lady actually evil? Is she going to kill the doctor?
A great deal.
As soon as she pays us and we walk away? Actually, you can thank us enough with money.
All in a night's work.
Your modesty is admirable, Miss Leger. I won't keep you any longer. Here is your payment. Mr. Ackerman was promised 25,000, but considering all your trouble, I've increased it to 27. I'm sure you'll find it easier to divide.
To divide that way? Yes. Huge money.
Thank you, Mrs. Shaw.
Pleasure doing business with you. Before you go, I made some inquiries and learned a few rather compelling things about General Laporte. I could share the information if you
Please
like.
do. More law. Hit me up with the law.
Go on, then.
It seems General Laporte was a staunch supporter of Mr. Atwood's trade party, quite vocal about his desire for the advancement of steam tech and etheric research. There were also rumours that he held some more controversial opinions regarding this country's sovereignty.
He was a separatist?
Apparently so.
You think Project Rosewater was meant to arm some kind of
Oh, we've suppressed the American
Relaying
Revolution.
the information I've learned. Anything beyond that is pure speculation. The only person with knowledge of Laporte's motives is the man himself.
And that information died with him. Well, with him gone and the prototype pistol destroyed, whatever plans he had can't come to fruition.
For now, yes. But I can tell you one thing about this world. It is rare that one accomplishes anything of note alone.
We should get back to our hotel. It's been a long night.
Indeed. Goodbye, Miss Leger. I hope you and your friends enjoy the rest of your time in El Presidio.
And thank you, Miss Leger. I appreciate your facilitating this new opportunity.
Best of luck to you, Dr. Clark. This was all very enlightening.
Does Big Oil Lady destroy him? The following evening.
So, what are you two planning on doing next?
I'm honestly not sure, but I think I will apply for a medical license after all. I may go back to the San Bernardo Valley, or I may stay here on the coast. It's something I'll have to discuss with Lola.
What about you, Danny?
I'm not really sure.
He wanted to
Suppose
start a
it wouldn't be
farm.
such a bad idea to visit my folks. It's been too long. After that, guess I've got to find a new line of work.
What about you, Harley?
Suppose I'll head back to Rosewater. I've got an article to write after all.
And I guess this is goodbye.
This is where we part ways, for now. But you know where to find me. And you can be damn sure I'll write back. I'll see you both around. It was a real pleasure traveling with you.
So long.
Goodbye, Harley.
Some time later.
I'm back.
Well, look what the cat dragged in.
Did I miss anything while I was gone?
Let's see. There was a dust devil by the saloon that nearly knocked Sheriff Gamble's hat off.
Front page news, then.
Seriously, though, I spoke with the leader of the Autumn. She gave me some good stuff. The article runs next week. What of your great adventure?
Concluded now. But I've got plenty of material for an article. Maybe even 5.
Then you'd best get to it. Better to jot everything down while it's still fresh.
Right you are, boss. They say the end of every journey marks the beginning of another. If there's any truth to that, this writer hopes the next one is decidedly duller. My companions and I set out from Rosewater and traveled across the Vespuccian frontier, encountering bandits, rebels, visionaries, eccentrics, and many more friends and foes. We were led to believe that our quest was for Dr. Bennett Clark's missing fortune, but as it turned out, we were on the trail of the very man himself. The following is an account of that journey, with no detail spared, no fact left unrelated. And so at the journey's end, you may ask yourself, dear reader, what of the main players in this saga?
What did everyone do after?
Danny went home to a happy reunion with his parents. He says he is still unsure of what career path he'll choose, but he's hung up his pistols and retired from gunslinging. This writer is certain he will find success in whatever he puts his mind to. Nadine Redbird has begun the process of obtaining her medical license. She tells me she plans to convert Lola Johnson's wagon into a kind of mobile clinic, traveling the frontier helping those in need. It will be a welcome change from the usual traveling merchants hawking miracle cures. I can think of no one more qualified to dispense medical care. As for Miss Johnson, this new business venture will hopefully be more to her liking. At the very least, she now sets her own course, rather than bending to the whims of her clients. Miss Johnson and I never much saw eye to eye. She probably wouldn't even have liked me writing that, come to think of it. Still, it's reassuring to know that she has found some happiness.
And Doggo. Doggo is in the picture.
I would be remiss to neglect mentioning our dearly departed friend.
Philo.
Phil Marquez was a great man. He was always true to himself, cared for those around him, and was just plain fun to be around. I will forever cherish the time I had with him, and I will carry his memory in my heart for the rest of my days. Of course, I must acknowledge the catalyst for this grand adventure, Gentleman Jake Ackerman, albeit with some trepidation. For while it's true that he set this whole adventure in motion, it is my unpleasant duty to inform you, dear readers, that Mr. Ackerman is nothing more than a fraud. Far from the brave and noble hero he purports to be, Jake showed his true colors in a moment of danger. We found ourselves ambushed by Blackburn agents. Jake disgracefully turned and fled, leaving us to face the ruthless barbarians on our own. I have not heard from him since, nor would I wish to. As far as I'm concerned, he could be dead in a ditch or drowned in cheap whiskey in some dark saloon corner. The sooner this fallen star fades from our collective memories, the better we can all sleep. As for Dr. Clark, he seems happy in his new employment at Vespuccia
Okay, so
Petrol.
they didn't. Big Petrol didn't murder him off.
Contributions to Mrs. Shaw's enterprise offer greater balm to the restless, inventive mind and the manufacture of apocalyptic weaponry. That, dear readers, is the long and the short of it. This was an adventure unlike any other I've been on. I doubt any other will ever compare. Whew, my hand hurts. We'll see what Joni has to say about this in the morning. Well, what do you think?
You want my honest
No
opinion?
one will believe it.
Yes, of course I do.
It's good. Very good. It's great, actually. There's just no way on God's green earth we can print this.
Why not?
Secret underground laboratories, government conspiracies, special projects to develop etheric weapons. No one will believe a word of it. Not to mention you name some very powerful and important people who'd have me locked up for libel with a snap of a finger.
But it's all true.
It's all true, Joni. I'm not in the habit of writing fiction.
Perhaps you should be.
Come again?
This story's got everything. Adventure, mad scientists, conspiracies, betrayals. Folk would pay through the nose to read this. If it were a novel.
Novel?
Sure. All you have to do is change the names, do a little narrative restructuring. You can even say it's based on actual events. That way we're off the hook if anyone's feathers get ruffled. What do you think?
A whole book, huh?
Trust me, I have a nose for these things. This one smells like a hat. You're sitting on a pile of aurum.
All right. I'll do it.
Excellent. Now all we need's a title.
That's your job, isn't it?
Suppose it is. It needs to be something catchy. Something simple yet
Rosewater.
something like...
The Tale of Adventure and Camaraderie on the Western Frontier by Harley Ledger. Based on actual events. Clap, 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 clap. So, there were definitely bits we didn't like. We didn't like the sea captain section, we didn't like the actors section. There were a bunch of puzzles where we didn't find the hint that was supposed to be giving us the answer or that worked sillily. Like, in the actors' colony, the code for the magic trunk that, for no obvious reason, uses left to right rather than right to left when the magical trunk is owned by Asian lady who would naturally read right to left, like Japanese lady. So it would have made more sense for it to start its counting from the right-hand side rather than the left. But it had a lot of characters that were good characters, even if a couple of them were like a bit too, oh my gosh, he's obviously a Gilderoy Lockhart. Nice voice acting and dialogue throughout. Probably like 70% of the little side adventures were enjoyable, and only like 30% were painful or I didn't like.
Y caricias confieses que no hay vida sin mí. Y dime qué me haré sin tu amor, flor silvestre. Si los días no...
And I was wondering that, if it was an AGS game, and it is. It is an Adventure Studio game.
Si tu aroma mi alma carece.
So they've done a good job of layering on the extra stuff. Like the extra animations for climbing and stuff, because I know you have to put in a lot of work to do more than just have your people walk in each direction in AGS. And things like, they had those rooms where you would climb up the stairs and get smaller, but it happened in a way that was more smooth and more correct for the perspective of a room than is easily done inside AGS, as someone who I've fiddled around with trying to make stuff in AGS myself. So, clap, 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 clap. Well done in a number of ways. Alright. Well, cheers all. I hope you had a lovely time with this. I had a nice enough time overall, even if there were those painful bits. We'll have to see what we are playing next, by the way of point and clicks. I think the next thing we have is Senior Detectives, but no spoiling that. I'll leave that for official declarations. For now, peace. Is there any post-credit anything? Can we skip it or speed it up in any way? Seemingly no. We just have to be patient. Special thanks to Mom and Dad. Mum gets a double dose of thanks. Heart Mum. No AI was used in the making of this game. Bonus content is now unlocked in the settings menu. There might be some, like, concept art and stuff? New Game Plus. Choose Act 2 vignettes and access Companion Relationship Tracker by pressing Control R. And there is indeed an art book. Oh wow, that looks suspiciously like some stuff that I made while fiddling around in HES. Okay, let's throw you all along to Double Danger Dad, as we are now done. So... Thank you all again. Lovely chat. Nice and helpful when we wanted it. Have a great day all. Peace for now.